It is now the beginning of the open session to hear a public comment before a closed session. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bonner,
Here.
Councilmember Brown,
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember Robinson,
Here.
Councilmember Wilson,
Here.
Vice Mayor Cepeda is absent for roll call, and Mayor Martinez.
Here.
During closed session, the council will discuss the following items. Item C1 is a liability claim, claimant Terminal 1 Development LLC. Item C2, conference with real property negotiators. There are two properties. The first one is Point Malati, site of former Naval Shipyard Depot. Agency negotiator is Dave Alshire. Negotiating parties, East Bay Regional Park District and Tribe and Upstream Point Malati LLC. Under negotiation, price and terms of payment. Second property is 1414 Harbor Way South. Agency negotiator Dave Alshire. Negotiating parties, Orton Entertainment LLC. Under negotiation, price and terms of payment. Item C3 is conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. Melchor versus City of Richmond et al. Versus Royal Bank of Canada et al. Winehaven versus City of Richmond. Giddyville Rancheria of California et al. Versus United States of America et al. Item C4, public employee performance evaluation. Title, City Attorney. Item C5, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation. There is one case. We have one person that would like to make public comment. Hold on one second, please. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to make a public comment, please raise your hand at this time. You'll have 2 minutes to address the council. Cordell Handler.
Thank you. So good afternoon, Mayor Martinez, Council. I am Cordell Handler, for the record, a Richmond resident. So I'm going to do a little out of order. So as far as the performance evaluation, Dave Alshire has done a wonderful job as the city attorney. He would make sure that this council is following protocol. So when you go back in there, think of all the hard work that he and his staff have done to making sure that your priorities are in line. One. And the second item is regarding Winehaven. It keeps coming up every time. Every time when I hear about Winehaven, it's like the city has always had to come to some sort of conclusion. So I'm hoping that when you go into closed session, hopefully that this matters gets done. That's it.
And there are no additional speakers.
With no additional speakers, the public comment is closed, and we will now adjourn to closed session. Hello, everyone. It is now time to start the special joint meeting of the Richmond Housing Authority City Council. Mr. Wasberg, can you cut the conversation? We are in session. Mr. Wasberg, we are in session. If you want to have a conversation, take it outside, please.
That's it. I'll go get them.
Thank you. All right, we will start this with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call.
Commissioner Bonner,
Yes, I'm here.
Commissioner Brown,
Here.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Presente.
Commissioner Robinson,
Here.
Commissioner Wilson,
Here.
Vice Chair Zepeda,
Here.
and Chair Martinez,
Presente.
and Tenant Commissioner Scott. Tenant Commissioner Scott.
Here. Here.
Okay. Our next item is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none. Our next item is agenda review. Okay, hearing no changes. And then next, we need approval of the consent calendar. There's one item, rental assistance demonstration program application for Nystrom Village.
I move the item. Do we have a second?
I second.
Moved by the mayor, seconded by Commissioner
Scott.
Scott. Great Scott.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes. Yes.
Tenant Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonner,
Yes.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Yes.
Commissioner Wilson,
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson,
Yes.
Vice Chair Zepeda,
Yes.
and Chair Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Oh, with that bit of business, we are now adjourned. And we will begin the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. We'll need a roll call for that.
Hold on 1 second. Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
present.
Here.
Councilmember Brown,
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember Robinson,
Here.
Councilmember Wilson,
Here.
Vice Mayor Zepeda,
Here.
and Mayor Martinez.
Here.
Our next item is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none. Our next item is agenda review. We have a request to continue item W8 to July 1st. Let's see, W8.
I'm sorry, we're doing the budget again, and so I feel like I have to make the
Okay.
same conflict of interest statement, even though we probably won't be discussing these items. So I want to back up and do a conflict of interest statement. So the City of Richmond budget includes line items that include items of the TCC, the Transformative Climate of Communities Grant, which the organization where I'm executive director for is one of the subcontracted people on that grant. We helped to get that grant to the city, bring that $30 million into the city. So when that item or anything pertaining to that item comes up, I will not be included in that discussion, and I will leave the room if we're discussing that item. Also, for full transparency, my partner, Najari Smith, is the executive director of Richmond Rides, who is also participating in that grant. So there's my conflict of interest statement.
Thank you.
Okay,
Are we back to agenda review?
right.
Ms. Mayor, I would like to see if we can move item W7, I don't think it's controversial, which is the adopt official tree for Richmond, into the consent. That way we can make it, because we have so many items already.
I will approve that. So the item W7
7.
will be in the consent calendar.
We have a request to remove item T1A from the consent calendar for discussion.
And I would like if we can move that after W7. These are something that the council has expressed really interest and doing it right now, which are the Community Police Review Commission, establishing training program for commissioners of the Police Review Commission.
Okay, so you're saying after W6?
W7.
No, W7 is now on consent.
Like, yeah, oh, it's in consent?
W7 is on consent.
Okay, so after, if we can put it at the beginning of the study and action session,
Which item are you speaking about?
the T1A,
Oh, T1.
after the public hearings and the first one, a study and action session.
Mayor, you may recall, I believe BACMed is planning to participate.
I'm sorry?
I said, Mayor, you may recall that BACMed is planning to participate for W1.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I had
so-
a request to see if I could move that up. It's a very short presentation.
W1?
The BACMed to W1. It's a 10-minute presentation about potential, a considerable amount of resources that could move to the city, and I'd like as many people as possible to know about it and chime in.
Okay, how many people are here for W1?
How many people know what W1 is?
Okay.
The whole point is that this is supposed to let people know what W1 is so that they can
Okay,
chime in.
so how many people are here for a presentation from the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, BACMed, on the Air District's community investments?
Can I propose that after the budget, we can hear W1, then the public hearings, and then T1A, and then W2, W3, W4, W5, and W6? Is that, I just,
The logic that the reason why I'm pushing this is because this is the last time that we have for public input on how BACMed will be spending, I think it's $120 million in fines and fees in kind of structuring the new grant program. And so they're wanting many people who do not know this is happening to know that this is happening. So they're giving a brief presentation and telling people how they can do the survey and how they can chime in. And yeah, we're at the end of the comment period.
And the comment period ends
June 30th.
June 30th. Okay, so then that sounds like important budgetary items. So we will hear W1 after the budget. Well, I'll try my theatrical voice. Is that better?
I do. Did you hear me?
I did. So, okay, so we will move W1, the BACMed item, after the budget. And then we'll move the
T1A.
T1A after the to the beginning of the study and action session.
Thank you.
We also have a correction to item W2, and that's the new solid waste collection agreement with Richmond Sanitary. It says sewer services. Sewers is stricken from that title, so it should be new solid waste collection agreement with Richmond Sanitary Services.
All right. So with those changes, we'll move on.
Our next item is a report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
Yes, yes, thank you. On the closed session items, on the list on the agenda, C1, which liability claim on Terminal 1, that item was not discussed. C2, the items listed under real property negotiations, the status of Point Melati was not discussed. The issue concerning the property at 1414 Harbor Way, we gave a status report. There was direction for further negotiations. Concerning the property, Melcher v. City of Richmond, which is the swaps matter, we had a status report on that. There was no reportable action taken. The items, the bullet points underneath that were basically real property negotiations on Port Melati, Winehaven, and Giddyville, as stated before. That item was not discussed. C4, the position on the evaluation of city attorney, there was discussion, no reportable action was taken. With regards to C5, which was exposure litigation in one case, we gave a status report, no reportable action was taken, and that is the closed session report.
Our next item is a report from the city manager.
KCRT, can you please put up the slide deck? Good evening, Mayor Martinez and members of the Richmond City Council, Shasta Kroll, Richmond City Manager. As a reminder, all of these items can be found in the City Manager Weekly Report or by calling the City Manager's office at 510-620-6512. Next slide. Next slide. Richmond came together for an inspiring Juneteenth weekend filled with culture, connection, and community empowerment. We actually started off the week on Wednesday, June 18th, with the Juneteenth flag raising at City Hall. And then on Friday, June 20th, the city, in collaboration with the K. Stewart Foundation, Faith in Action, Restorative Safety, Health and Wellness Council, hosted its first ever Silence Our Violence Summit at COBIZ. And then the celebration continued on Saturday, June 21st, with the annual Juneteenth Parade and Festival. I personally had a wonderful time. I saw many of you there. Along with my daughter, I had the opportunity to ride in a fire truck, so that was really great, especially after on Friday we saw our new 8 new firefighters sworn in, 3 of which were part of the Richmond Academy, and so it was really great to see all of you in Richmond honoring our longstanding Black freedom tradition. And residents were able to enjoy over 20 live performances, delicious food, a lively youth zone, and headline concert by the 3T's original band, and it was a joyful and unforgettable weekend. I would like to, in particular, acknowledge Michelle Milam, Crime Prevention Manager and Deputy Chief Rincon in the fire department. As well as the organizing committee for all of their work, enabling us to have this great event, as well as for the city council for their ongoing commitment to funding this wonderful event. Next slide. We want to make sure that people know that there is food available throughout our community during the summer. So we have posted this information, and it's available on the school district's website. It's very important because we know that food insecurity is increasingly becoming challenging in our community. So starting June 16th through August 8th, the West Contra Costa Unified School District is excited to announce the return of its summer meal program, offering free meals to all children 18 and under at select schools and nonprofits across the district. There are approximately 25 meal sites in Richmond. In an expanded effort to reach more youth this year, the district also introduced 2 mobile kitchens that will serve meals at local parks throughout the summer. For more information, you can scan this QR code or call 510-307-4580. Next slide. And coming up, next is the 3rd of July. It will take place from 5 to 10 p.m. at Marina Bay Park. The evening will feature music, food, and family fun, and a spectacular fireworks show. It's a free and family-friendly event open to the public. Please arrive early if you need to find parking, or you can ride your bike or walk. Thank you.
Our next item is open forum. This is an opportunity to give public comment on items that remain on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda, or items that are on the agenda. See, we ask that you keep your comments respectful. You'll have 2 minutes to address the council. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council under open forum, please raise your hand at this time. We have 10 in-person speakers. So I call your name, please line up behind the speaker's podium. Cordell Handler, Larry Lewis, Diego Garcia, Robert Stevens, Mark Wasberg, Kevin Tisdale, Jamin Purcell, Sheila Williams, Kathleen Sullivan, and Sue Wilson.
Okay,
Cordell Handler.
that's me. So good evening again, Mayor Martinez, council. For the record, I am Cordell Handler, Richmond resident, yes. So when I was watching the last council meeting, I felt very embarrassed. Why? Because there was a lot of, lot of tension between the council members. And to me, we're supposed to set an example. You see these young leaders in this room? They look up to you, and they want to communicate. But if you want to communicate with the youth, they got to listen. They have to hear all that. Who would have thought? And that's not fair. We have youth in this room, so I would hopefully that they will learn one day to say that we have to get along with everybody. Because I have attended every city council in West County, and do they argue? I don't think so. They get along with everybody. So if other cities can get along, Richmond can do the same. So that being said, and so what I just passed around is strategic planning. If you want to see a better Richmond, we want the community as well as the city staff, to come together and figure out how can we make Richmond more better. So it just dawned on me because I get emails from CPS Consulting every month, and I find their resource to be very helpful. And I would hopefully that the strategic plan for the city council as well as for the staff, it would be in line with what we want to see for a better Richmond. And then third is for a future agenda request to invite the new superintendent to come and speak to you all regarding the what's going on with the district. Because if you recall when Dr. Moses came back in the spring, I find that her presentation was very helpful because I never knew that there was so many absentees in the district. So I'm hoping that the new superintendent will come at a later time, and I just leave it at that. So think about the young leaders in this room. So that's all I have to say.
Larry Lewis.
Hi there, Mr. Mayor, City Council, Larry Lewis, Executive Director of the Richmond Police Activities League, former police officer and PAL Director for 43 years. I want to start off by thanking the City Manager. We just had our carnival 2 weekends ago, very successful, and it wasn't for the city staff, we wouldn't have been able to put on our carnival. Thousands of kids came out, very successful, not one problem. Second, I want to introduce you to the 2025 Cal Pal State Soccer Champions for 16 and under boys from the city of Richmond. Woo! We went to through our partnership with Richmond Soul Soccer, ONS. ONS has been funding our Cal VIP activities, preventing gang violence and prevention for young people. And we've been partnering, we've been taking young people to soccer tournaments. These guys have won 2 state tournaments as a result of our Cal VIP funding. So thank you on behalf of all of us. We've been partnering for a long time with Diego. I've been mentoring, now he's mentoring me. But I've been mentoring Diego since he was in his teens. He said I used to chase him around Richmond for doing street art around Richmond as a police officer when I was very young. Now I pay him to do graffiti on my shirts at PAL. So we have a fantastic relationship. We're impacting the lives of young men. young ladies. We also took almost 18 girls to Oxnard for the first time, came back, did wonders. It was a fantastic trip, and these young men won first place. Give them another big round of applause. I think it was 2 years ago, they went down to San Diego and won another state tournament on behalf of our CalVIP funding. So we just wanted to make sure, we just got back on Sunday night, 11 o'clock, and I was able to mobilize them and tell them we need to have you guys at the city council meeting to acknowledge their efforts. Coach Pedro, he's done a fantastic job of keeping track and monitoring the boys, and if it wasn't for the founder of Richmond Soul Soccer, we would not be doing what we're doing. So give them a big round of applause.
Diego Garcia.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's great to be back up here. Today, I just want to acknowledge the young man, but also the coaches. Not only that I founded this program 23 years ago, but I see the effects that is happening here in the community, only because I'm a product as well, too. And sadly to say that 2 of our young men were gunned down and shot in the last 5 years because we cannot afford to continue this program after they're 18 years old. And I tell you this, that 100% of my board now were a product of Richmond Soul. Most of those kids who were 5 years old and started with the program are now the board members of Richmond Soul. And if it's not because of these young men coming back, and also coaches like Pedro, who's been with me for 23 years, this program could not exist. And the support that you guys give us and the support that I'm asking for you guys to continue, like the U.S. Youth Games that we used to have, which we also were champions, none of this can be possible. And again, with these young men who not just won this state championship, but Richmond Soul is the only national premier soccer program. And all of this couldn't be done if it's not from the efforts like mentors like Larry Lewis, the city council, other organizations here in Richmond, but we still need more because like people have said, yes, one life is too many, and we need to continue giving the support. And when we talk about how to make America great again, this is what we're talking about. Not racism, not being out there in political wars about who can stay here, who cannot stay here, but the ones who are here, how can we support them? How can we do what we do to make sure that this America is great again? Because America is the whole continent, is not just United States. So I'll tell you guys this, these young men right here looking at you guys, they are looking forward to make sure that they can make this country great again. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Stevens. Robert Stevens.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Robert Stevens, and I'm the president of CSW ST2. We're a local consulting firm at 121 Park Place. And we wanted to express our gratitude for your consideration of item T10F, which is the approval of on-call contracts for transportation improvements. We're very thankful for the opportunity to support this city. And I really want to especially thank all the great work that our city manager has done to really kind of improve our public works department. And I think the leadership exhibited by Mr. Chavarria and Mr. Armijo and Mr. Munoz, as well as Mr. Hamden, has really started to make a difference in really improving our built environment. And we really are appreciative of the opportunity to support you as well as our community. So thank you so much.
Mark Wasberg.
Trump told them you got 60 days, but they didn't do nothing. So Trump started bombing the hell out of them, and so was Israel. Well, they learned their lesson now. They just messed with the wrong people, and they're going to keep bombing them until all these terrorists are totally wiped out. That's the only way you're going to get rid of them. And everybody's on the news saying, oh, it's going to be World War III, and all these biblical scholars kept on saying, oh, it's the end of the world. I'm just sitting there laughing at the whole thing. They did it to them. Iran did it to themselves by sponsoring all this terrorism around the world. They even tried to block these oil tankers from going from country to country supplying the world with oil. Yeah, and you see how minutes going, oh, no, we can't do that. I'm surprised you wasn't out there waving the Palestinian flag and terrorist flag and supporting these terrorists that was killing people around the world, huh? But like I say, there's never going to be peace there in the Middle East. There's never going to be peace between Israel and Ahab the Arabs. They've been fighting since biblical times. Go back and do your history. I said the only way they're going to do anything, Israel's going to have to totally wipe out Palestine and set up another state in Palestine, make it Israel, and just keep on going and going and going till you get rid of them. Now, hopefully, they're talking about a revolution in Iran. So hopefully if the people got together, they'll kick that cuckoo Khomeini out of office who's sponsoring terrorism in the first place. They just mess with the wrong people. These people are so stupid, think they could do what they want. See, this is why I'm glad Trump is in office, so he can go out there and start kicking ass on these terrorists.
Kevin Tisdale.
Thank you. Kevin Tisdale, SEAU Richmond Chapter President. Good morning, good afternoon, Council, City, Mayor. So just want to bring attention, just briefly, consent calendar T2, 1 point, almost $5 million to a contract. We want to be wise on how we spend money. We need positions to be city positions, no matter where they are and kind of where they fall. It's important that the city council kind of have a part in that and contract it out. Again, that position should be a city staff position. That way it's here, it's funded here, and they have the ability to care about Richmond. Thank you.
Jamin Purcell. Excuse me, Jamin Purcell.
So first, I would like to thank Kay Stewart and Faith in Action for putting together the Silence the Violence event. I thought it was a really great event that was able to highlight a number of the ways that Richmond is coming together to try and make a stronger community by being able to silence trying to bring up the various different issues that we have to make sure that they're actually going to be addressed and not just be ignored, and as well to quiet down the rhetoric that we are just all attacking each other all the time, because that frankly is not true. I think we also can really say as a testament to that Juneteenth was a beautiful event that had a lot of community members coming out. It was a fantastic event all the way around, the music, amazing, and I really do think that Michelle Milam did an amazing job this year, as well as the rest of the committee that put that together. That said, we're going to be closing out Pride Month this month in Richmond with the event by the Bay Area Derby Girls, which is a roller derby event that will be happening at the Richmond Memorial Auditorium. On Saturday, it starts at 4 for an underage bracket, and then at 6 o'clock there's a adult bracket. It's going to be a lot of fun, and this is their big Pride event, so I think it'll be really fantastic and colorful. That said, I do want to close out with, you took my item off, and I'm here to speak for the trees. And I really am happy that we are going to have an official tree here in Richmond. I do think it's a great idea. It's going to be able to help make Arbor Day even that much more fun. But as well, I hope that we can bring to the Urban Forestry Commission the AB 1572 that is about non-functional turf and moving it so it can't be irrigated. And hopefully maybe the Urban Forestry Commission can help with other plants for that. Thank you.
Sheila Williams.
Hello, my name is Sheila Williams. I'm the payroll coordinator, been with the city for 13 years. Just want to speak a little bit about the city employees. I'm going to come from Jeremiah 29:7. It says, also seek the peace and prosperity of the city to which I have carried you into exile. That's what the scripture says. It says, pray to the Lord for it, because if it prospers, you too will prosper. And I want to say, I think the city of Richmond is doing pretty good right now. And as we, as city employees, amen, we work hard, we are dedicated, we love this city. Amen. I was born and raised in the city of Richmond. And all I ask is that the city value its employees and to pay us what we're worth. Amen. We give you the labor at a dedicated cost to us. We sacrifice time away from our families, away from things that we may deem important, to make sure that our jobs are done correctly and in a timely manner. We ask that you also, whereas there's not enough employees in certain positions, that you seek to fill those positions as well. So we want to remember Jeremiah 27. We pray for the city, and because the city is prosperous, we too, as the city employees and residents of the city, amen, will be in prosperous too. Thank you so much.
Kathleen Sullivan.
Good evening, Kathleen Sullivan, Richmond residents, mayor, city council, and friends. I was going to say something totally different in open forum than how I've now been moved. I usually have a tendency to speak off the cuff, and I have to honor that. It's not really off the cuff, it's more spirit-led. I want to acknowledge Cordell and his comments he made earlier. We're making a lot of progress in this city, and I think that people need to really pay attention. I've been around long enough to have seen us in really divisive times. I've seen us where it is that we fought and there was just anxiety and there was friction between council members. I've lived long enough to have seen that in this town, and what I am grateful for is the attempt that it is that's being made to be unified in whatever ways you really can. And I just want to encourage you, those that have differences, go behind closed doors. There can be 2 or 3 of you, and you talk this stuff through. It benefits us all, that it is that you get along not only in front of the cameras, but you work on how to decide your differences behind the cameras, okay? The other thing is that the lady who got up and talked about city staff, you know, how you treat your staff is just like how you treat your children. Makes all the difference in the world. I mean, you can't get glory from God. She's brought up scripture. You cannot get the glory as a council if it is your own family is not being taken care of. Isn't that what they say? You have to take care of your family before it is you can think that you can take care of anybody else or tell anybody else what to do. Your family's got to be doing well. Where in the case of the city council, our city staff is your family. Make sure you're taking care of them the way they should be, and that's equitable. Thank you.
Sue Wilson.
Hello. In a similarly positive vein, I wanted to just uplift item T8B, which is the contract with the Trust for Public Land to support the design of the Martin Luther King Jr. Park. So I think one of the items that we talked about last week in our conversation about Pogo Park is making sure that important city parks, including Martin Luther King Park, Jr. Park, don't get neglected in terms of our investments for the community and for the future of Richmond. And so I just wanted to say thank you, that I'm really happy to see on the consent agenda this week is that our Community Service Department and Public Works Department, and it looks like it's headed by Ms. LaShonda White and Mr. Joseph Munoz, are moving forward with spending $75,000 on a redesign of the Martin Luther King Jr. Park, which is an additional step towards going out and getting the funding that we need, not only to revitalize that park, but also rebuild that community center that we've been without for far too long. I also just want to uplift Doria Robinson, Councilmember Robinson's role in this, in making sure that the Martin Luther King Jr. Park and that community center always stays front and center in our hearts and on our agenda. So I want to thank staff and Councilmember Robinson for taking care of our people in our parks in this way. Thanks.
And that was our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the online speakers. We have 2 speakers.
And those speakers are John Varga and Marilyn Sarney. John, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Yes, good evening. My name is John Varga. It is my privilege to speak to you this evening on behalf of the dedicated Richmond City employees and members of IFPTE Local 21. On today's consent calendar, there is an item dedicated to the restatement of the agreement with the private law firm handling Richmond's city attorney responsibilities. We are pleased to see that between now and December, the City Council will be taking a serious look into whether it is in the city's best interest to continue contracting out such integral services. The contracting out of the city attorney's office brings with it inherent inefficiencies. As you conduct your review over the next several months, I think you will find that there is frustration in the difficulties of getting timely responses to important questions or reviews of time-sensitive contracts. Equally important is the message it sends to the city's workforce when the city uses non-local outside vendors to perform work that is of vital importance to the city's workforce, and the city's residents. We in Local 21 know that the City Council has the city's best interest at heart and is supportive of Richmond City workers who bring their vision for this city to reality. Richmond's in-house staff attorneys are working diligently to support the city departments and protect the city's interests. And so we encourage and support the City Council's recognition of their work and the benefit of having in-house counsel dedicated to the city, its goals, priorities, and our shared community. And with my remaining time, I would like to shout out the incredible Local 21 members and all city employees who contributed to the success of Richmond's Juneteenth celebration, the upcoming 3rd of July event, and all the other city events that we have already heard about this evening. It is not a hyperbole to say that these events do not happen and are not successful without the hard work of Richmond City employees. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Marilyn Sarney. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, Marilyn Sarney. I'm a UC Master Gardener of Contra Costa program, and I'm also the Vice President of the West Contra Costa Fire Safe Council. I just want to thank Fire Chief Osorio and the other fire department and public works staff who've been helping our Firewise demo garden become a reality. It's really a unique 3-way partnership for the UC Master Gardeners, and it's going to be a new model for them. And we're all really excited to get our hands into the dirt. We have about 20 people ready to go. This garden's goal is to help the communities at risk from wildfire learn how they can have beautiful Firewise gardens that will keep them safer and are also sustainable. But on top of that, I hope that it will become a community space that people can take walks in and sit in this beautiful garden for a portion of Richmond that is under-resourced for parks and very few spaces to collect community members. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Our next item is approval of the consent calendar. And item T1A, and that's amendments to the Richmond Municipal Code, Chapter 3154, to add training component has been removed from the consent calendar to be discussed at a later time during the agenda. And then we added item W7, that's to select and adopt an official tree of the city of Richmond. Need a motion?
Do I have a motion?
I move the item that we pass consent calendar, we approve the consent calendar And just want to quickly second the last comment about appreciating the fire chief and public works role in the educational garden. Thank you.
And I'll second it.
Consent calendar moved by Councilmember Bana and seconded by Vice Mayor Cepeda.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bana?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cepeda?
I'm going to be voting yes, with a quick note that I hope that in the future we can work together with staff. We're giving over $1 million purchasing Ford vehicles, but they're not purchasing out of our Ford dealership. So I'm hoping in the future we can change that. Thank you. So it's a yes.
Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. Right. Our next item is under budget session. Item U1 is to adopt the fiscal year, adopt resolutions approving fiscal year 25-26 proposed operating budget and fiscal year 25-26 to 29 and 30 proposed 5-year capital improvement plan budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, members of the council. I'm Andrea Miller, Director of Finance. With me this evening is Mubin Cotter, our Deputy Director of Finance, and Joseph Munoz, Deputy Public Works Director. Did I get it right? Assistant. I always get it wrong. KCRT, can you please pull up the PowerPoint? Next slide, please. This evening, we'll go over the recommended action. We'll highlight the economic outlook, staffing cost escalation over the last 5 years. We'll provide a summary of the proposed budget, city council requests, capital projects update, and next steps, and allow time for questions. Next slide, please. The recommended action is to adopt resolutions approving the fiscal year 2025-26 proposed operating budget and the fiscal year 2025-26 through fiscal year 2029-30 proposed 5-year capital improvement plan budget. Next slide, please. The economic outlook, we closely monitor the real gross domestic product, or GDP. It's decreased at an annual rate of 0.2% in the first quarter of 2025, which is January through March. And we are looking at according to the second estimate released by the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis, in the fourth quarter of 2024, the real GDP increased 2.4%, and the decrease in real GDP in the first quarter primarily was reflected an increase in imports, which are a subtraction of the calculation of GDP, and a decrease in government spending. These movements were partly offset by increases in investment, consumer spending, and exports. Next slide, please. This slide shows a draft historical staffing costs for all funds. We did present this slide to council at the June 17th meeting as well. This slide shows historical staffing costs across all funds, and the slide has been updated to include the number of staff, which we'll see on the next slide. Overall, we have 50.8 million, or 35% increase over the last 5 years. Next slide, please. And this slide is where we've reflected the changes in staffing over the past 5 years. You see that in the fiscal year 2022-23, it was about a 1.5% increase over the prior fiscal year, or a net 9 positions. In 2023-25 is a 5.3% increase, or 33 positions. The current fiscal year 2024-25, an additional 1.4%, or 20 positions. And we have in our projected 2025-26 budget, zero change in staffing costs. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the proposed general fund revenue budget. There's no changes in the budget that was presented at the June 17th meeting. We're proposing a general fund revenue budget of $308,553,519. Again, as a reminder, the changes from fiscal year from June 3rd to June 17th was the result of more optimistic outlook provided by our sales tax consultants. But again, the budget before you this evening for adoption, there's no changes from the most recent presentation you received. Next slide, please. This slide shows the fiscal year 2025-26 proposed general fund expenditure budget. The general fund budget proposed for your consideration this evening is $260,053,519. While the total amount of the budget has not changed from the June 17th presentation to this evening's presentation, adjustments were made for the following categories. You'll see that far right column. It shows some line item changes, which are recommended deferring some vehicle replacement by $600,000, and that's to reduce the cost pool allocations to fund to address the gender-based violence item that's included in this budget package this evening for $100,000, and $500,000 for the Black Resiliency Fund project. In addition, it includes a $250,000 transfer out for CIP lighting project. Next slide, please. As an overview, the City Council adopted a balanced budget on June 24th of 2024, and staff presents quarterly budget updates to the City Council. And City Council did adopt $16.3 million in one-time transfers to operating transfers to capital projects and legal costs from prior year unspent funds. Staff presented the proposed 2025-26 budget to City Council on June 3rd. Updates to the revenue and expenditure projections were presented at the last meeting of June 17th, and there are no changes to the proposed general fund budget and expenditure amounts that were presented at the last council meeting. The proposed general fund budget revenue is $308,553,519. General fund expenditures are $260,053,519, leaving the $48.5 million limited term revenue for City Council to wait and see until after the City Council recess, and to closely monitor economic uncertainties for them to stabilize and to analyze overall federal funding impacts to the city. Staff will evaluate options to invest the principal until Council is ready to appropriate those funds. Next slide, please. This slide shows current contracts for unhoused services and includes funding allocations from our Encampment Resolution Funding Fund 2 and Encampment Resolution Fund 3. The various contracts listed on the left column are for the Healing Spot, for Contra Costa Health Housing and Homelessness Services, CCHH3, and the Coordinated Outreach Referral Engagement Corps. It also includes contracts for the RCF Connects, Oliver's Towing, Intracity Services Agreement, and the Housing Trust Fund allocation, for a total of $8.6 million from ERF2 and $9.3 million from ERF3. Next slide, please. This slide shows the overall cost the City Council has appropriated for Reimagine Public Safety. The historical budget for fiscal year 2025-26 reflects the $9.4 million increase of 47%, or $3.1 million over the past 5 years. And down at the bottom there, you'll see where the 5-year horizon, the various programs that have been allocated for the Reimagine Public Safety program. Next slide, please. The 5-year capital improvement plan, or CIP, includes, we've identified funds to redirect from the HVAC funding to the Harbor 8 Park Expansion Project of $3 million. And you'll see that staff has identified the current proposed 2025 budget allocations for Nevin Community Center to reduce by $1 million, for the Richmond Recreation Complex HVAC to reduce by $1 million, the Shields Reed Community Center HVAC to reduce by $1 million, to allocate $3 million for the Harbor 8 Park Expansion Project. The revised proposed budget for fiscal year 25-26 reflects $3,403,108, and with remaining balance of $206,975. Next slide, please. This slide provides a breakdown of options to fund Harbor 8 shortfall, additional information of $3 million, the Black Resiliency Fund of $500,000, and the Gender-Based Violence Program of $100,000, and Historic Preservation $100,000. Total need of $3.7 million. The Family Justice Center, the city currently subsidizes that program with the rent services. The Family Justice Center does not pay the rent. The heating, ventilation, air conditioning programs we've identified for reallocation in the prior slides. In addition, the Richmond Police Department provides staffing to subsidize the SVU unit, and there's other that also supports the Family Justice Center. In addition, there's funding allocated in the police budget for violence advocate programs, community violence solutions, district attorney services, and other domestic assault services that have been identified. So again, this slide identifies that we currently have identified $500,000 for the Black Resiliency Fund, and additional funding will be identified for in the unspent funds in the fall. In addition, we have the gender-based violence program identified for $100,000, the historic preservation for $100,000, and the Harbor 8 expansion project for $3 million. Next slide, please. The city allocates funding for various city-wide festivals. City staff will bring an item to the City Council in September of 2025 to discuss additional requirements to receive funding. Some of those proposed recommendations includes pre-event criteria such as event description, estimated event budget, proposed use of city funds by line item. In addition, post-event, staff is proposing that images of the event are provided, a brief synopsis of the events that includes estimated number of participants, and receipts to substantiate use of city funds. Next slide, please. These items are items that staff is currently working on. It includes one full-time project coordinator for the Office of Emergency Services, or OES, and funding and a position for Community Emergency Response Team, or CERT. Also in progress is installation of ham radio and antenna, as well as the performance stage for city events. Next slide, please. This slide provides a status of public works vacancies, and we have Sharon Taylor, our HR director, who's on hand, will present this slide.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor. Sharon Taylor, Human Resources Director. I'm presenting the one slide for you. We want to share that Human Resources is hiring incrementally while the MOUs are being negotiated. However, we have prioritized several front-facing positions, primarily here in our Public Works Department, which we would like to highlight with you today. We want to fill the SEIU positions that are currently providing direct services. It is detailed here below, those positions that we are in the process of filling. We currently have 4 conditional offers. The others have employment lists that we can certify to the department. And 2 of the positions, the tree trimmer, requires a job description that is currently under development. That is expected to go to Personnel Board in July.
Next slide, please. With that, we'll turn it over to Joseph.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and fellow council members. For the record, my name is Joseph Munoz, the Assistant Deputy Director of Public Works Engineering. So, oh, we skipped a slide. So before that, what we did last week was we essentially went over what we're intending to build over the next 3 years. But today, we wanted to focus on more so of a celebration of what we have built this past fiscal year. And through council's support, we were able to deliver on some of the projects that we intended to complete, and we wanted to highlight that moving forward. So on this slide here, we have the street paving slurry seal project. This was completed and is currently in the closeout phase. This is part of our pavement management program, and it's a type of we'd call that treatment that we do on our roads. For more information there, we've provided a link that kind of gives those definitions as well as other treatments as well. This was done throughout districts 1 through 6 with the help and guidance from Dan Santos, our assistant engineer. Next slide, please. So here, this was multiple projects in one, as you can see. Quick Build Cutting Hoffman project, Quick Build Harbor Way South cycle track, and then of course the street paving cutting Harbor Way South bikeway project. So this is under our bicycle and pedestrian program. We successfully completed that, and it installed a separated two-way bikeway along portions of Cutting Boulevard, Hoffman Boulevard, and Harbor Way South, as well as asphalt berms, traffic striping, pavement markings, signage, asphalt, slurry sealing, and traffic signal improvements. And this was in districts 2, 3, and 5, and was managed by Dan Santos as well. Next slide, please. So this project was long time coming. And so on 6th and McDonald, we were able to activate the lights so they were fully functioning. That was supported by Mike Oyang, our assistant engineer. This was completed and final, so we have basically went through the notice of completion, and this was in District 1. Next slide, please. The next couple of slides that we'll be going through, you guys have actually experienced the built environment through this. This is more so closeout procedures. So prior to us arriving, a lot of projects unfortunately didn't go through the needed closeout procedures with the grand tours. So with the help of Halal Hamdan, our senior engineer, we were able to successfully close out the 37th Street Bicycle and Pedestrian Improvement Project. That was the project that was between Center Street and Cerrito Avenue along 37th Street in Districts 3 and 6. Next slide, please. Right adjacent to us is the Nevin Avenue Pedestrian Improvements Project. Again, this was a closeout procedural project for us, so we were able to ensure that we did our final invoicing, et cetera, with Caltrans to ensure we didn't remain, we weren't on their naughty list per se. So again, thanks to Halal, we were able to close out another project. Next slide, please. This was a citywide effort, and particularly along the Richmond Greenway Trail, the Greenway Rehab and Bike Education Project. This provided education, bicycle safety education program, ongoing Richmond Greenway maintenance, and a multi-use path rehab project along adjacent to Dirt World Park, actually. Next slide, please. So under the Transformative Climate Communities program, we had the e-bike share program. In districts 1, 3, and 5, through Beatrice Gutierrez, the program coordinator, they successfully expanded Richmond's current bike share program and infrastructure, bringing 8 new bike share access points and 70 new electric bikes to the TCC project area. Next slide, please. In District 1, with our project manager, Wendy Walbrook, and in conjunction with Pogo Park, we were able to successfully reach construction completion for Greening the Yellow Brick Road and the Yellow Brick Road project. This project established pedestrian-friendly street infrastructure while enhancing the area with plants, trees, storm drain improvements, and safety features. Next slide, please. Another successful project that was completed this past fiscal year with the efforts from Wendy Walbrook is our Dirt World Bike project. This project improved and reconstructed the BMX tracks and bike terrain features to accommodate multiple skill levels. The project also included renovation of 2 blocks along this segment of the multi-use Class 1 Richmond Greenway Trail. As you can see in the picture in the top left corner, that's me doing well, that's just not me. I don't know what they're doing, but let's be real. All right, next slide, please. So, yeah, that's probably more closely it. In District 6, of course, where we are here. So we have the Richmond Memorial Auditorium Lighting Electrical Upgrades Project. So this is one of many efforts that are needed for the auditorium, but we did successfully complete those upgrades, which included main floor lighting, hallway lights, and upgraded the electrical panels. So if you go through those hallways, you'll see it's a little bit brighter than it was in years prior, and hopefully moving forward, we can continue to give the needed funding to that building. It's also highlighted in the unfunded request list in attachment 7. Next slide, please. Now we have the great work from Mary Phelps. We all know who she is. The grid and aeration replacement project was successfully completed and in the closeout phase. We replaced aging and unreliable infrastructure, improved treatment operating efficiencies, compiled with future discharge regulations, and improved functionality of the existing wastewater treatment plant. Next slide, please. In District 2, we had the Dornan Drive Force Main Rehab Project. Again, another Mary Phelps special project here, and it's moving along, and we're in the closeout phase now. We replaced the Force Main sanitary sewer line on Dornan Drive from Western Drive to Brickyard Cove Road. Next slide, please. And it's not deja vu. We do have the Dornan Drive Tunnel Rehab Project. This one repaired an existing 6-inch Dornan Drive sanitary sewer force main line, and we used a cured in-place pipe method for that replacement. Next slide, please. We also have the flood risk reduction Rim Creek project located in District 4. Moving forward, we have plant maintenance coordination with the watershed project. This project removed invasive vegetation and excessive sediment, regrading the creek to establish a stable channel, and the planting of native riparian vegetation. Improvements had been implemented along the segment of Rim Creek, extending from Annapolis Avenue to Greenwood Court. Next slide, please. Also in District 4, we have the Santa Rita Road Stabilization Project. Mike Oyang led that project, and that was a landslide that formed on Santa Rita Road during our 2023 winter storms. We proceeded with tarping and then went with the actual CIP project, which was a permanent fix. A soldier pile wall was constructed, as you can see there on the picture below. Basically, it was a pretty large project in District 4 that we successfully are in the closeout procedure now. Next slide, please. Let's not forget our good friends from the port. So some of the accomplishments here of many that they do is we had the processing building ventilation project and the Point Potrero Marine Terminal pavement maintenance. So there's a variety of things happening there, but just to highlight a couple, we have the HVAC replacement, which is needed in the processing building office. The system was 12 years old and successfully was replaced. And throughout the area, the additional utility and pavement-related improvements occurred throughout Point Potrero Marine Terminal. Next slide, please. And finally, we have the Terminal 4 Wharf Removal Project. Mike Oyang, also from Public Works Engineering, led this project. In late 2023, a total of 2,000 plus tons of debris were removed. In 2024, in 2025, the enhanced rock slope protection was completed, included crown plantings, seaweed, and oyster reef elements. For additional information, you can actually check that link there. It's pretty neat of what we're doing out there and how some of the efforts now are basically rehabbing marine life there. So that's I think something to take a look at. And so with that, I will pass it on to Andrea.
Next slide, please. So to restate the action, staff is requesting council to adopt the resolutions approving the fiscal year 2025-26 proposed operating budget and the fiscal year 2025-26 through 2029-30 proposed five-year capital improvement plan budget. Next slide, please. In terms of next steps, staff has compiled all of the questions from the June 17th council meeting that we received from City Council. Those have been posted on the city's website under Finance Department. In addition, they were included as attachment 9 in your council packet, and I believe we've handed out some large copies to you this evening. In addition, we received additional questions from City Council yesterday evening, and staff's working really hard to provide responses to those questions, and we should have those finalized and provided to the mayor and council by the end of day tomorrow. Staff will implement the adopted budget on July 1st, and will bring the fiscal year 2025-26 quarter one budget report to the City Council at the November 2025 City Council meeting. Next slide. I just want to thank the mayor and the council, and we're here for questions.
Thank you so much. It was a great presentation. I think I'd like to start off with open
Public speakers.
public comment.
Okay, we have two in-person speakers, Cordell Hindler and Bruce Bayard. If there's anyone online that would like to address the council under this item, please raise your hand at this time. You'll have 2 minutes.
Okay. So good evening again, Mayor Martinez, council. For the record, Cordell Handler, Richmond resident. So thank you, Andrea, for this presentation. So after reviewing all of this, I'm like, now I'm a happy person. So I like the budget, how it's presented. So it's up to you, Mayor Martinez, and the council to adopt the resolutions as presented by staff, and I'll leave it at that.
Bruce Bayard.
Mayor Martinez, members of the council, my name is Bruce Byert. I'm the chair of Track Trails for Richmond Action Committee. The unfunded or partially funded Point Melati Bay Trail project is an extraordinary project. It will complete 2.5 miles of Bay Trail in Richmond, when Richmond has only 6 miles of gap, almost half the gaps remaining in the city. Not only that, it'll open up an incredibly scenic, culturally rich stretch of shoreline where currently there's no public access except to Point Melati Beach Park. It will literally pave the way for the eventual creation of a regional shoreline park at Point Melati. It has base funding of $2 million and grants awarded more than 4 years ago based on applications that Track prepared for the city. In addition, there's another $3 million from a Chevron utility tax settlement entered into almost a decade ago. But unfortunately, the CIP in tonight's budget shows $1 million shortfall. East Bay Regional Park District Board voted last week to hire a contractor to build the 2.5 miles of trail, including 1.25 miles on the City of Richmond property, which the city would reimburse them for under terms of the cooperative funding agreement. So Track is here tonight to ask you to include in the budget, in the CIP, the additional $1 million that is needed to complete this 2.5 miles of Bay Trail in Richmond and open up this incredibly scenic piece of shoreline for public access and enjoyment, and showcase the Point Melati property for the eventual creation of a regional shoreline park. Thank you very much.
That was our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the online speakers.
And that speaker is Mayeli Rico. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hello, everyone. Mayor, City Council members. My name is Mayeli Rico, and I'm a proud San Pablo and Richmond native. I'm also part of Rich City Rides and a TCC Richmond Rising partner. After spending time away to grow professionally, I felt a strong pull to come back to Richmond, the community that raised me, because this is where my heart is. I returned with a purpose to give back, help, lead, and be a part of creating real change in the community. As many of you know, the e-bike lending library is an exciting initiative that will provide Richmond residents with free access to electric bikes. But it's more than just bikes. It's about breaking down barriers, reducing emissions, and offering hands-on mechanic training through our volunteer training and maintenance or VTM program. Participants will be able to gain hands-on skills and will even earn their own bike upon graduating from the program. Participants will also be able to borrow an e-bike for a short-term or long-term use. This is a powerful step toward equity, access, and climate resilience, but we can't do this alone. So we're asking for your help to close our funding gap and bring this project to life. With your support, we can ensure that this program reaches the people who need it most, our beautiful community of Richmond. So I thank you for your time and for your support.
Thank you. That was the last speaker.
Thank you. Public hearing is closed, and now it is time for questions and comments from council. Councilmember Jimenez?
Thank you so much for the presentation and for putting this, all this information together. I want one of the council members that sent more questions. And we are approving, you are hoping that we are approving this budget tonight. So I am hoping that I have some of the answer for the questions that I already sent to you, especially there are some changes in the capital improvement plan. For instance, in attachment 7, the sanitary sewers wastewater last week was $24.4 million, and now this week is $16.2 million. And I just wanted to say why the huge change. What are the things that we are not going to get done if we approve this project with that amount? My second question, and maybe is on the transportation program. As you know, we have been advocating for a lot of street safety and traffic calming. So I want to know exactly how much budget for the payment we are asking this year. What is the real number? And then what is the total amount for traffic calming? Because what I see is kind of like a reduction of that. And I am a little concerned about that, since this is something that people in, like resident in District 6 all had been advocating for. So questions are more like these are more questions about numbers. But additional questions that I have some are, Solano Avenue has been a street that the community had been advocating about it. When the residents make public comments, there were some comments by Public Works Director about some solutions that they were going to do. So where is that reflected in the CIP? Again, what is the total amount currently allocated to the traffic calming program? What is the allocation for traffic calming improvements on McBride Avenue? And it's particular between 37 and 23, because we are doing a major, and I am really excited about the project that is coming on that street. And so I just wanted to know, like, where in the CIP we will have some allocation for improvements, for example, in McBride from 37 to 23 and Solano Avenue. And then my last question, and I hope that you take note, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to rush. So my last question is about vacancies. On June 6th, I met with Public Works and Deputy City Manager Loshanda, and I got, and Council Member Wilson and I got this chart where it shows that we had 37 vacancies in the department. Hear that, and I am just really glad that 13 of them, especially in the operation and maintenance group, are in the process to be filled. So I would like to have a timeline for that. And then a timeline for how we are going to fill the vacancies. Is like 16 is still in the operation and maintenance group, which are really key for improving the built environment. So it goes from maintenance aid to as maintenance lead worker, equipment operator, electrician to custodial maintenance supervisor, equipment mechanic senior. So these are my questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Jimenez, for those questions. And again, we've compiled responses to many. We'll have a complete list for you by end of day tomorrow. I do have some information for you if you would like.
Yeah, that would be great because we are approving the budget today, not tomorrow. Thank you.
The street paving budget is 9.9 million. That's, in addition to that, the pavement management program is just above 10 million. The traffic calming, I believe we're pulling up those details as we speak. Do you have that?
Can you also explain what is the difference of the pavement management at the street paving so we can also have an idea?
So pavement management is a larger program which includes paving in there. So like the overwhelming majority of the budget, $9.9 million, is for paving. And the additional $100,000, which makes the total budget just above $10 million for that program, is for surface drainage. That is one element which I guess Joseph can probably speak more about it. But overall, the paving management is not about $10 million, but the pavement itself is $9.9 million budgeted for next fiscal year. And I do recall, when I acknowledge Councilmember Jimenez, that you did mention about the change in the capital improvement project budgets overall. So just wanted to state that none of the project budgets was reduced overall. It's just based on the activity in the current year, the current fiscal year for all these projects. That was more than what we initially estimated. So the remaining budget is smaller in the outer year, especially fiscal 25-26. So in other words, it's a good news that these projects are moving faster than what we initially expected. So that's why there is less remaining budget in the next fiscal year. But overall, all project budgets have maintained the same total budget as it was in the previous presentation. So none of the project budget was cut. I just want to state that. But we do have line item by line item answers, responses to your questions ready.
Okay, so can you also say where is the so total for payment is $10 million. Where is that money coming from?
Oh, it's a list of several funding sources. It's also included in the responses that the 11 by 17.
I just want the public to know that this
Absolutely.
money is not coming from the general fund. It's as you mentioned,
Sure.
right?
We can definitely
We
provide.
can read that into the record for you. I also want to give you the response to the traffic calming before Joseph's computer goes to sleep on me. The city council approved a total of $3.3 million to traffic calming program. Of this amount, just over $2 million is allocated in fiscal year 2025-26. Proposed CIP budget, the rest has been either spent or encumbered in the current fiscal year.
And the sources for the paving are as follows, noted under question 28 from last week. Gas tax, 4.3 million. Road maintenance and rehabilitation account from SB1 funds, 3 million. General capital, 1.6. Measure J, 1 million.
Okay, and then the vacancies.
What was the question?
Pardon me, can you restate your question, Councilmember Jimenez?
Yeah, what is the process of the timeline for filling these 13 vacancies that you say that are in the process, and there are going to be still 16 more vacancies in the operation and maintenance, and what is the plan to fill that?
So as was stated earlier, we're The focus right now is on the positions that we think are critical based on the city council policy direction. So that includes facilities maintenance worker, gardeners, groundkeeper, maintenance worker, parks and construction maintenance worker, and tree trimmer. That's based on the city council's policy direction. So what we will do when the city council gets back from recess is we're going to have HR give a presentation on what's required for a position to get hired, because it's not just HR, it's a collaborative partnership between HR and the respective department. So when Sharon is indicating, the director of HR, that an employment list has been provided to the department, that means the department then has to set up and schedule the interviews. So it is incumbent upon the department too, if the vacancies are a priority for them to fill them, that they have to work to schedule the interviews. So it's a team effort that's between the department and HR. And so what we can certainly ask the department to do is to look at their schedules and when they're going to be able to schedule the interviews. Sometimes interviews, depending on the position, there are panels, and they include people from the outside. So Mr. Chavarria can work with Sharon and provide an email to the council tomorrow in writing with his schedule, but that is not something that I, as the city manager or the HR director, can just indicate. It depends on his availability and his respective directors, rather the deputy directors, assistant directors, superintendents, on when they are going to conduct the interviews and make offers.
Thank you. And I think like the last two questions that I have, that I already asked, was Solano Avenue and McBride from 37 to 23rd, and where that could be reflected or is reflected in the CIP.
The Solano Avenue improvements request is funded through the traffic calming 18 locations, and some of those costs have been paid through the traffic safety improvement. That's where you'll see that budget reflected. And then as for the McBride portion, as noted, we did meet with the community maybe about a week ago or 2 weeks ago. At this time, staff is reviewing the request, but there hasn't been funding allocated specifically for McBride between 23rd and 37th. As you know, there's a list of requests that we get through the variety of districts. And but what we can state is this could be covered under the original traffic calming program. However, the current priority for that is to complete the 18 locations and begin work on the next locations, as we discussed in November. I think it was November of 2024, that we're focused on delivering the bicycle and pedestrian action plan. The budget for fiscal year 25-26 does include the bicycle pedestrian action plan program with $100,000, traffic safety improvements with $300,000, and then the neighborhood traffic calming program with another $300,000.
How much? How much?
$300,000. So that will be the continuous effort in fiscal year 25-26 to address similar concerns, to implement the bike ped action plan, traffic safety requests, et cetera.
Okay, and my last question, and I will pass the mic. You mentioned that there is a lot, like in the traffic calming, there is over, I don't know, I already lost count, but that the idea was that you were coming every year with a set of recommendations. When will that list come to the city council for approval?
Oh, so I can come up with
the next one.
Got it. So that, in reality, when we presented that in November, if you recall, we had a slide there that had that 400 plus inquiries. Then the next slide from there was displaying the bike ped action plan that had specifically, I think it was like 100 or 110 identified locations that needed to have pedestrian enhancements for safety. So that plan was adopted in, I believe, sometime in 2023. So the thought process at that time was to proceed with future traffic calming efforts to implement that plan. And so what we're intending to do is to continue to look for grants, continue to find funding sources, and allocate the funds we do have to implement that plan. So that's from that 18 locations. That next phase, the locations are listed in the bike ped action plan, and there's like 110 of them. So staff has already proceeded with design of, I don't know the exact number, but it's more than one and less than 10, if I recall. So, yeah.
Okay, so for the next year, are you going to finish the 110, or how many of them are going to be?
That's a good question. So what you're alluding to actually is the programmatic approach. So the intent here, if you notice, is we're doing our best to kind of, in parallel to the, this budget season, is to then take the programs, define them, and then hopefully, just like we did last fall, present to you guys the first initial and then now define it. And so as you're stating, okay, so there's a bike ped action plan, there's 110 locations. What's the delivery of that, right? Is it a 5-year term, 10-year term? And to be honest, that was a November discussion, I think near Thanksgiving. 5 months later, we're here now, and I think we've made a lot of progress. But to really have a meaningful response, we need more time to say that we'll implement it in X timeframe for X dollars. But we are trying to finish what's currently in our books, in our portfolio, which is the 18 locations, and then continue to move forward with that.
Councilmember Jimenez, what might also be helpful is, as the city council directs new programs, if they're not in-house staff, or if we're asking for professional services, right, then that means that those are resources that wouldn't go to staffing or wouldn't go to the built environment. So it's a balancing act that we're trying to put forward today for the city council to consider. What is the breadth of the programs you want to have, what kind of grant programs, what sort of capital improvements, and then what sort of staffing levels. And so we can certainly make adjustments throughout the year, but at this juncture, we're basically balancing that the council's provided a wide breadth of program direction. And so unless the council wanted to pull back some of that programmatic approach from things that are not per se public works related, we would then be looking for grant funds to continue this work. And that's by and large how public works is funded, primarily through grants.
So I just going to finish with that. So what I understood is that we are in a programmatic approach where the public work is coming back with each program and implementation of, like, by category, what we are going to have and in which year they are deliverables. And that is coming in the fall of this year, right?
Yes, but we don't have $100 million, right, which is what they said they wanted to
Yeah,
fully do.
but it's just for us to just kind of like know and know how much is the gap. That will be great. And what we can deliver with the money that we have for this year, that is what I am asking as well. And then I think to finish, you mentioned that some of these are engineering grants, but when I see the projection for the capital improvement plan in the engineering grants, you mentioned that you are going to have $30 or $29 million for this year or something like that, but then in the next year, like 2026, 2027 to 2029, 30 is zero amount of dollars there. So you are not are you projecting not to have any grants, or you still don't know, and this is why you are not putting it there? Because it's zero. So I just wondering, why is that when you are talking that some of these projects will be funded, particularly by grants?
Yeah,
if there's not revenue currently received, then that's why I would state zero.
It's projections. It's projections. So are you projecting that we are not going to receive any engineering grants?
I answered the question. Thank you.
So, Councilmember Robinson?
Thank you for this report, all the information here. I have a few questions that I wanted to make sure I understood. When looking at the position control list, my first question is just for everyone listening tonight. Can you please make it clear what the difference between the position control list and the actual number of people we plan to hire is?
Yes, so the position control list is all of the positions that the council has authorized that may be considered the whole bandwidth, everything that could be considered. The city council authorized 55 additional positions last fiscal year. And so when the city council finalizes the MOU negotiations that are currently underway for all bargaining units that have contracts expiring, then we will have an opportunity to revisit with the city council what an appropriate level of position control is. I do want to note, though, from 2020, from 21, 22 to the present, we have increased the number of people hired in the city of Richmond by 51. So we're really proud of that accomplishment. It's been a really heavy lift, and that is net. So that doesn't include, obviously, there's been a number of people that have been retired. There's some people that come to the city of Richmond, and we know Richmond, you have to have grit to work here. You've got to really be passionate. You've got to want to serve the community, and so everyone doesn't make it. And so we're really pleased that we've got 51 people net new positions. And so once the MOUs are completed, we'll see if we can get closer to that 700 number. And if there is not a pullback in federal funding that impacts the Housing Authority and the Employment and Training Department, we could conceivably be able to go over that 700 number if revenue continues to increase. But at this juncture, with the information that we have, we think 662 is a good starting place. And then we will continue to incrementally hire for the Community Crisis Response Program, for the Public Works Department, for for public safety, and then also gearing up for new positions that we need for the ALS paramedic program.
And again, just those hires, those priority hires that we just mentioned in Public Works and code enforcement, community crisis response are contingent upon what?
They're contingent upon us, right now, for example, Community Crisis Response, they received 130 applicants for the positions that they have open, and they're scheduling interviews. So those hires are in progress. A lot of times when we hire people, depending on the positions, background checks are necessitated. So that takes a long time.
So it's just the hiring process. There's no other thing stopping from hiring those priority
No,
positions?
and as long as the departments, some departments have completed all the required paperwork to hire positions, and then others have some work they need to do, and so HR is constantly in contact with them. One of the challenges we have, right, is now that we're in a more competitive environment with all of the cities have the same pensions, right? So people will leave and bounce around, just like they do in the private sector or nonprofits. They bounce around between different cities to get promotions and so forth. And because we're more of a smaller mid-sized city, sometimes people leave for other agencies.
Okay, thanks. Thank you for that. I think I understand it better, and hopefully people in the audience understand it better too, that, you know, although we have a whole list of potential positions, the actual positions that we'll be hiring for are these priority positions, and the other ones are contingent upon additional revenue and other economic conditions.
Right, or sometimes there's a retirement, right? And so then we would backfill that position and the like. So those are the sort of the anomalies.
Great. And then the next question I had, again, with the position list, and I just wanted to clarify it, is that in the fire category, the fire department, there was a reduction in positions from 100 positions in 24-25 to 104. This includes sworn and unsworn. If you're only counting sworn, it was 92 positions. Yeah, oh, no, that one's different. So there was that a reduction or an increase?
Well, what happened is we, because the chief and I inherited a situation where we were significantly understaffed. The chief has done a great job of having back-to-back academies. And so what we did was we asked the city council, can we basically over-allocate 8 firefighter positions, right, in the hope, and trainees, and that the hope everyone would make it through the academy. So we're pleased that we had 8 people finish the academy. So then those trainee positions were no longer needed, and now those people, as of Friday, are now officially firefighters. And so what we're hoping to see there is that we can stop so much mandatory overtime, And so that change was because it was a limited request that we had to the city council to allocate all of the additional positions while people were undergoing training.
Right.
And then with the hope that whoever made it through training, we would offer them a full-time position. And so 8 people made it through training.
Right. So we basically temporarily swapped positions.
Right, and then there was a reduction, right?
Right.
Because then you didn't need that many anymore. We basically were accounting for the fact that eventually, not right now, but a lot of the positions in fire, they require training and testing for people to be able to do for promotions. The chief has done a great job of working with HR to do that. And so right now, the new firefighters are now out at the stations getting trained, and then at an appropriate time, the fire chief will then work with HR again, and they will offer additional examinations so people can continue to promote. But that's what we've done with the inspectors, with the fire marshals, and the like, and so we've been very, very focused on making improvements in fire.
And this is that long-term effort to reduce the mandatory overtime.
Yes.
And all of those hours that our fire and our police have been doing. This is a part of that effort to
Yes.
to fill these positions and make it so people aren't forced to work.
Yes, so we don't have to, so people can spend, obviously, there's always going to be some overtime, but for people who really, it's important that people have the option to be able to spend time with their families and, have an improved quality of life. And so we're definitely on that pathway. We're not 100% there yet. We have some vacancies, but we're hoping that we'll have more exams and be able to fill them within fiscal year 25, 26, and 26, 27 for more promotions.
Okay. And then I just want to ask some questions about the Black Resiliency Fund and the funding sources from that. Can I first just ask a question about what is the total fleet budget? Because it's proposed currently that the money that we would have available to use on the Black Resiliency Fund, which we approved last meeting, would come from the fleet budget. And I just want to understand what that total fleet budget would be before the request.
So for now, initial appropriation is $500,000. We are deferring for the same amount a fleet budget until the fall of this fiscal year when the unspent funds become available. The fleet budget, which is vehicle replacement, will be replenished with the unspent funds. And also, we plan on keeping an eye on the Black Resiliency Fund activity in case if there is a time and need, and it could be appropriated up to $1.5 million. And again, will be swapping with the fleet budget, deferring with the fleet budget, and as the one-time funds from the unspent funds become available, that will be replenishing the budget in the fleet, and then hence indirectly the Black Resiliency Fund.
And just again,
11.
The question was just what the total fleet budget is before the money is borrowed from it. What is that total number?
$11,075,420, I believe, on page 12 of 23 in the CIP book. Can
Thanks.
finance verify?
Yeah, I couldn't find it.
Yeah. I just want to double check. Is that correct?
Page 5 of 23.
23, 12 of 23,
That is correct.
attachment 7?
And just for reference, in past years, have we used the entire fleet budget? Has that
We
been a budget that we used?
generally, there's a rollover, so that's why I recommended that particular category in case the city council wants to, in addition to the 500,000, if the city council wants to do the entire 1.5. What tends to happen is that there is a significant increase in the amount of procurement activity that happens toward the end of the fiscal year. So what I would, depending on the outcome of the discussion this evening, we will continue to work on procurement as scheduled. And then in October or thereabouts, we would request that the city council reappropriate funding to backfill whatever is allocated this evening. But I think it is certainly, it will be fine.
So I guess my question is last year, it may be what was the rollover? I'm just, don't want to hurt the fleet budget.
It's getting better. I think in some years.
Do we know what the rollover was
Yeah,
from
it was-
2023, 24?
Yeah,
Or,
it's
I know we're not
can
closed
you
yet
look
in
it
this
up,
year.
maybe? Can you look it up?
We'll get back to you momentarily about that number.
Yeah, it's not, we have the 24, 25, and then the revised. But generally, there is some rollover amount of somewhere, if there's an active year, it's probably around 2 million. If there's challenges with procurement, because sometimes there is a challenge getting the vehicles, or there's a longer lead time to get vehicles, it has been upwards of 6 million.
So it's quite possible to fully allocate the 1.5 million that was voted on positively in the last meeting at this time, so we know we have those funds secured, and then replenish those monies for the fleet at midterm if there is.
Right, I would actually.
With the anticipation that there's probably, most likely, given the past,
Yes,
you know,
we
will
could
be
actually.
rollover.
Yeah, we could actually do it before mid-year. We could probably, I would say it's safe for us to assume we should plan to do it in October. And so that's really not that much time. Between, July and October is not much time. And if that's the direction, we just thought it was important to give the city council an option, right, to sort of think about an incremental approach. But if the desire of the council is to allocate the whole entire 1.5, we can certainly do that.
I would like to request that later on today when we get to the point where we're doing motions, just so that we don't have to go through asking for all of this stuff again.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bana.
Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for an excellent job of balancing the budget. I know it has not been easy. I have some very quick questions and some requests to my fellow council members. So you mentioned auditorium light system has been fixed. Is the sound system in line to be fixed next? Any plans for that?
We have a needs assessment that has identified approximately $9 million. In that, I'd have to take a closer look at specifically your request and how that is phased out. There's a recommendation in this study that was completed, I think, in 2021, and that's what we're pulling the data from.
Okay, I'm not talking about the whole auditorium. If we can make the sound system start working so we can generate money from it, that'd be awesome. Thank you. Do we, by the way,
Mayor, if I may, so as the council's discussing things, we'll basically make a list, right? And so things that could be incorporated this evening, we can certainly do that. We might need a few-minute recess like we discussed earlier, Mayor. But things like this, like for example, the sound system or something like that, we're going to respectfully, we'll call that the parking lot.
yes,
And then
that was for
when-
the parking lot
Yes.
next year or the year after.
Okay, thank you.
But for this year, the ad hoc, the wildfire safety ad hoc brought an item for $200,000 recommended by the fire chief. Is that included in the budget? I'm confused.
That is an item that we anticipate that the fire chief is going to make a presentation when you all get back from recess. And then upon receipt of that presentation, the city council, when they have then all of the recommendations, can determine what an appropriate appropriations would be at that juncture. So it's just not a one-off for just one item, but it's within the context of everything that he's going to present. So we think that'll happen in probably September.
Okay, I was hoping maybe it could happen this summer during the fire season, but.
Well, we did move on some things, right? You heard tonight
Yeah,
that
I appreciate just asking, so it's, it will come up then. I wonder if the city has, I'm sure it has the budget for emergency items, like if there's a sinkhole, if there's landslide. We do have budget for those things, right?
I wouldn't say that we have budget. We have risk reserve set up, but a lot of times what happens is, well, in previous administrations, maybe not anymore, but we would have an opportunity to submit claims for reimbursement. So what would happen is that the city would float the money and then we would apply for reimbursement to the federal or to the state government. With how things are going now, though, I wouldn't assume that that is going to continue. And generally, there is some sort of city match. Or we also have to do, a lot of times if there's an emergency project, there might be supplemental environmental projects that have to happen as a result of an emergency action that has to take place. And maybe, there isn't, CEQA and NEPA might need to have some mitigation measures. And so we've got projects like that where we have to fund those temporary projects.
Thank you. So your answers to one of my questions says Fire Station 63 is pre-development phase. So what timeline are we looking at?
At this juncture, I requested that Public Works put out an RFP for architectural services. We had an on-call list, but we given the ALS and paramedic program that the city has directed, we need to have a further close examination of the fire stations to be able to accommodate that program.
Thank you.
And so pre-development means, like, if you're thinking there might need to be a new station. That's what pre-development means. It means, like,
So
if you're
it's just in
thinking,
the air, nothing on the ground yet.
no. It means that for on the ground, you're starting from scratch.
Okay, that's good. For your information, McBride is not in District 4. And what is Via Verde mitigation? That's in design?
Which slide are you referencing?
I'm looking at the table, answering my questions. It's question number 19, Bana, about CIP projects in District 4. It says number 23049, Via Verde mitigation.
Councilmember Vana, what row number, what line number is it on that table? Which you would-
On that table, it's line number 19.
19.
It's okay.
One
Ken,
moment, please. Everyone's looking.
Okay.
We just have a few pieces of paper,
Sure.
a few spreadsheets, a few munis reports.
So the Via Verde mitigation project is the creek restoration and flood risk reduction project. It's mitigation conditions set
Excuse
upon.
me, could you speak a little louder? It's,
All right. So the creek restoration and flood risk reduction project is a mitigation project that is set upon the city by regulation agencies for the Via Verde slope stabilization project from 2017.
What year?
So I think
So-
there's a timeline here that.
So,
perhaps-
Councilmember Bonner, that's an example of when I was talking about earlier where we had to do an emergency repair because there was a sinkhole, right? And so the regulatory agencies came back and said, oh, the city didn't do X or Y, so then we had to do mitigation measures. So this budget that's under number 19 is a result of those mitigation projects that have to be funded for work that was already completed. So the federal government, like
It
if you.
says design.
Yes, but so I'm going to try again. So a project was completed, emergency project, there was repairs, there was a sinkhole, right? After the sinkhole was repaired, the federal agencies, none of us were here, came back and said, you need to do A, B, C, and D, right? So that is what is on the spreadsheet. We have to,
okay.
those.
Leftovers of that
Yes, those
project
are
on the
mitigation measures, right, that need to be completed as a result of a project that was done essentially as a result of an emergency.
Is it in the parking lot?
We can have Darcy send you the entire council, but send the information on that particular project, but it should also be on the CIP website.
Okay, very good. And now I would like to bring to the attention of my colleagues and make a request, please. I would like to inform everyone that District 4 does not have any bike lanes. It does not have any park with bathrooms. There's Cheese Park, which is a sort of community park, and it has a porta potty. I would like to request budget for having a bathroom in Cheese Park, would be the first one in District 4. I also would like to ask the dog park assessment that's included for $35,000 to be moved into the front row of the parking lot if possible. So whenever the money is available, we can have that done. And finally, there's a note that El Sobrante Stroll could be budgeted from the events budget, so the money's there. I would like to ask my colleagues to please approve that. I know the mayor says it's not being held in the city, but the city residents benefit from that. tens of thousands of people come to El Sobrante Stroll every year. The city provides budget and grants to ECIA, I believe, goes to centers that are not located within the city, that are in the county, but do service Richmond residents. Similarly, I would like to request El Sobrante Stroll to be budgeted because it's the only community event in District 4. It gives us a sense of identity as a community. It's very important for us. So in summary, let's have budget for a bathroom in Cheese Park this year, please. Bring dog park into the front row of the parking lot and approve the budget for El Sobrante Stroll. I'm pleading with my colleagues to please consider that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Wilson.
Thank you for all the work that goes into this budget. I wanted to sort of focus a little bit more on the staffing, which several of my colleagues have also raised the issue. And so I do want to, in fairness and accuracy, acknowledge that I do appreciate that there's 51 more filled positions than were filled in 2022. So that's a great statistic. And I also hear and appreciate that there is quite a bit of hiring that is currently in place, including in the sort of departments that I and others have flagged, including Public Works that works on the sort of built environment in our city, which needs more attention. And, sort of my sort of impetus for raising this is that one of the things that is true and that the city manager has praised the council and staff for is that Richmond has improved its revenue situation quite a bit over the last 5 years. I did some back of the napkin calculations and I think we have about 58% more revenue than we did 5 years ago, and that's not including the the settlement funds that we received from Chevron. That's just things like Measure U and getting rid of swaps and improving our credit ratings, et cetera, that we have more revenue. And one of the things I think that is important is that we do more as a city council to make sure that the city services are 58% improved as well. And I think staffing is a really key part of that, which is why I want to sort of drill down a little bit more. I think one of the things that I have learned, or definitely one of the things that I've learned through this budget session this season, is that I think there's the way that Richmond communicates its current staffing situation and its staffing goals is a little too confusing. I think it's not really clear. It's barely clear to us on council. I don't think it's clear to employees. It's certainly not clear to the community that we have a position control list with 800 positions, but no intention of filling 800 positions. And one of the things I'm also learning is that when we say that we have a 9.7% vacancy rate, which would mean filling about 720 positions in the next budget year, it sounds like we don't really have a plan to do that as well. I appreciate the city manager's honesty is that she says we're currently, I think if I heard it right, at 662, which is about a 20% vacancy rate, and that she can't give us a number of how many positions we'll fill until after the end of negotiations, but it sounds like if things go well, it's more like 700, which I haven't done the percentage on that yet, but that's a higher than a 9.7% vacancy rate. And so I completely understand the financial reality that we have this position control list, which is more positions than the city could afford to fill. So I'm not advocating here to fill all 800 positions. But one of the things that I want to raise tonight, and I'm not sure if this is something that is appropriate for a budget conversation or is something that needs to be agendized maybe for next week's meeting, is that I want to talk about having a quarterly report. There was a terrific annual report having to do with vacancies that I think kind of these things that I'm saying now are only clear to me because we've gotten good information from staff, including that vacancy report at the start of the month, which was an annual report. So what I would like to ask for is a similar, I have my full amendment here, but I guess I want to sort of start off by saying this is my first budget season, so I don't know if this is a place in this process to talk through this amendment that I'm looking for that would require a quarterly report. And just so that people know what I'm talking about when I say a quarterly report, it really reflects what we saw in that annual report. It's like information on the number of hires, number of promotions, number of positions added, number of vacancies. And that way we will have sort of a more up-to-date sense of how close we are to that 9.7%, which we are setting as a goal, or which we are funding. That is the funding that we are approving in this budget. And so I guess that's, I mean, is that a question for you, city manager? Is that your
Well, what
sense
I
of-
would say is that, so I appreciate the question. And one, I inherited this opportunity around the position control list, the way that it is now. So I agree that it's not an optimal situation. What I can say is that we have currently, based on the number of positions that we have filled, that we think that a good goal would be for us to work towards hiring 38 more people. And that's because in RHA and in employment and training, we don't know what the funding looks like for those positions. So we want to make sure that if the city council elects to want to maintain and continue those programs, that we have some buffer to do so, right? And then we also want to have some buffer because we've got negotiations in progress. So that means we have 38 positions left. So if the city council were to ask me today, right now, which is what I feel like you've done, so I want to make sure I articulate this more clearly, that if you have 38 positions remaining, that we would, we'd have 8 or 9 for CCRP. We'd have, probably 20, somewhere between 20 to 22 for RPD. And then we'd have, 11 to 13 for Public Works. And the reason I give a range is because at any given time, we're not going to be able to fill all the PD positions, but we have to keep them open. It's contractually required. They have minimum staffing. So I think if the council wants to, we have a finite amount of staffing in HR. They deal with a litany of opportunities, which we would be happy to discuss with you all in closed session. That is well beyond just dealing with hiring. A litany of things, lots of opportunities here. So if the council would like them to, instead of doing, a report, every 6 months, to spend time reporting quarterly, they can certainly do that. But I do want the council to know, then that would be taking time away from actually doing the hiring because we have a finite amount of people. So my recommendation would be that we do it every 6 months, because the HR director does come monthly and provide an update on the hiring. It's just, it doesn't have all of the data. And so my recommendation as a starting point would be every 6 months, and we see how that goes. But if the council wants to have it quarterly, you can certainly do that, but just be aware that it will have an impact on the actual hiring that takes place.
So one of the reasons why I do think it's important to do it quarterly is that so again, we're approving a budget that right now funds positions up to a 9.7% vacancy rate. And I appreciate your specificity here. You said you think you can get 38 more positions hired, bodies in roles, which would get us up to 700 filled positions, which is a 12.5% vacancy rate. Sort of, in the neighborhood of a 9.7. But the reason that I want to have this regular report is, if you remember, I think what was supposed to happen this fiscal year is a 6.7% vacancy rate was what was the funding was done, and then the actual vacancy rate for the whole year was 18%. And so I really think it's important that, at least for the next couple of years, that we keep a closer and more frequent eye on the discrepancy between those two numbers.
Yeah, so we can certainly.
And I realize it's work.
No, we're happy to do it. We just also then, when the city council, it would be helpful for there to be a corresponding decrease in the request for new programs, right? Because every time we fund something, or we ask for a new initiative, or we ask for new funding, then that means that's drawing time and resources away from hiring to then to do special programs.
Yeah.
So I know that you hear me because we've talked about this, right? But we talked about having this conversation at the dais, so then the city council can think about if we do want to have a concerted effort on hiring, then that means then if there's requests for new things, then then also what's happening is your unspent funds, the council has been allocating those things
Correct.
to the built environment to
Right.
pay down unfunded liability.
Yeah.
And so the thinking would be that that funding is going to decrease.
Correct.
So then the number of special projects the council could
Correct.
request would need to also decrease to take into consideration that you're going to continue to have less and less unspent funds over time.
Right, and so I think that's a great point to make is that I think one of the things that is going to be a consequence of this is that if we take more of what we budgeted for staffing and put it towards staffing, the flip side of it is there will be a smaller surplus. So we all pat ourselves on the back when there's a nice juicy surplus at mid-year or at the end of the year. That number could and I think should get smaller. Okay, I'll stop. Wait, well, I mean, I wanted to make I guess I wanted, I ask the city attorney if I'm allowed to make a motion?
I think that when there's the final motion, we can have it, but I understand and accept the council's direction to have a quarterly report and that there will be a corresponding decrease in other programs and hiring.
And can I send you what I think should go in the quarterly report? I just spent some time on that, and you can incorporate
Yeah, that's
it.
fine.
Okay,
I mean, and
great.
I think it would be helpful, though, on these sorts of things, if, like, the HR director can look at it and
Yep.
say, oh, yes, we can easily do
Let me-
this.
let me send it.
Or if it's going to take somebody manually,
No.
counting widgets, we would want the council to know that.
I will send it right now. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
In terms of making a motion, I think many of us will have items that we want to include, and after everyone has had a chance to express what their wishes are, what their concerns are, then I'll give everyone another 5 minutes to work through the budget we want to hopefully be able to agree upon. So, Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for all the great projects. The presentation was really great. There's a lot of work, and I think it goes, sometimes not said, but thank you. If you can go back and thank the Public Works team, they're here somewhere. With all the paving, people have definitely seen the progress. And I know that you've done more than what's on paper, because you're taking requests on one-offs as well if there's an emergency, so thank you for that. So I wanted to start off with that. With that also, for the street lights, I know there's a budget in there, and I'm trying to figure out what they all are. Is that appropriation going to be moving towards solar? Are they going to be for current lights? Do we know how the money is going to be used towards lights?
I believe the street lights that were being referenced is for the project, the Dornan Tunnel Lighting Project. I believe that's one of the projects there. I think that's what, is that the question?
Yeah, there's a couple line items, and yeah, so about $500,000 is for Dornan Drive, I see that one there. But there's a couple other million for lights, and I wasn't sure that was for general city lights, and I know that we're working towards solar. There's a lot of streets.
So there's 3 under the street light program, that's what you're referencing?
Yeah.
Oh, got it, great. So we already spoke about the Dornan Tunnel Lighting. The next one is Richmond Art and Lighting. So those are 3 underpasses that we have. It's a art-based project with a lighting component. That's moving forward as well. And then the street light master plan, that's essentially doing the assessment for the city for the next steps so that we can then go towards that programmatic approach to then state, how much it would cost to then have adequate lighting for the city and respective to specific projects.
So I'm sorry, so that was the street light program, number 37, that says currently unfunded. It's about $3 million. I guess my question more than, it might be, an easier way to ask this maybe, what are we appropriating towards lighting for all the lights that are needed around the city that are out? For example, Canal, Richmond Parkway, and I'm sure other places in the city as well.
Can you go on to your next question while staff research that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Then I'll continue with lights.
I was going to say, no more lights on, Councilmember Cepeda.
No lights on, I can turn the lights off. The other one is for the $300,000 for the Marina Bay lighting. And I'm wondering if that's coming out of their LMD, because they are a lighting district.
Okay, we'll keep going and then.
We'll keep going on that there. And I think you answered the Richmond Art and Lighting, then moving over to art from the lighting. we had appropriated some funding before for the arts corridor.
Yes.
And is that on here? I just
The
didn't see it.
200,000 is in the budget, and
Yes, the original appropriation the council made in fiscal year 24-25 was $250,000. $50,000 the Department of Economic Development expects to be encumbered and expended in this fiscal year 24-25. The remaining, which is the balance of about $200,000, is budgeted in fiscal year 25-26.
It's perfect. I just didn't see it in there when I searched for art, but you're saying it's in there somewhere.
It is in the Department of Economic Development budget. Since you're not seeing all the other line items, so it's one of those.
Thank you. Just want to make sure. Okay. And then just to make sure that I am understanding these great charts, when it says we are proposing for 25-26, that means that that project is going to get started in 25-26? What is, once we move it under that item, what does that mean?
So which chart particularly are you referring to?
Which attachment, Vice Mayor?
It's the...
Is the staff report?
Attachment 7.
Attachment 7, okay.
Yeah, so I'm just looking at a random page 14, for example, because they all say it. So fire vehicles, propose 25-26, 7.2 million, for example, right?
That means that that's how much we're hoping is able to be spent. And if it isn't all spent, then it rolls to the next fiscal year if it's in the CIP budget, unless the council reappropriates the funding.
Okay, so but does that, so that one is more of a purchase, so maybe,
No, but it takes a lot of time and a lot of work.
No, I know. So, but if it's a project, like the ADA rehab for Booker T. Anderson, 485, for example, does that, I guess what I'm asking is, because we're appropriating for 25-26, does that mean that we now have that money in there, should we approve the budget?
Yes.
Then the project can begin that year?
Yes, or it's already begun. That is the amount that is proposed to be appropriated to be expended in 25-26. It may have started already, and part of it already is expended in the current year or the prior fiscal years.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
And then, Vice Mayor, if we may, the Director of Public Works can answer your lighting questions.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, City Council members. For the record, my name is Daniel Chavarria, Public Works Director. And the only reason why I'm here is I like to be on the podium, this podium here. Unfortunately for me, I have the perfect height to have the top of this glass, so I have to either bend like this or... So
that's why I asked for the piece of wood removed.
The perfect height there. So to answer your questions, and actually I think it could answer some of the other questions from the City Council members. As everybody can see, City Council members have different specific concerns, right? For some of you, it's traffic calming, traffic safety. For some of you, it's fire prevention. For some of you, it's street lighting or paving, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So what we did last year was, okay, let's put together all the wish lists. And we came up with a round number of $100 million every year that we need to cover all the wish lists. But we don't have $100 million. So we have less than that. So the question is, when we come back in the fall with our first draft of the programmatic approach, we're going to come back and tell you, well, we're going to fine-tune that $100 million to, is it really 100? Is it 120? Is it 95? I mean, we don't know yet. I mean, our best guess at this point, or our best estimate, no guess, is $100 million. So we'll come back, we'll tell you, is this much in this program, and it's going to start a process in which the City Council will guide us and give us direction of, okay, maybe we cannot put $3 million in street lighting in the city. We may be able only to put 1.5. Maybe we cannot put $6 million in traffic calming every year. Maybe we can put $3 million. So that's something that's what we as a staff expect from the City Council, to give us that direction that adds up to the actual numbers that we have. And of course, that also is going to give us an idea what type of grants we're going to look for, because we might be able to cover half of that. But what about the other half? Maybe we can find 25% more with grants. But now we're going to be laser focused on what type of grants and for what reasons we're going to be applying for. We're not going to be wasting time in grants that, oh, it's good here, but yeah, it's not part of our plan. I mean, let's not distract ourselves with other grants if we know this is what we need. So the streetlights, as you asked, right now we don't have any. We don't have any budget. What we do is we replace as we can with our operating and maintenance budget, and or we repair. But we don't have a specific amount. That's what we're bringing the programmatic approach to ask for, and we're talking about right now $3 million. So that's a conversation that is going to be very interesting, and it's going to give the staff also like a commitment that we know, okay, we can count now for the next 5 years or 10 years for $3 million in streetlights, just to give you an example. Now we can plan. Now we can look for contracts for a specific amount of times that give us an economy of scale, and now we can coordinate with the other programs and leverage the funds of each program. But without that commitment, we're going on a year-by-year, CIP by CIP basis that it takes a lot of energy, a lot of resources, and it makes it more expensive. So we'll be able to come back with that program in the fall. And we are right now, as Joseph mentioned, we are in the preparing the master lighting plan for the city. That is going to be our guideline for how we're going to invest any funds that the city council will appropriate or allocate for the street light program. And more specific details about the lighting plan, I mean, we can provide, but I think we can leave it for another time too. But if you have questions about the specific master lighting plan, I have the city engineer with me, Mr. Robert Armijo, in case you have any questions.
Thank you. Thank you for that. All right. Thank you for taking into consideration the race crosswalks for Washington Elementary. That was one of the notes from last time, so I saw the note there, so I want to thank you for that. We had discussed in the past, and hopefully I think it's been in front of the council here, the lease for the police department. And in there, one of the items that's very costly, but if we move forward with the lease, is the police lockers. I've noticed that there's no funding for it, so I'm not sure if it's tied to the lease agreement. Is there any?
We can look into that and add that in our follow-up responses to the council.
Okay, thank you. And then in terms of the 38 positions, I want to make sure that I'm clear. Is there going to be 38 additional new positions, or is it going to be a combination of new and backfill? At the end of the year, where are we counting
When you
from?
say backfill, can you elaborate on how you're defining that?
Yes, if somebody leaves the city or somebody retires. So if somebody leaves the city, is that part of the 38 that we're going to try to fill, or is that now 38 plus 1 because that person left or retired?
That's a really good question. I think it depends on how many retirements we have, right? Like if there's 5 retirements, then, we can probably absorb that, right? But if we had 25 retirements, right, that might not be, we might not be able to fill all of those. Just because in terms of like bandwidth to actually, because when we hire a person, we have to onboard them, we have to train them, they have to go to training, there's a series of steps. So I think, sounds like the council wants quarterly reports, and so we'll outline that in the quarterly reports. For example, if there's 25 police officers that retired, that takes a lot of time to onboard 25 police officers versus if we, maybe for a different department that has different onboarding processes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so when I said 38, that's our initial target goal, but it will be adjusted based on what the actual positions are and what the other requests are in the Department of HR from the council.
So then potentially we won't be adding more than 38. But
we will certainly try,
We'll try.
but it depends on what happens. Like right now, for example, if we had 25 people leave and if we're saying 38, that would be 63 positions. We can talk to HR and see if they have capacity to hire 63 positions. I don't know that they do, right? Because that would be 10% more people than we have now. To train 10% of the organization all simultaneously or incrementally throughout the year, That would be an extremely heavy lift, but maybe they can do it.
But one of the-
There's ways that they're using NeoGov and things like that to make the onboarding process smoother and faster. So I think this will just necessitate more collaboration between IT and HR, and trying to streamline those processes.
Because it sounds like maybe, because what I hear from the community, and I believe from my colleagues and others, we need more staff. We want more services. The city, the residents want more services, or they want just services in general. So it sounds like maybe one of the priorities might be to hire an HR. So then that way we have the base where to start from, so they can hire more people.
Yeah, well, we are pretty full in HR. I mean, relative to other departments in terms of like vacancies, you know, they have less vacancies than, say, the city attorney's office. But if that's what the council's interested in focusing, we certainly can.
Thank you. So I'm just hearing maybe that's where the bottleneck might be.
Yeah, I
to
mean,
get us
but
there.
the process in terms of PD, CCRP, and Public Works, right? Getting those three, focusing on those three, that is what we've committed to doing. And then the other positions will be on a case-by-case basis, depending on if there's retirements and depending on how the negotiations shaked out. And it also depends on revenue, right? So these are all revenue projections, right? So if the revenue starts to decrease, we will let the council know that, and then we will need to have, you know, some discussions around what the council may want to decrease expenditures on.
Thank you. And then there's a couple of, as we're prioritizing, trying to figure out the departments or the groups that have minimum staffing requirements. Are we taking that into consideration too? I
Yeah,
know
that's public
RPD,
safety.
But fire
It's
as well?
Police and fire. Yeah,
Okay.
so fire is now good.
Okay.
Still a little room for improvement, but significantly better than police.
Okay, thank you. And then just a comment in regards to the unspent funds. It definitely feels nice to have a little bit of chunk of money in the middle of the year that says, oh, we have unspent funds, we can do extra projects. It feels good, but at the same time, want to make sure that we're not sort of putting the horse before the cart and that we're providing the resources to the staff, that they have other colleagues that they can rely on to do the work, and not just saying, now we have more projects, because more money for more projects, but less staff, we're going to have less staff because they're going to leave. So how do we put
Yeah,
the
I mean,
right
historically, like
pony
in
in
Public
front?
Works, you know, I had a really nice conversation with the former Public Works Director, and I don't think this was optimal, but, you know, there used to just be one Public Works Director. Now Daniel has himself and 7 other people, like in the leadership realm. And so now we need to have a corresponding increase in number of people. We've started increasing the number of direct line staff, but that's where we really need to focus, is on folks that are providing direct service.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you.
Councilmember Brown, did you have any questions, comments?
Yes, thank
All
you
right.
so much.
Sure.
Thank you for the presentation, really great, and thank you for incorporating everything all over the weeks that we've been asking you all to include in
welcome.
answering all these questions. I do have 2, though, regarding the gender-based violence allocation that we were requesting. I see that it is going to come from, that is proposed to come from the fleet budget.
Yes.
But I also see the asterisks where it says that the city currently covers Family Justice Center building rent for the same amount. And so I'm wondering, is there a possibility to waive those costs so we can free up that?
We pay for debt service.
Uh-huh.
So we were a critical partner. It's just also just next fiscal year and in the subsequent quarters, when we do the HR reports, we'll start having the departments report on their accomplishments. I do it annually and post it on the city's website. But part of it is just making sure that the community is clear that we've made a commitment to supporting the work of the Family Justice Center, and that's like a key best practice around violence and gender-based violence and mitigating that. And so it's important that we make sure that we are acknowledging that great work is happening with a lot of system partners. And so it's just so the council knows that it's happening.
Okay.
So this investment is that the council, the motion was a little unclear, that And so what we as staff are suggesting is that there could be another appropriations for $100,000, but that would be in addition to what you're already doing versus like, it's not like starting something new. The council's already been making an investment. So this would be an additional investment.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Also, last meeting, the mayor mentioned including some of our annual events. That's not included in the festivals. So I just I didn't see that reflected, so I wanted to know, will there still be an opportunity to include some of our annual events, like such as the Gun Violence Summit and so forth?
Ms. White has been working and helping manage that list that we presented to council last week. And so if you give us a moment, we can pull up what we presented at the last meeting and pull up the attachment and then go through what is in the budget. And if the council would like to add something, that's, subject to your
I
discussion
mean,
this
in the
evening.
interest of time, we could do that at a later date. I just wanted to see if we were, or to ask if we were going to still include some of our annual events, if there's cushion to do so.
What would be optimal actually would be for the council to decide this evening, so then it doesn't have to come back again. For discussion, and then that way city staff can clearly communicate what the expectations are to the organizations around how to obtain their funding after the meeting that happens with council, where we outline what the criteria are going to be moving forward. So it would be helpful to have the discussion this evening about what the council wants to fund for fiscal year 25-26 instead of in terms of events and festivals.
Okay, great, thank you. And that's all.
Okay, thank you. I'm happy to see that we have 500,000 for Parchester.
Mayor, if I may, did you want Deputy City Manager White to answer Councilmember Brown's question about festivals and events now? Or how did you want to? That's what I was.
Actually, she can answer it after I ask my question, because my question.
Dovetails?
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
dovetails. Yeah, so anyway, I was saying, I'm glad to see 500,000 going to Parchester for their infrastructure issues with flooding. I was curious if more is needed, how do we allocate that money?
At this juncture, that 500,000 was for the study that the council directed. And so upon receipt of the recommendations from the study, we would need to ask the council for some policy direction, and we probably would need to come up with a financing strategy to implement the improvements. We anticipate that they may be more than what we can just cover in terms of cash outlay. We may need to do a general obligation bond or something of that magnitude.
Okay, and then my other question, I was looking for the ciclavia. I did not see it. Did I miss it, or is it in there somewhere?
I believe that the thinking is that is staff time. There was not, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that it was a direction for staff time, but there wasn't an appropriation in terms of beyond staff time. So my understanding is that there is policy direction for staff to come back with recommendations, and then that would happen, it was approximately a year from when it was brought to the council.
Okay, so then if we, or when we do it, it would happen next year, not this year.
Right, it's on the calendar to come back to the council currently.
Right. And then that brings me back to gender violence and gun violence. I think that's a major issue here in the city of Richmond, and I would like to see some funds going towards organizations that address that issue.
It might be helpful, and I'm not sure if Sam Vaughn is here in addition to Deputy City Manager White, but there is a lot of work that ONS does do to fund. And so we would be happy to have them provide background information on that, and then they could also, it may be helpful to the council when you come back in August. That might be one of the earlier groups that the council may want to speak to. We've been doing new council member orientations, so we've been prepping the new council members on sort of the depth and breadth of the programming that's offered, but we could certainly do it for the whole council starting in August. And maybe we could do it monthly.
Okay. And I think that is critical knowledge for us to have. But if we sense that there was more that needed to happen, where might that money come from?
Well, sometimes there's opportunities that ONS and, for example, employment and training, they apply for grants. There's also the Department of Children and Youth, and so sometimes ONS or a respective departments can partner with a nonprofit and apply for ECIA and Department of Children and Youth funding. And so that's been one of the primary ways that a lot of the work has been funded and through grants.
Okay, thank you. So now we come to the part, oh, I'm sorry.
And reimagine, Mayor, if I may, and then also the council's investment, which is, we showed this evening a little bit over $9 million in reimagining public safety. That is also where the council's primary directive has been. And so one strategy and approach could be for the council to consider modifying those categories and in terms of, sort of what's done and to make them a little bit broader.
Okay, thank you.
Unless you want, or as the status quo is, would be just for us to remove funding from fleet.
Okay. Councilmember Robinson, you have 40 seconds.
Okay, quick. Can you clarify for me what is included in the CPI line items for the three fire stations, 67, 63, 66? It says improvements for 63 and 66, and I just want to understand what that means.
Okay, we will answer that question. Do we, while the staff is looking that up, Mayor, can we have DCM White, who's in the audience and wants to come up, I see.
And City Manager, should we bring up a slide on screen?
Can you confirm with Ms. White? She's right behind you.
She
Thank you.
did confirm that.
Okay.
Yeah. So KCRT, can you please bring up the slide 68? That is after the thank you towards the back.
Can you just go straight to 68 and then put it on? Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, LaShonda White, Deputy City Manager for Community Services. As City Manager Curl mentioned, the festival budget is...
KCRT, can you please go to slide 68?
It's a festival slide, sorry. Please go one slide back.
Thank you, KCRT.
I knew that was going to happen.
They're amazing.
It's like clockwork.
They are.
Yes.
Thank you. I can't see it, but it's correct. No, I just can't see it, but I'm going to come over there because even though I have glasses on, I need help. Hold on. Woo! I was
Mubin, you don't want to give up your seat, I see.
My goodness. Okay. So what you see here is what was included in the current fiscal year 24-25 budget. These are the festivals that and events that the city funded or sponsored. And then the proposed budget for 25-26 is listed here. I am not sure what events or festivals or things that the city council wants to see that is not included in this list, but I'm happy to answer any questions around that. For right now, the gun violence initiative and any work around gun violence reduction is not included in this budget. As you all heard, the funding for the reduction for gender-based violence is included in the budget. So if there are any questions around what's included and what's not included, I'm happy to answer any questions around that.
Are you finished?
Just one last thing before I go. Arborist Day, it's Arbor Day, not Arborist Day.
We thought we fixed it.
Yep, nope, no.
Thank you.
Thank you, though.
We
And
do appreciate
also,
arborists.
Arbor Day and Taste of Richmond were both co-sponsored by the City of Richmond in 24-25. We weren't listed in the budget, but they've been funded out of the city department for many years.
That is accurate.
Yeah,
We
so
have
I just want to
found
make sure
ways.
that people know that.
Yes, so the thought was that we would bring all of the funding. So for example, let's use Taste of Richmond as an example. So instead of that $20,000 sitting in the economic development budget, it would now be removed from economic development and it would sit in the City of Richmond festivals and events budget. And then it would have the criteria that would come back to the city council for allocation along with everything else. So then that way there's real transparency around what are all of the great things that the City of Richmond is partnering on to host in our community.
All right. Councilmember Jimenez, you have 49 seconds.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's good to know that it's not like we are no funding the work of gun violence. We had the Office of Neighborhood Safety. We had double the budget of the Office of Neighborhood Safety. Because of that, they got $6 million from the state on top of that, and they had been funding really great organizations throughout the city that had been working on that. So I just feel like there is a little bit of more information that needs to happen, because we cannot say we are not doing that when we have a great program.
Completely
and a great-
agree.
Yeah.
I
so-
completely agree. Yes, the Office of Neighborhood Safety is doing amazing work through the Reimagining Public Safety recommendations. That budget was doubled, so now they have 18 FTEs. And so we're really happy about that. They've been able to expand their scope, so they're not just doing intervention, they're doing more prevention work. They're in the schools, they're working with Latinx population, they're working with the unhoused population. They're also working with women, so we have women cohorts and not just male. So they have definitely expanded their work and are definitely stretching. And then, of course, we are also doing our community crisis response work. And as part of what the work that ONS does to support gun violence reduction, which is why when the City Council added $50,000 to the budget in this fiscal year to support gun violence reduction work, it sat within ONS. But as shared, ONS does provide funding, and you all heard it tonight from Larry Lewis with our PAL. They are part of one of the organizations, the nonprofit organizations that are funded through the CalVIP work, where the funding is held by ONS, also RISE, and I'm forgetting the other one. But the ONS does support other local nonprofit organizations, including some of the ones that you all are familiar with that do this work every day. To continue to provide gun violence reduction. But I assume that the conversation was about maybe that dedicated $50,000 or something very similar to that was provided in the current fiscal year budget that was not included in next year's proposed budget.
And Mayor, if I may just clarify that the Family Justice Center, we've paid the debt service, and so now what we do is we pay the maintenance. And so we'll provide the city council, we'll try to see if we can find it in the administrative record, the amortization schedule, because that's, again, another really good way that we've partnered and built out a facility in the community.
Right. And I do want to praise the work that they do. I'm aware of the counseling and the healing process they provide for the victims of violence, gender violence, sexual violence, gun violence. So they do provide a fantastic service. So I just want to make sure that we not only uplift the work that they do, but that we expand it in as many areas as we can. So at this point, I think we're ready to begin, I guess, the sausage making, for lack of a better word. So,
Can I ask a question about the events? Before the sausage making? Because she brought up the budget thing that.
we've already had that discussion, so I don't know what else you need to know other than what's on there.
I can email them, just the numbers were different than last time they gave us the numbers.
They're different.
Yes, from 135 to 145 is what they showed. And
Okay, so.
but I'll email them.
Okay, I guess I don't have the current numbers here. Okay, so would anyone like to make a motion?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
The city manager said they're willing to look into, adding or modifying things. And I made a specific request that there would be considered an annual budget for El Sobrante Stroll. I would like to request a very modest budget of $2,000 a year, even though every other event gets $7,000, to make sure it goes through annually. And if the city manager and the finance team could find the budget for a bathroom in Cheese Park, and also putting the other $35,000 in the parking lot would be great.
Okay, you asked for three things there, and I think if we're going to consider them, we should.
I make it two, I make it
Well,
two.
No,
Also,
three things is fine. What I'm saying is that we need to consider them separately. Otherwise, you might have them all voted down because someone doesn't like one of them.
okay,
And I think we should, trying to think of how best to do this. And I'm thinking maybe make a list of everything that needs to be, make a list of everything that, make a list of all the alterations that we want to make to the budget so that we can consider them one by one and come up with an altered budget.
Make a comment?
Yes? Mhm.
So I do feel like we, at this point, on the last day of considering the budget, that it's a hard moment to add full new CIP projects that haven't been scoped or considered or anything like that. I'm thinking specifically of the Cheese Park project, not that it's a bad project, but that we need to figure out what that scope is. Like, usually there's a progression of how you kind of move a project into queue. Like first we need to figure out, like do some initial design and research and figure out how much cost we're talking about and then figure out where it would come from. I think just saying to allocate budget now, we don't even know how much. We don't know. I feel like it's a little, we need to go through a different cycle.
I think that this is a conversation that we have when it's on the parking lot. We take it off the parking lot, put it on the list of things that we're going to discuss and vote on. And the conversation that you just had is a conversation that we will have when that item makes it off the parking lot into the queue that we're considering. So I agree with you.
Mr. Mayor, can I make a suggestion? Can we ask the Public Works Director at least give us a rough estimate for the design this year and then maybe implementation next year? Is that doable?
Right now, we're making a list of items to consider.
For this year or for parking lot?
No,
For your information, I've been asking for this item for 3 years. I've sent emails repeatedly.
We're making a list to consider. Right now, all these items are on the parking lot. So we're going to make a list so that we know what is on the parking lot so that we can consider them one by one as we consider altering the budget that is presented by staff.
Okay.
Okay, so I will begin at this side.
Can I get a point of clarification?
Sure.
I just want to figure out, so if we're adding more items, are we giving ourselves kind of a target of can't be more than 5 million or something? Or if we're going over into the millions, are we going to remove from others? What are?
No, under half a million.
No, I think that all of us have the ability to consider what is doable. And so if we put an item on for $5 million, it's going to get a no vote. So I mean, we're all reasonable and we will be able to decide whether or not something is doable. And so when you put your item on, make sure that it's an item that could possibly get enough votes to pass.
Can I?
And I want to start at this side and move this way. So did you have a question of clarification?
Yeah, I think I don't know if just putting us list of desire at the last minute of this process is the right thing to do. I think we had since May or before that start pushing for projects to be in the CIP and things like the Black Fund or things like the Pogo Park. All of that was discussed and come out with this final budget. I think if we want to have new projects, I think let's do the process of getting into the CIP at least on the and the unfunded part to be able to have a vote here and allocate, and then let the staff allocating money. But this wish list that we are trying to make right now, I don't think is the good process for that. I feel like this is a good budget that we have been is presented. For me, what I want to make sure is that we hire the personnel that is needed and that we had been promised. We are approving a budget with 9.7% of vacancy, increasing it from last year. So I just want to make sure that what we are approving here is not something new that is just coming out of this conversation tonight.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, may I clarify, please? It's important. I've been asking for this for 3 years.
We understand that. So what I'm hearing is that, and I will make the motion, I will make a motion to approve the budget as is. Do I have a second?
Excuse me, can we give the city manager a chance to talk? I mean, you
Excuse me,
said,
through the chair, please.
may I? Please?
I'm asking for a second. So,
I'll second so we can continue the debate.
I'd like to
Okay.
make a friendly amendment.
May I?
I'll second.
Can we at least ask the city manager or public works director how difficult the process is? You say the process is difficult. Maybe it's not that difficult. Maybe they can break it down into, allocating, I don't know, $50,000.
I'd like to
for-
second with a friendly amendment, if I could. And
you
the
may.
friendly amendment would be to request that the full funding for the Black Resiliency Project be allocated from the fleet budget now and then replaced when we get to midterm review with unspent funds.
Just for clarification, I think the motion was seconded by Councilman Cepeda. So you're maybe making an amendment.
Yes, a friendly amendment, if I could. That is my friendly amendment, yes.
I'll take your friendly amendment.
Mayor?
I second this.
Can I make a friendly amendment to make sure that the quarterly report is part of this budget approval, that we are going to have quarterly report of the vacancies?
Yes.
As Councilmember Wilson has said?
Yes, Mayor, we need.
May I make a friendly amendment too?
Wait. Through the chair, please.
Mayor,
Yes.
through the chair, please. So yes, we can do the quarterly reports. So on slide 14, that's where we needed the council direction primarily, if, based on kind of what I'm hearing this evening. So we want to get confirmation, if KCRT could put up slide 14, that would be extremely helpful.
The other 14.
I love this slide. This is a nice way to start. It's the heading that says options to fund Harbor 8 shortfall, Black resiliency, gender-based violence, and historic preservation. Is the heading? What is the correct title, Mubin? What is the correct page number for your final slide deck?
I have a
So may I please finish? So the first item that we had, so I'll just go through the sources and uses while we're waiting for KCRT and moving to indicate the slide number. The first item was the Black Resiliency Fund, and for the amount was 500 to 1.5. Then gender-based violence, we said we needed direction if that was going to be 100,000. Then we had historic preservation, that 100,000 that could come from community development. And then we had the Harbor 8 expansion, and that would be redirecting the HVAC funding. So if the council, Mayor, if the council could please, in addition to the direction that we received on the 1.5 million, if you could kindly confirm the other three line items there, that would be extremely helpful.
I have a question about line 2.
Go ahead.
Could we make it a grant? Could we make that gender-based violence budget into grants to nonprofit organizations in the city that are working on it?
I would say at this juncture, I would want to confer with staff. $100,000, usually when we provide grants, we think it's an industry best practice to offer multi-year funding. right? Because you're not going to really probably move the needle with like one small grant. So I would, the way that it is in the budget now, it is not to provide a grant to a specific task force. It is for Deputy City Manager White to come back with some recommendations on what to happen with the money. So I think the way that it is now is optimal because
Okay, so we don't have to decide tonight.
exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Because you guys have so many other items, we think that you might want to hear about that later.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, can I have a friendly amendment of $2,000 annually for El Sobrante stroll? And
I will not accept that.
that's very kind of you.
Thank you.
I really cannot believe this. It's District
Excuse me.
4 has always been an
I'm
unloved
sorry,
stepchild
but
of the
you're
city, and now.
speaking. All right, so let's take a vote.
Mayor,
Yes.
Can I say something? I'm sorry, City Manager. One of the recommendations that the staff is doing is about the $4.85 million. So I think like by approving this budget, we are also adding, approving the staff recommendation that we will put it in the fund and wait for some time this year to make a better decision about how to spend this fund. Is that correct?
yes, but I just want to make sure for the, because we've had so many conversations this evening, I just wanted the council to acknowledge slide 14, because that is what we anticipated there would definitely be conversation about. So we just wanted to make sure we have consensus on slide 14 in terms of, yes, the council accepts slide 14 with the Black Resiliency Fund at 1.5 million. And then
Yes.
finance would tell us if there's, and that would be part of the motion, and finance would tell us if there needs to be any adjustments or if it's finances. So it's fine. So it's just for us to all have consensus.
Perfect,
Yes.
thank you.
Yes, slide 14 is,
Right, we decided because the Middle East is an ongoing volatile situation that we didn't need to have that slide, so thank you.
okay, thank you. All right,
City
Roll
Manager,
call.
may I ask for a
Okay,
clarification?
so the item was approved as it is with two amendments, for the amendments accepted.
Can you repeat what those are?
Friendly amendments.
What are they?
One was to fund the resiliency project from the fleet budget, and the second one was to have a quarterly report.
and to
Of
fund the
vacancies.
to fund the black item
The
fully.
Black Resiliency Fund from the project from the fleet budget to be later replenished during mid-year.
Right,
1.5
yeah,
million.
1.5 million as opposed to
They were
the
accepted.
number.
Okay. Councilmember Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner.
I wish our mayor and my fellow council member would have listened to
Councilmember Bonner, what is your
Cordell
vote?
to be nicer to each other. My vote is no.
Your vote is no? Okay, thank you. Councilmember Jimenez.
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zepeda.
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes,
Madam Clerk and
The
Mayor.
motion passes with Councilmember Bonner voting no.
Mayor and Clerk, we need to read into the record the allocation that is going to be different in the resolution for the council to accept.
Yes, for the record, the resolution that's included in your packet, we will modify it to reflect the mayor and the council's approval per slide 13. And the council presentation, we will make those modifications on the final resolution as per you approved.
Can I make a quick comment, Mayor?
yes, you may.
So I know that being a first-time council member here has been, a challenge to understand how things work and how to get things moved and whatnot. And so I think I would really like to request from staff some support on, especially for Councilmember Bonner, who's trying to move a project that she's, wanting to move around this park, because it is the only kind of city park in that area. Just support on how she can move that. How does she, if you can work with her on how to get it on the unfunded list, how to get it into the queue, the steps of developing a capital improvement project, so she's not just banging her head against walls and can have some support moving that forward.
Yes, we can certainly do that. And Director Chavarria and Deputy Director Hollaby there have been conversations. I'm trying to see if it's noted. I think at one juncture, there was $35,000 for the dog park.
I
Tofik, is
think
it
this is
still?
also the bathrooms and just improvements to
Yeah,
Cheese
but we
Park.
start,
Yeah.
right, so we can certainly work on those. It was
Yeah.
sort of what was, the first one was the dog park,
Yeah.
was the first one that became knowledgeable to staff, but absolutely that we can do that. And your community facilities needs assessment, respectfully, will provide the council for the entire community, all the things that are needed. So then you all can make, using the programmatic approach, when that work is done, you can make informed decisions on the investments you'd like to make. So that's
But,
part of the challenges.
yeah.
We haven't had that.
Yeah.
So we have, because most of the grants that we receive are for what the state of California refers to as the disadvantaged communities, it means that there hasn't been grant funding for areas like District 4. And so the facilities needs assessment will enable the council to have information to then think about other
But
appropriations.
in the short term, we could maybe at least just add it as an unfunded project to the CIP and then support Councilmember Bana and whatever it makes sense. You know, I
Yes,
don't
we
know
can,
what those
yes,
steps
we
are.
can certainly do that.
Thank you, Councilmember Robinson. With a bit of support from the other side of council, which is heavier, I make it somewhere after 3 years.
Next item.
Right, our next item is item W1, is to receive a presentation from the Bay Area Quality Management District on the Air District's community investments. And we have 8 in-person speakers. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time.
And I'd like to thank all of, Mayor, through you as the chair, I'd like to thank during this transition, all of the city staff that have been involved in the community-based organizations and entities that provide professional services in the development of the budget. Thank you.
Yeah. I want to echo that appreciation because I know it's been a very difficult process with a lot of needs and not enough money to address them all.
Okay. Good evening. Mr. Mayor, I'm going to kick it off and then turn it over to Miriam when you want us to start. Good. I did press. Can you hear me? Can I start? Good. Okay. Good evening, Mayor Martinez, council member. I'm John Joya, Richmond resident, and also represent this area on the Board of Supervisors and serve on the Bay Area Quality Management District Board. And we're here tonight to give you an advanced presentation. Can you hear me okay? Oh, I'll just speak loud. There's a lot of socializing that goes on at City. So you just do that. You cause people to socialize. That's a good thing. We are here to make a presentation regarding a process to determine how to spend penalty dollars collected by the Air District. For a number of years, some of us on the Air District Board had advocated that a large percent of the penalties that we collect from facilities go back into the community where they were collected, since the community had borne the burden of the pollution from that facility. So we were successful in changing that policy about a year ago. And we, since that time, have been establishing, the Air District's established a community investments office, the infrastructure to really work on this, because there's a lot of penalties we've collected around the region. And so today you'll hear about that from Miriam Torres, who's our acting director of our community investment office. And in the case of Richmond, there's 2 sets of funds that you'll eventually be looking at. One is a $20 million health fund that came out of a settlement agreement with Chevron. And then separate from that are the penalty dollars, just to be clear. And the reason I differentiate those two is because there will be slightly different parameters around how that money can be spent. And one of the things you'll note in the presentation, we only show penalty dollars that have been collected for past violations. There's potentially up to $83 million in additional penalties from Chevron that haven't been assessed yet, and that depend upon whether they comply, and you know this well, with a compliance date for installing a wet gas scrubber. It is likely they're not going to meet the compliance date. How far off they are will depend. So there will be additional penalties there. We don't know yet how much those will be. So I just want you to note those are not shown in these numbers. Only the past penalties and the health fund. And one of the things that I've strongly advocated for is that as part of this process, that their district present not just to the council, but to your neighborhood councils, to the Richmond Neighborhood Coordinating Council, and to other types of locations, so that the community hears about this process. So that's really why we're here tonight, to sort of let you know in advance about this, so you can eventually also understand and weigh in on that process. So funding that can be used to benefit the community in many ways. So with that, I will turn it over to Miriam Torres. And then we'll be around for questions.
Good afternoon, Mayor Martinez and council members. And thank you, Councilmember Doria Robinson, for inviting us to be here today and facilitating this presentation. Really appreciate it. As Director Joya mentioned, we are doing a roadshow with all of this information, and so your neighborhood councils will hear about the information as well. My objective here today is to give you an overview of the local and regional funds and to answer your questions. So the presentation is short, it's only 10 minutes. It will be a little dense, but it's important to get the definitions out of the way, and then we'll be here to answer questions and, most importantly, get your priorities.
I was hoping that KCRT could bring up the presentation. I'm not seeing it there.
Oh, there it is. We can go to the outline. And I'm glad there are still members of the public here. That was a long public hearing, and thank you to the members of the public for staying. For the outline, we'll go over the background, the priorities, the goals, provide you an overview of the funds, how the allocation works, and then dig into the fund amounts and our action plan and tentative timeline. Next. Usually I start with several slides of what about the Air District, but to keep it short, I will just let you know that we work to improve air quality, and we have done so for the last 70 years. I think you're all very familiar with the Air District. Our mission is to improve public health, to protect public health, reduce historical and current environmental inequities, and mitigate climate change and its impacts. The Air District controls air pollution from stationary sources such as factories and refineries, but also small facilities such as gas stations. The Air District collects penalties from entities that violate our regulations, and those are the penalties that we are going to be talking about today. On May 1st of last year, the Board of Directors approved the Community Benefits Penalty Funds policy, and that is the policy that has now generated over $125 million. And next. As Director Joya mentioned, we do have a community investments office now. It is it's going to be solely dedicated to ensuring that the funds that come in through the penalty policy are directed back to the community. We want to increase equitable access to those resources and collaborate with communities to ensure that the guidelines and that the programs that we develop are actually responsive to the needs, and that we provide those investments in a timely manner, and that we're continuing to engage with community on a regular basis to ensure that they have the information they need. Next. So in terms of the funds, as I mentioned, the Air District collects those penalties. The funds that you will see are from large penalty packages. A penalty package means that the violations were with one entity, and most of the penalty dollars collected are from a few large penalty packages. Over 90% of the penalties collected in recent years are from petroleum refineries, as you're familiar with the Chevron settlement. And we can go now to the next slide with the definitions. So these definitions are helpful in understanding the allocation breakdown. The fiscal year penalty budget assumption is the amount of assumed general fund revenue derived from penalties in the budget adopted by the Air District Board for any given fiscal year. The fiscal year penalty budget cap is the amount needed to meet the fiscal year penalty budget assumption for the current fiscal year, plus any shortfalls from the previous 2 years. A shortfall occurs when the actual penalties collected in a fiscal year are less than the fiscal year budget assumption for that fiscal year. Historically, the budget cap or the budget amount that's now the budget cap is used to fund our enforcement program and our enforcement activities. And that generally is around 3 or 4 million, depending on the year. Next for the definitions. So as I mentioned, the penalty policy creates two distinct funds. One is the Regional Community Benefits Fund, and for this one, the fund is designated to reduce air pollution impacts in overburdened communities and improve health outcomes in communities impacted by air pollution. And then the other one is the Local Community Benefits Fund, which is designated also to reduce air pollution, but in this case is for the communities most impacted by the polluter, and to improve health outcomes in the specific community affected by the air quality violations that led to the penalty. Next one, on one more definition, is the Richmond Air Quality Community Fund, and this is the one that Director Joya was referencing that came out of the also out of the Chevron settlement, and this one's specific to Richmond and specific to reducing particulate matter. So it's a small distinction, but a big distinction in terms of the types of projects that will be eligible for this particular fund. These are the basic parameters for these funds. We are now working on developing the guidelines, which will further define any other criteria that would need to be met. Next. So this breakdown shows you how the policy works. And so for the first 100,000, 100% goes either to the district budget or the Regional Community Benefits Fund. Once the district budget cap is met, then it goes to the Regional Community Benefits Fund. The next 100,000 up to $1 million, it gets split into 50% to the District Community Benefits Fund and 50% to the Local Community Benefits Fund. For any amounts over 1 million, and as I mentioned earlier, the majority are in this bucket, 80% goes to the Local Community Benefits Fund and 20% goes to the district or the district budget or the Regional Community Benefits Fund. In this case, it ends up being most of it to the Regional Community Benefits Fund. So then next, we can go to the next slide. So these are the funds that we have at the moment, and when you do the breakdown per the allocation we just discussed, we have over 20 million in the Regional Community Benefits Fund and over 75 million in the Local Community Benefits Fund, and then the specific Richmond Community Air Quality Fund is at 20 million. And as Director Joya was referencing, this could be more in future years if Chevron doesn't meet the compliance parameters that was set in the settlement. And then there is also a 9% administrative fund that's listed here that was approved by the board. Next. So we do have several originating communities. An originating community just means that that fund started because of a violation in this area, but it doesn't mean that doesn't necessarily mean that the fund will only stay in that geographic area. That still needs to be defined and approved by the board. But as you can see, the big buckets are in Benicia at over 58 million, Martinez at over 1.4 million, and in Richmond at over 15 million.
And this is the number I wanted to show you. This 15 million is for the $20 million penalty of past violations. It doesn't include any of the potential up to $80 million on the compliance date for the wet gas scrubber. I think that the way that works is it's like $17 million per year that they're late, and what is it? The fourth year is 34 million or 20. There's a
So it's
17 million
year one, 17 million year two, 17 million year three, 32 million year four.
Right.
Year one the year one doesn't start this year.
Right. So that's,
Next
it is likely, given the time to permit, approve, and construct the wet gas scrubber, they will be paying some penalty. How much, we don't know yet. So that's not reflected here. And the other point I wanted to make is, it says Richmond, but it also is the affected area. It could be North Richmond, San Pablo. So the affected area, as we look at it, is Richmond, North Richmond, San Pablo. And how expansive, that's all going to be developed with public input. But I just wanted to note that.
Thank you. And next slide, we have the action plan. I want to note we have the Air District has a new community investments office, but we do have other divisions that are going to be working collaboratively with us. The Human Resources Division, of course, will be hiring the positions that we need for this work. We have Finance, who's really the lead on the funds, and Legal, who will be ensuring that all of the contracts for any funds that are approved are in alignment with our policies and practices. And so according to the sample actions shown here, we've been in the process of collecting information from community up until the end of June. So our survey does close at the end of June. It is listed on our website, and it's accessible in multiple languages. We have received over 900 respondents, and just in the last few weeks that the neighborhood councils have been sending it out, I've seen a lot of respondents as well, so that has been good. And by September, we hope to have the draft guidelines out for public comments, so there will be another opportunity for people to really comment on their priorities, and by the end of December, we hope to have requests out for applications. Next. So this is a timeline in a little more detail, but the blue boxes show you where the public fits into the process. So as you can see, there are a lot of opportunities for the public to engage, which is not a usual process necessarily for funding programs. Those of you that are familiar with the nonprofit world, philanthropy doesn't necessarily put anything out for public comment. They generally determine what gets to be funded and how. So this is a little more unique to our government process. And next. And yeah, so that's our email for the Community Investments Office. If there are any questions that our people have after this meeting, happy to answer them. And I can move over there, or you can, whichever, to answer questions.
I'd like to begin with public comment. Do we have any?
Yes. We have 8 in-person speakers. So I call your name, please come forward and line up behind the speaker's podium. We have Jamie Purcell, Kathleen Sullivan, Mohammed Talib, Julius Johnson Sr., Alicia Simpler, Amani Zadorny, Antonio Clancy, and Marcella Hidalgo. Jamie Purcell.
I'm going to keep it quick because I think this is supposed to be a short item, which is that I think it's really great that we're trying to do as much community outreach as possible and trying to make sure that the community benefits as much as possible during this. So thank you for bringing this presentation. Thank you for being able to connect with the community, because that's the thing that makes us really important, is trying to make sure that the community is involved. Thank you.
Kathleen Sullivan?
Yeah, he stole my thunder. That's why I'm here. I really want to encourage, even though it was said that this isn't necessarily the normal process, the community engagement. But I want to encourage not only that community is engaged, but they're engaged even more than maybe what you'd plan. I've been working with the CAP, with Chevron, in informing community. And that's with neighborhood councils and NAACP and other organizations on what's really going on, how to understand, how to translate what's going on, giving feedback about better ways to just notify community about all things. And so this particular pool of money has come up over and over and over again because there's a misinterpretation or misunderstanding about the difference between the dollars. And so I just want to make sure that I encourage that the community engagement piece is really aggressive if it can be, because in that way you really understand what community needs and what community really wants to see happen with these dollars. So thank you.
Mohammed Talib, followed by Julius Johnson Sr.
Hello, everyone. Speaking of community, unfortunately, we wanted to speak on a different topic that was about the budget, but unfortunately, there was some rules that we had to follow that we couldn't speak on that item. So I'll use this time, and I have some community members with me who want to also speak on that item, and hopefully the City Council is open and listening. Hello, my name is Muhammad Talib, and I'm the Policy Advocacy and Community Outreach Coordinator of Rubicon Programs in Richmond. I want to thank you for passing the Race Equity Action Plan back in October of 2024. That took a lot of political will, courage, and steps towards structural transformation, especially in a time where Trump is rolling back progress, but the work is not done. And so I'm here to push and encourage the City Council to pass funding during this budget cycle for a full-time race equity director position. Given the current political climate and where the Trump administration is rolling back protections, fundamental rights, funding streams, and contributing to wars across the world.
Excuse me. I believe this council is in agreement with what you're saying.
Okay.
But we are on the back mid funding and not on the budget. So if you're going to speak, it has to be to the back mid funding.
Sorry, to the what?
The item that we're discussing, the money from the Bay Area Air Quality Management District.
And I hear that, but unfortunately, the agenda that you all had went out of order. And so when we tried to speak on you, it came up faster than we thought. And so when we tried to submit a public comment card, we weren't allowed. And so that's some of the inequities that we're here to push, right? And so making sure that folks who are not usually here have a voice to speak. And I understand people just are doing their jobs, but at the end of the day, we have community that usually don't get to speak. And so we at least want them to speak. Don't worry about me. I want at least community to speak.
You can write comments and send them in, and they will be part of the record.
And so they can't just speak while they're here?
No.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's the whole reason of race equity, right?
That was Julius Johnson Sr. Okay. Alicia Simpler. Again, we are on item W1, and this is the presentation from the Bay Area Air Quality Management District.
Thank you, City Council members, and
Supervisor Joya, Marianne, for your wonderful presentation. Community is really looking forward to being a big part of this process, which would make it very equitable. But as Mohammed said earlier, there's inequity in community being able to voice their opinion and their lived experiences when it comes to the Race Equity Action Plan. I realize that it's not the topic right now, but we have community members that were here for hours waiting to speak, that work 8 to 10-hour days, and they're here to share their experiences on the Race Equity Action Plan. We're asking that to advance race equity,
if I
the
may
city needs
interrupt you-
dedicated staff fully focused on this
If I
work.
may interrupt you.
Our ask is the city has already committed to hiring a
I think
full-time
that
race.
you can alter your, excuse me. What I want to say is that there is race equity in the BACMed funds. So if you can alter what you're trying to say and apply it to BACMed funds, then we can listen to it. But if it's on the budget in general, that's passed. So I would encourage you to change what you're saying a little bit so that what you're saying also applies to the BACMed funds, because it's there for environmental justice. And environmental justice is racial justice, because it's an economic justice, because it is the minorities who suffer the most. So if you, I would love to hear what you say, but I would like for it to be related to the topic at hand.
Mayor, may I offer a suggestion? Since staff is still here, Deputy City Manager White and Deputy City Manager Nikki Maste could meet with the folks in the staff room that have the concerns. We have a meeting scheduled with Vice Mayor, just for the go to the order, with Vice Mayor Zepeda and with HR to talk about how we proceed forward, because they're historically this work had been led by the project coordinator and the council office, and then it was being done in collaboration with HR. So I think if we can just take this offline right now, then BACMed can proceed, and then they can get their concerns addressed, if I may.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
So-
you.
Our next speaker is Amani Zedzorni.
I was here too to address the race equity issue as well. So I guess I will wait till the proper time when it's allowed.
Antonio Clancy. Same thing. And then our last speaker, Marcela Hidalgo. Okay, that's our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the online speakers. We have 3 speakers.
And those 3 speakers are Noel Cantu, Tarnell Abbott, and Willie Robinson will be our last speaker. Noel, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, council members, mayor and vice mayor. My name is Marisol Cantu, third generation Richmond resident. I'm also the co-lead of the AB 617 Community Steering Committee meeting. We have a community benefits subcommittee that's currently working with Miriam and Air District staff. And so I also wanted to mention that that is another way that we should be in communication with each other. It would be incredible to see Miriam next to some of the co-leads that are Richmond resident, and Dr. Amatoso, who's a pediatrician in our area. And so really want to make sure that y'all understand that AB 617 helped also advocate, and in our community emissions reduction plan, help write selection criteria. This was driven by Richmond, North Richmond, and San Pablo residents. They're very excited to engage the community. There's going to be an upcoming workshop this late summer, early fall. So that's going to be a way for us to get feedback on the priorities. We have been circulating the survey as well. Please put it in your newsletters. It's really important. They extended the deadline for the survey, so that's a way. In that survey, a lot of folks we've already been noticing really want this to go to community-based organizations, grassroots organizations, programs, and even the community steering committee has really focused on air filtrations, and there's 14 schools in West Contra Costa Unified School District that'll be funded, not through this funding, but through the Board of Supervisors. And so there's a lot of work that we could be doing together. I just wish that we were invited to the table so you could hear from residents directly on these issues, because we're currently acting on behalf of the community, working with our neighborhood councils. Also, neighborhood councils are very poorly attended. And so that is not all of the outreach that we should be doing. We should be doing more than that. And I hope y'all can help us with that.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tarnell Abbott. Tarnell, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, Tarnell Abbott, resident of Richmond. I'm actually looking in the Bay Area Air District website, and I cannot find the survey. And I'm a little bit confused that the deadline is the end of this month. And apparently there hasn't really been a lot of outreach that has made this accessible to folks. So I wonder if the deadline what is the extension of the deadline? I guess that's a question. And I just, kind of off the top of my head, I'm sitting there going, well, here I know I'm breathing dirty air all the time. Okay, I can see it. I live in a house that's more than 100 years old. I've got old windows that leak. There's air leaks that come in under the doors and, whatever. So, maybe there are things that could be mitigations for homeowners, like double paned windows or, air filters, basic simple things that can help. Maybe we need a green belt all the way around the refinery. How about solar panels on our parking lots, our civic parking lots, Anyway, it's really frustrating to not even be able to find the survey. And
The survey is on the home page of the website. I just pulled it up, Tarnell. So just go to the home page, and right there it says Community Investments Office Survey. It's like the most visible thing on the home page.
Thank you. I will try again. I'm looking at that page that's called Surveys. That's it. I'm done.
Thank you. The next speaker, actually the last speaker hand went down, so that it was our last speaker. Oh, Willie Robinson, hold on one moment, hold on. Never mind, the hand went down again. Go ahead. Last speaker. Mr. Robinson, please
Yes,
unmute yourself. Mhm.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor Martinez, honorable city council members, the city manager, and to the presenters from the district. I am Willie Robinson, president of the Richmond branch NACP. We have within the branch a standing committee on climate and environmental justice. I have personally been involved with the district and their monitoring and conditions of health impact in the Richmond community. I served as one of the core members of the co-leads of the air monitoring plan development. I've been watching and monitoring this. I'm a part of the CAP, working with Chevron, trying to get information into the communities because I believe trusted messengers help, and the community-based organization most certainly need to play their part in making sure that the community is as well informed about what is happening. Sometimes things have happened to us in the past. I'm here to try to advance things so that as we move forward, we're making more of a difference than we have in the past, and making sure that those who are the most harmed from the community, who have been relegated to the communities of impact, of negative impact of air, water, and environmental conditions. So I'm supporting the plan. We'll continue to work with it and work with Chevron and their effort and the city to make sure that people are better informed about what is happening and get good information at the level of their understanding of what's really going on. So I appreciate the plan. I support it, the presentation, the plan, and support that. And we'll continue to work to make sure that our communities are better served and have better information through the process that's being defined. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
And Mr. Mayor, if I can just indicate, the goal here is the presentation will go not just to neighborhood councils and RNCC and council, but through community organizations, including the NAACP, so that the Air District's not stopping at neighborhood councils. They're going to do a very proactive type of outreach. In fact, Miriam just presented last night to the Community Steering Committee that Marisol is on, and you presented to their benefit to their subcommittee, so they are involved. There was a presentation to them, but I think the Air District's trying to be expansive and go to where people are at. And so, and more, if you have any other ideas of where to go, please suggest them. And this is really about developing guidelines. I'll turn it back over to you if you wanted to add anything.
Yeah, definitely. We, as I mentioned, we have 900 respondents to the survey. That is a really good number as far as surveys go. And it is open through the end of June, but it has been open since April. And, we do have to balance the process with wanting to get the funding out. So closing the survey is important to ensure that we can write the guidelines to put them out on the street, and then there's another opportunity for public comment. And once that process goes through the board, then we will finalize the guidelines and actually start getting applications in for funding. And that's the goal.
I haven't seen the survey, but are there questions that refer to racial justice, economic justice?
The survey tries to identify the priorities, whether that is, one of the questions is, what are the most pressing air quality challenges in your community? And people have options to choose from. Another question is, what types of projects would be most beneficial to improve air quality and public health in your community? And then there are also open-ended questions, so that we actually have over 400 responses in the open-ended question about the types of projects that would be most beneficial to community members in their community.
Okay, thank you. So Councilmember Jimenez has asked to speak.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you for the presentation. As you speak, I am feeling the survey. I didn't know that was open until April. So, yeah, 900 is pretty good, but in a population of like the whole Contra Costa County, I think it would be great if we can have more, and if you can extend for a little more time, the time for people to respond. And for sure, I will send my newsletter with the information now that you came here and we know. My question is, so you mentioned Benicia and all these things receiving money from past violations. Do you have what are the companies that, like, where is that money coming from, particularly, and particularly for Richmond, where is that money coming from?
Good question. I'm sure we can disclose, on the website where all these penalties, the large amount in Benicia was from the Valero refinery, the large penalty on Valero. And of course, they have since announced that they plan to close their refinery next year. But that large amount in Benicia was Valero.
And for Richmond, it's Chevron. That's the Chevron settlement, and related industries as well. There's also Contra Costa County landfill, West Contra Costa County landfill, and for Martinez, Tesoro Refining Company. So those are the three big pots.
Yeah. So I think it's great that we are receiving this money. I think it's great that we are trying to have a robust community input of how we are going to spend, and I am looking forward to see the results of the survey. We have here the Richmond Green and Blue New Deal that can be funded, some of the clear projects that can be funded by some of this money. Also, the Green Empowerment Zone is coming out with some recommendations that also can add to this. But my question is more kind of in terms of reducing pollution. I think the Bay Area air quality management whole purpose is to reduce. And I think one of the tools that you have in your toolbox is to make polluters pay with these fines, but sometimes the fines are not good enough or high enough for them to stop polluting. So for me, the question is, what is the plan to really make sure that we are improving and the polluters, instead of just paying, are actually reducing the pollution at the sources? Because if not, we will fail. Bay Area management quality is sole purpose is failing if we have to if this is all what we have, just the penalties. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I think that's really a good point. I mean, obviously, our goal is to have all facilities comply with rules and regulations and not exceed, air quality standards, and to have no penalties, right? That's the perfect world. We don't live in that perfect world, and yes, we'd rather have an industry be in compliance than to have to penalize them. I will say a couple things. The whole purpose of these, is to when they do violate, is to try to be a deterrent. And you said fines are too low. Exactly. We finally were successful after I don't know how many years, multiple times in the legislature, of increasing the maximum penalties on facilities. The legislature had not approved those. We've tried for the last 10 years. And industry and business opposed those bills, and we finally got one passed. So it will allow our fines and penalties to be higher than what they've been in the past. So that's good news. And we can thank our local legislators for helping lead that.
Yeah,
so that's good. But you're right. These fines and penalties are often a drop in the bucket. But and the goal is to really get compliance, and of course the wet gas scrubber is one way to, it reduces particulate matter from that facility, from the unit at that facility by almost 70%. So it's substantial. I think that's our focus. But and the other point I will mention, I want to acknowledge, we have a relatively new general counsel who has been much more aggressive about fines and penalties, and so that's a good thing too. So I think there's some things that have happened in the last few years that will help us on that regard, but hopefully we don't have to penalize if they're complying, but the reality is that doesn't happen.
And I wanted to just say thank you for your leadership also on the board, because you have been there and key person. I had two more questions.
And I will say, I've heard from many of you that penalties need to get spent in the community where they're collected. I know some of you have said that to me and publicly, and fortunately the Air District, listening to a lot of that, we did change our policy to have there be, because believe me, I heard from folks in the community, we want penalties to be spent locally, and I've been advocating for that for many years, and I'm glad finally a majority of our Air District board passed that policy so that the communities that are harmed by the pollution can also benefit from the penalties.
Thank you. So two more questions. One is there any data that we can see about the correlation of maybe if they are more, the higher the penalties, these polluters are going to be in compliance? Because one of the things that we are saying is, well, we can advocating for them to pay more in order for them to compliance. Is that something that we could see in the next few years, how that is working?
That's an excellent suggestion, I think, because we want to make sure that we are successful and that we're showing metrics. I don't know the answer to your question in the moment. That would be a different part of our district, a different division that would be able to potentially track that information.
Yeah, I
so I'll
hope
take that back.
Yeah, I hope that it doesn't get in a suggestion, because this is how you are going to prove that what you are doing is actually impacting that. And I believe that we want to see the measures. And then the last question is, what is the connection? And we have Marisol Cantu, who was making some comments about AB 617. How is there any coordination with them, and can you just give more detail about it?
Yes, certainly. So the AB 617 steering committee, the Path to Clean Air steering committee, they developed a plan, which I think you all received a presentation on that plan. And that plan has strategies and actions that they want to see implemented. So, I have revisited the whole plan, and our staff have pulled out the potential strategies that would fall under these guidelines that are going to come up. So we're consulting all of that information, all of the work that has already been done to honor that process and make sure that whatever types of projects that have been identified in that plan are part of the types of projects that this money can fund. So we're trying to integrate that. Now, ultimately, it's up to the board to decide what types of projects are funded. But at least on the staff front, we're doing that work of revisiting that information. And of course, we are in conversation with them. As Director Joya mentioned, I was there just yesterday evening, giving the same presentation and getting their priorities and input. And they have a community benefits subcommittee. That subcommittee will be engaging in stakeholder outreach. And so we will be in coordination with them.
Thank you.
Councilmember Wilson?
Hi, thank you for the presentation. And so I haven't taken the survey yet, so I apologize if my questions are naive or because of that, or they're uninformed. But is the point of the survey in order to get public input that you're then going to use to decide what categories of projects get funded when you do the open the funding cycle in December? Is that sort of the idea for it?
Yes, a big part of the idea of the survey was also to see what the public would support. And for example, it was very interesting to gather from the survey that people don't really want planning grants. They want grants that are for projects that are shovel ready, that are ready to go, that you have the permits, you have the design, and you're ready to implement. So that is something really useful that comes out of the survey. And I will be presenting to the board next week on preliminary results because the survey hasn't closed. But so some of this information will start to be public. But that is the purpose of the survey, to learn from community what their preferences are, and so that is one example of how it has been very useful, and certainly on the types of projects as well.
But I think what we want to do, Councilmember, is more deeply delve into hearing from the community, that when we make presentations, who are going to speak more maybe specifically to Richmond kinds of issues. And of course, you're all welcome to send any communication, email to me, the Air District, that we can use that sort of reflects your thinking about this. So, you can respond to the survey, but feel free to send more detail that's not in the survey so that, I can help represent that as well when we have discussions at our committee meetings. I'm the vice chair of, I think it's our equity committee that hears this issue. So please send that
Yeah,
over.
we'll take you up on that.
Yeah.
And so
Or tell me personally, I talk to people all the time, and you reflect, tell me how you feel. I mean, that's the goal, and so we can carry that back.
Okay, and then I'll just, my final comment will just be a suggestion. Like, one of the things that I've actually learned from the folks working on the race equity stuff in Richmond is that it's important to make sure that when organizations are giving grants, that they really provide, they actively provide support in order to increase the diversity of the people who can successfully apply for these grants. And one of the things that I'm always worried about is that this is a lot of money, and I know it will benefit Richmond, but I'm also hoping that it will be given to organizations that aren't just working for Richmond, but are Richmonders, are Richmond run as well as Richmond we don't want to just be the targets of these projects, we want to be the authors of them. And to that end, just from my own experience working as a council member, I know that there's a lot of really great organizations, small, tiny organizations working in Richmond that maybe don't have the most polished presentations, which doesn't mean that they wouldn't provide excellent sort of rooted, culturally competent solutions. And so I just want to sort of, make a request that as you're planning this, is to sort of build in that sort of scaffolding so that, again, the money doesn't just come to benefit us, but is actually controlled by folks who live here.
And we ultimately want all of these projects to really benefit, Richmond, North Richmond area residents, including their health, right? So, yeah, I mean, that's projects that will achieve those objectives.
Okay, thank you. I know this pertains to stationary sources.
So good question. So it's always good this leads to an answer, which is the Air District has regulatory authority only over stationary sources, while the State Air Board has regulatory authority over mobile sources like cars and trucks and things like that. So our regulation exactly is fines and penalties over stationary sources, which could be anything from a dry cleaner, a gas station, to a chemical plant, to an oil refinery.
And to a sanitary yard. I know that our dump
like a landfill.
Yeah, landfill produces a lot of methane.
Yeah.
And I don't mean to penalize them, but I do know that Raven has been trying to mitigate the methane that is produced at the yards. And so I was wondering how we can move that forward so that that mitigation can happen as soon as possible.
Yeah, I know they've been working with the Air District on permitting, and I've both been in contact with them and Air District staff on some issues that are being worked through on the permitting. Yeah, there's been a discussion, and I think there's been a lot of progress between Raven and the Air District staff on that.
Okay, great, thank you. Councilmember Bana?
Thank you, Supervisor Joya. Thank you for the presentation. Very quickly, how is the fund going to be implemented? Grants to nonprofits, to the cities? And is there a geographic boundary? And would it be used on wildfire prevention to save the air?
Those are all excellent questions, and you will get answers with the guidelines. The guidelines will have the information on who can apply, but I can tell you that from the responses to the survey, there's strong support for local governments to get the grants. So we are talking about
Not
grants.
all the grants. Let me be really clear. I mean,
Not all the grants, to get
yeah.
grant funding, but also for nonprofits. Strong support for nonprofits, environmental justice organizations, and even businesses.
And there could be also programs that go directly to individuals. Let's say if it could be through a nonprofit, it could be other ways to individuals that let's say are doing various things to their home to improve indoor air quality, for example. I mean, we'll see. I think part of the idea, Councilmember, is to collect this information, this input, and put guidelines together to reflect it. And I knew you were going to ask the question, will it cover El Sobrante? So let me proactively answer that question. I think the idea is to affect the impacted areas. And so to the extent that, other parts of West County, like, frankly, Montalvan Manor and Terra Hills are sort of covered in the AB 617. I know Montalvan Manor is. So it's not just the boundaries of Richmond. So, I mean, it will be areas that are impacted by facilities. And yes, that includes areas around Richmond. So, how much money depends. But I think this greater Richmond area is the catchment area for these grants.
Thank you.
So I answered the question I knew you were going to ask.
I already got my answer from
As
our mayor
to
tonight.
wildfire, I mean, that's an interesting question. I don't know what we're seeing on that. I don't think the goal is to specifically prevent wildfire, but we'll see, to the extent there's air, there's pollution, there's obviously PM emissions from wildfire. That's negative, and that impacts people's health. So
We do have, we have various programs at the Air District already, and one of our programs funded centers for clean air, and so that when there are wildfire events, there are places where people can go.
So Hala wants to prevent the wildfire in the first place.
Preventing wildfires, that is a separate question, and I don't have an answer to that. But I could tell you I've seen in the survey respondents noting that they would like to see goats at work to prevent wildfires.
Great, thank you very much.
Vice Mayor Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. And then just to go back up on that, AB 617 only covers a small portion of El Sobrante.
Yeah, the boundary of it, yeah.
Yeah, just
now,
a small portion.
So the AB 617 process, right, was to develop a pollution reduction plan to benefit that boundary that you identified. These penalty dollars are meant to benefit the communities that are impacted by the pollution from the facility that produced this pollution, in this case Chevron. So to the extent that areas out there are impacted by Chevron, we want to make sure they're covered.
And is there going to be a rating system? So the community right next door to Chevron is Point Richmond, right? It's right in their backyard.
Your district.
It's all my district. So is it going to be sort of the closer you are, the higher the points you get, or is it going to be based on communities of interest? Do we know kind of the scoring?
Well, it sounds like maybe you have a recommendation in mind.
Well, no, I'm just trying to figure out what the scoring is going to be.
Here, we're gathering input.
We're gathering
So
input.
rather than ask us how it's actually going to get done, which we have some ideas, why don't you tell us? And it sounds like you're telling, one of the input you want to provide is areas closer to the pollution source should get some higher ratings about how much money they get. And that's a legitimate comment to make. And so we hear it. Yeah. I think as a representative myself, I think that makes a lot of sense. How that plays out, I can't tell you yet, but that may be a comment you want to provide.
Like I said, yes, the ones that are going to be breathing in first should have a little bit more, but then figuring out the other communities, because the air does air stuff, which flows, right? Doesn't stay in one place. So figuring out how do the other communities that might not be right next to it are also being impacted.
And there will be a process as well for the regional fund. So that is part of the goal, right, of the penalty policies. You have the regional fund, which is 20% in the local fund. So, but you're right. Even within the local fund, how do you assess whether someone closer or an entity closer or further away gets funding? And so we're open to hearing ideas.
I will say all of your council districts are impacted by the pollution that comes from the refinery. So I'm sure there will be funding that would go throughout the city. So
yeah, well, thank you for that. I took the survey, and one thing that I didn't get an opportunity to say is where I live, to making sure, because sometimes what we end up getting are people that don't live in the community, trying to come in and tell us what they think is the right thing. And I feel that we should have a higher voice, especially if you live in Richmond or San Pablo, the impacted communities, that we kind of try to prioritize those voices because it's their windows and their doors that they're opening or not opening and breathing that bad air. So I don't know if there's a way to still capture that.
We did not include that information because of public information laws. So that was the assessment that we made at the time to ensure that we got this survey out as quick as possible. We decided to not include any queries that would fall under that category that then has us go through more hoops.
Okay, thank you. And then, as you're looking to fund other projects as well, one thing I didn't see in there, and it's City Council approved a project called Ciclovia, which the goal of it is to try to get more communities out of their cars and taking over the streets and just building community. So it'll be great to see if there's any funding for any events like this, like the stroll and Ciclovia and others, where if we are getting the community out of their car and into the streets and just building that community, it would be great to have some of that funding, and that could definitely impact all of our districts and all of the cities that are around and getting us to be more pedestrian friendly. So that could be a suggestion, and I didn't see that as an option, but here we are.
You're providing that input. That's, yeah.
And then another thing as well is emergency evacuation. As we're looking for this, where can we get some funding? Because if the refinery, if something happens to it, or any of the other adjacent businesses, several years ago, we had the recycling facility that had a big fire. How do we evacuate individuals? So if there's any funding for that in all of our communities, it would be great, because we're all going to be impacted in different places. I know one of the options was more bike lanes, and it's great to have more bike lanes. You're getting people out of their car, but bike lanes might also impede some of the emergency access. So figuring out how do we prioritize it there and making sure that people are able to get out should something ever happen. Hopefully nothing ever does, but if it does, we could be ready. And then figuring out how to move traffic away and faster from our communities, especially on 580. And I know that's a different jurisdiction, but if there's anything that we can do to making sure that we can push to move it away from Richmond and to the other side of the bridge faster, so that they're not just stalling and going into the Santa Fe neighborhood, for example, and they're very impacted by the bridge. So just some thoughts there, but thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Those are all excellent points. And the City of Richmond has experience with the TCC program of the state. This grant program is going to be very similar to that in terms of having the opportunity for large grants that are transformative, and working with in partnership with organizations to access that funding and really see projects that are larger, that are more integrated. And I think what you're describing sounds like it could fall in those categories. But more to come on the specifics for that, and those are all very good suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation, and I will also put it on my page so that people who follow me will also send in surveys.
And feel free to pass on any other thoughts you have.
Will do. So,
thank you.
Once again, thank you. And we can move on to the next item.
Next item is item T1A that was removed from the consent calendar. Is to introduce an ordinance for first reading, amending Richmond Municipal Code, Chapter 3.54, entitled Community Police Review Commission, by adding Section 3.54.110 to establish a training program for commissioners of the Community Police Review. And we do have one in-person speaker. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time.
So who is making the presentation for this item?
So, I pulled the item, so would you like for me to speak or at a later time?
Yeah, I guess you can, but I was hoping that staff would be able to make a presentation so that we'd understand where your
Thank you, that would be
position was
great.
coming from.
Thank you.
Do you want me to make a?
Yes.
I hadn't really prepared, but I can certainly give you an overview of this. The council previously discussed this item, and along with the idea of a number of items that are going to be coming forward, most of the items are going to be in a staff report. In fact, I was just reading it for next week's meeting. The training item was something that the council indicated they wanted to move forward with quickly. And it didn't need to be a part of the whole package, so it was its own item, and it was put on to this meeting as it seemed in the discussion, the prior discussion, all council members felt that the training was important. The staff report goes through, there's a National Association for Civilian Oversight for law enforcement, and so that's NACOLA. And it outlines a number of things upon which there should be training. And they're outlined in the staff report, include investigation procedures, the concept of use of force guidelines, general police practices, also other training that we would do besides these police items include commission procedures, holding hearings, items such as that. So again, these are identified. One of the intents is that all commissioners would go through this training at this point, and that then in the future, new commissioners would get the training. And in addition, there would be ongoing training. There's a need to, as the law develops, et cetera, to get current with practices. So there would be continuing training programs. The staff report also outlines training programs for various cities like Anaheim and Berkeley. And so those have been incorporated into the proposal.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Brown?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Alshire. Want to emphasize that I am in full support of the implementation of the training requirement for the CPRC commissioners. So that's the reason I pulled. The reason I pulled the item is the timeline. The ordinance will allow up to 6 months for new commissioners to receive training, which I feel is a bit extended, given the seriousness and the sensitivity of the work. And waiting nearly a half a year before training begins is, again, quite extensive. Also, the Nicole, which the report references, explicitly states that providing new members with the training right away is a critical step. So although training is recommended and not required, this evening, my request is pretty simple. It's just to tighten up and strengthen our ordinance by condensing that training window. So, or at the very least, ensuring that the core training modules happen within the first 30 to 60 days.
So I think, again, the commissioners put this recommendation together.
Right.
And it does require 8 hours of training. It is a volunteer position. I think, I'm thinking of different ways of trying to accommodate, because the problem is trying with their volunteer schedule, trying to get enough time to have that training in addition to job, et cetera, whatever other responsibilities are. It's not intending to say you can wait 6 months to get the training.
Right.
You should be getting the training right away. It's providing a window for everybody's schedule, because 8 hours could be multiple sessions. You're unlikely to do it all in one day. So there will probably be multiple sessions that have to be scheduled. It could be made tighter, probably. I'm not sure that it could all be done in 30 days or even 60 days, but maybe.
Can I give you an
So-
information?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I can ask you that question because the commissioners are going to start trainings at the end of July, beginning of August. So what you are asking is what they are moving into that.
Right. So I understand that and thank you. I'm just concerned about our municipal code being amended and it would reflect up to 6 months. And so if we do go until 6 months, then hey, it's outlined in the code. So my concern again is that we are having commissioners operating in their roles without training.
Well, another thing we could perhaps do is to say that they can't hear an item until they've been trained.
Yeah, that's really a positive step. Again, fully in support of the training component, but we have to consider the obligations that each commissioner do have. And so this is a critical step. Otherwise, I wouldn't pull the item.
Okay, I think we've heard both positions, and I think it's time for public comment. Do we have public comment?
We have one in-person speaker and several speakers online. Public speaker is Jamie Purcell, in-person speaker.
There we go. Frankly, I was expecting it to be a little bit more controversial, so that's the timeline. That timeline issue, that totally makes sense. But you know, you have to fill out the cards well beforehand. Yeah, I have to go through training for the commissions I'm on for the county. Totally makes sense, and especially trying to make point of that there is a high level of responsibility, and you are going to be seeing a lot of information that is very sensitive. So yeah, I think clarification of that language is not controversial. Thank you.
Okay, that was our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the online speakers. We have 5 speakers.
And those 5 speakers are Noel Cantu, followed by Raymond Wendell, Carmen Martinez, Andrew Melendez, and Ben Terrio will be the last speaker for this item. Maricel Cantu, you may begin.
Hi, everybody, council members and vice mayor and mayor. Marisol Cantu, third generation, also commissioner on the Community Police Review Commission, and really appreciate all of the work that the city attorney, not just Dave Alshire, but also our city attorney liaison, Floyd Andrews, and of course our city council liaison, Claudia Jimenez, has really helped us build out this training module. I think it's critical that we are trained as an advisory body, as a recommending body to the city council. I also think 6 months could be definitely long. I think 3 months for new commissioners. One hesitation is that we're all scaffolded and we come on at different times and there's vacancies at different times. So it will take, you know, modules and coordination and staff time to ensure that everybody is trained. So if you definitely want to ensure that folks are getting their 8 hours of training, please invest in the Community Police Review Commission. I think that's the core part is sometimes we don't have staffers. We could use more city attorney help. And so we need funding for the training. If we're going to have modules, that's really critical. And so 100% agree. And I really love the idea of shortening and especially for new commissioners. And yet 9 people on a commission can be very hard to find an 8-hour day when many people are working full time and are volunteers. And so just investing or possibly even compensating members to do this if they're taking time off of their workday. And that's been done in other commissions as well. So thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Raymond Wendell. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, Council. My name is Raymond Wendell. I'm a former Richmond resident who now lives in San Pablo, but I've continued to follow Richmond's Police Review Commission closely since I moved. I have a longstanding interest in civilian oversight of law enforcement. I'm calling in support of this item T1A. So I think that the training recommendation, it's really long overdue. And the commission, I believe, has been talking about this for quite some time and discussing it at several meetings. I recall attending a commission meeting, I think it was late last year, where the commissioners were already contemplating a recommendation about training, and they were debating about the types and levels of training that would be appropriate and the timeline. And then the issue ended up being delegated to an ad hoc committee, I believe, if I recall correctly, which did a lot of research about how other jurisdictions with civilian police oversight bodies deal with the issue of training, the topics and skills they prioritize in their trainings, and a realistic timeline. So I think that I just urge the council to be sensitive to the fact that these are volunteer commissioners. And it's important to make this requirement flexible. We don't want to discourage potential commissioners from joining because, like, for instance, they have a busy schedule and they're not sure they would be able to fit in the 8 hours of training in the first 6 months. And yeah, I think the council should just, keep that in mind, and we should be deferring to the commissioners themselves who came up with this really thoughtful proposal for training. So in summary, I urge you to vote yes on agenda item T1A, and that if you do decide to change the timeline, that you make the requirement something that's flexible and sensitive to the volunteer commitment. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carmen Martinez. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and community members. My name is Carmen Martinez. I'm a D1 resident and currently the chair of the Community Police Review Commission. I am speaking tonight in my personal capacity. First, I want to thank the city attorneys, Floyd Andrews and Dave Elshire, for putting this together, and to our city council liaison, Councilmember Jimenez. I just want to say that I strongly support the proposed requirement for the formal training for all CPRC commissioners. I'm genuinely encouraged to see this item finally come before the city council. For years, the civilian oversight body has operated without a standardized training program, something that many of us, including the council, find deeply concerning, which I was happy that Councilmember Brown actually brought up that we should probably change the timelines to make the training happen sooner rather than later. Commissioners charged with reviewing policy and practices, policing practices, and addressing allegations of misconduct must be equipped with clear tools, legal context, and procedural understandings. This ensures not only fairness and credibility, but also public confidence in our work. The ordinance will bring Richmond into closer alignment with the state and national best practices, including recommendations from the National Association of Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement, NACO. Is an important and overdue step in strengthening effective and legitimate oversight. I want to emphasize that civilian oversight is not optional, it is essential, and I will continue to advocate for the integrity of this work. However, often it appears on the agenda, and I just want to say once again, thank you for your time and your commitment to accountable public service.
Thank you. The next speaker is Andrew Melendez. Andrew, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hello, are you able to hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Great, thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Andrew Melendez. I'm a lifelong Richmond resident, and I'm here today in support of this agenda item to implement a training curriculum for the CPRC commissioners. As previous speaker said, I think this is a really long time coming. I think it's great that we're getting trainings, especially given, the type of commission that this is and the role that these commissioners, play in ensuring that we have fair accountability for all sides in terms of police misconduct cases. I'm really happy to hear that, these trainings will be following the best practices, not only at the statewide level, but also at the national level. I just hope that the council will really just take into consideration the importance of this training and vote in favor of it. And that is my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the last speaker is Ben Terrio. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Ben Terrio, president of the Richmond Police Officers Association, speaking in that capacity. The issue of training is extremely important. It's a little unfortunate that, that people are not prepared to give a presentation on it. If so much work went into it prior to, then it should be that important, worth presenting on, just in case it does get pulled, because it should be expected to get pulled. The things that were put in place are a hodgepodge of different items and things from either NACOL or other cities. It's funny though that the commissioners who have, because not all of them want this exact type of training, but those who have put it together are, tend to pick and choose a lot of things from Berkeley. However, in this case, that's really not getting pushed towards the forefront. The training should be robust. There should be consequences if it's not attended. People should be removed from the commission if they don't attend the training. And that's fine that it's a volunteer position, but that doesn't matter. This has real world effects on employees' lives and their careers. So if you want to be a part of this commission, it's important. Clearly, there needs to be some cleanup over the past year and some of the ethics things that have been levied. And that needs to be addressed. So training is a key part of doing that. So trying to slough that off and try to make it, easier, I'm sorry, but there needs to be a robust training program. And I'd also add that this is a meet and confer element. The city of Berkeley tried to bypass that 2 years ago, and they're right back at the table after a PERB charge, sitting in a meet and confer on this subject specifically. So that'll be coming addressed to you, Mr. Alshire, just so you know. Specifically on that issue. But again, make this robust and actually worth something. You guys already fumbled the ball on the ethics, so make this worthwhile and stop listening to the Shadow Commission, the Reimagine Richmond folks.
Thank you. Your time has expired. And that was our last speaker.
Thank you. Public hearing is closed. Councilmember Bana?
Thank you. I have two quick questions. Who decides what goes onto training? Who is going to administer the training? How valid is it? That's my question number one.
Well, you can see from the staff report the elements that are listed.
I saw it.
Yes, so those items are a part of it. Basically, we will contact outside trainers and who are experts in the field and have them do the training. As you heard, there's a projected training session in July.
So it's in-person training, not online?
Yep.
So,
I mean, the person that comes in does the training. And so the trainers will have variations on how they might approach the topics, but the idea here is to make sure the basic standards will be covered in the training.
My question is about basic standards. Where do they come from? Is
They-
there a
they come-
national guideline, California
Yes.
guideline?
Basically, what we've cited in the staff report.
So
It's on, if you look on page 3, Nicola, it lists different things. And that they are, as I said, that's a national association.
okay, I checked their website. It wasn't my impression that they have such guideline, but I take your word for it. I also have a comment or a suggestion. Can we add 1 hour of riding along with a police officer, either in a
So-
vehicle or in a boat?
Yes, the ordinance specifies that in this training, it's going to include ride-along.
Excellent, thank you.
Councilmember Robinson?
So I really appreciate it. I just want to keep this brief because we have a lot of other items tonight that I know people are waiting for. Some of them have big implications to their businesses. I support moving quicker on the training. I think it's really important to have that as soon as possible. This is a really important commission that has a lot of responsibility, as was stated earlier. It really impacts, victims' lives, the lives of people who are bringing their cases forward, as well as officers' lives who have their careers on the line. And we need to make sure that the people who are put in position to make recommendations have all of the training they need to do that. I would completely support shortening that time frame, but I would also like to support and put forward that maybe we do need to consider putting a stipend, making a stipend available so that if people need to miss work for the training, they could be stipended for that training time. This is a really different kind of commission considering the kind of impact that it has. And I would be open to considering such a stipend to make sure that the training can happen as soon as possible and that it's mandatory. Thank you.
Sister, Vice Mayor Cepeda.
Thank you. I also agree. Thank you for pulling it and having us have this conversation. This is important. It sounds like everyone's in agreement with going from less than 6 months to potentially 30 or 60. I see that there's a couple other cities that do one that says 60 or 90 days. City of Santa Ana has 90 days. And I'm trying to find, Mr. Alshire, I think I heard we're doing 8 hours of training?
Yes.
So I didn't see this anywhere in the document. I might be missing it.
Well, it's in the ordinance.
It's in the ordinance. Okay, I didn't see it there either. But so I see Berkeley has 40 hours. How do we land on 8? And is there a way to increase it? Is 8? How do we land on 8?
I think the commission was looking at anything from 40 to 16 to 4 to 8. And they, looking at, again, work schedules, et cetera, they came up with 8.
Okay. And is this 8 once in their?
So there's an 8 for the initial training. Once you've had the initial training, it's not detailed. There's going to be annual training, and the hours of annual training are not specified.
Okay. It would be great to see if we can specify it because this is great training. And also looking at the organization's training, I think council should also take some of the training because I think some of that might be good for us. And I agree about providing a stipend. They're volunteers, but we're asking them to do a lot. So if we can provide them with a little bit of stipend to do this, it could also help incentivize more individuals to potentially sign up. And then for sure, making the retraining annual, so the at least minimum of 8 hours every year. And then the ride-alongs, if we can change it to saying shall instead of being a choice.
It is shall.
It is shall? Okay, I didn't read it that way. But also, if we could also have individuals maybe go into our 911 call center. I recently visited it. And it's a great experience of being able to see a different side of what happens. So you're not just in the police vehicle, but you're also seeing all the other calls that are coming in and how they're being triaged. So we can really get a good overview of everything that happens in the city. So if we can add that as well, that would be great. And that could be a choice, but definitely the ride-along should be a definite. And so the training is going to be in person then? It's not going to be online?
My understanding is the training is planned, the instructor's going to come. Whether there will be people that can't attend in person and can also be online, I don't think we've specified that.
Okay. If we can do in person, I think there's a better value in person.
Yes.
So, perfect. No other comments for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you, Alshire, for helping with this. And I just wanted to really thank the commissioners at the Police Review Commission for just taking a lot of time in trying to strengthen, provide better guidance for the commission and the members. And I think that this is really valuable. So I want to say, like, the trainings are coming from the National Association for Civil Oversight of Law Enforcement. Yes, they are mandatory, and 8 hours is the minimum. So it could be that
be more.
It could be more, right? So I would like to move the item with the friendly amendment that we have 90 days as the time. So it's shortened. We heard all of you, and we heard some of the commissioners that it's important to have less, a shorter time.
Can I second the item with a request for a friendly amendment for staff to explore providing a stipend for the 8 hours of mandatory training, only the training time, not the general participation in the commission.
Accepted.
So your idea is that you get paid for doing the training, not for the general position of being a commissioner?
Not the general position of being the commissioner, but the training, yes, because we're making that mandatory. We're making it that they need to do it before they can, in order to start their service, and they could be removed if they don't do it. So giving them support to make sure that more different types of people can do it, and then we don't only get people who are economically able to or are retired.
So just to flesh that out a bit, let's say somebody decides they're going to do 12 hours of training. Do you pay them for the full 12?
8 hours. 8 hours of mandatory training. Yeah. And then if they want to do more, that is their thing. And we can always revisit it later, but I want to make sure that this initial effort at the 8 hours of mandatory training is supported.
If I may, through the chair.
First, we have a motion, we need a second.
No, he seconded.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, and I see we have two people who want to add comments, so Councilmember Brown?
Yes. I appreciate reducing the timeline, but when we're talking about incorporating stipends and you're getting a 90-day window, I think that any person with a job or children or whatever could make those accommodations without a stipend if you have 90 days in advance. However, I would prefer them to have this training prior to 90 days. That's
60 days?
Yeah, 30 to 60 days. We're talking, we just heard from individuals about the impact that these roles have, and it's imperative that we have a commission that's equipped if they're going to be sitting and reviewing cases that are determining, that could potentially impact someone's life.
So are you asking for a friendly amendment? Or?
Yes, thank you. I would like to do a friendly amendment.
Could I ask, in lieu of that, if they couldn't have a hearing until they've been trained, doesn't that accomplish the same thing and still gives them flexibility within the window?
So they cannot vote? May I ask a question? Does it mean they cannot vote?
Councilmember Bana, I would appreciate it if you went through the chair.
I asked you, I thought you said
yes. Okay.
I'm envisioning that they wouldn't participate in a hearing matter if they haven't had the training.
Hearing is where they
It's
vote.
really,
So-
so the investigator does its investigation, and then he comes forward and makes a recommendation. Then there's a hearing on the matter.
Excellent, thank you. That's a very good point.
Yeah.
I don't think that could be happening because then, if we are going to have 90 days, and then are we going to say that they cannot right now in the next meeting to be part of the public hearing?
So what we're saying is.
Actually, this would be a friendly amendment or a substitute motion. So we have a motion on the floor, and at this point, all we can do is ask for friendly amendments, but they don't seem to be acceptable by the people who made the motion, or we can make a
Were
substitute
they not?
motion.
I didn't hear a decline.
Yeah, no. No, I think we are going to have the 90 days for that, and in that time, they can be trained. I think if
I could just comment on it. So right now, we're in a situation where they've just been bringing investigators on board. The investigators are investigating, so they haven't brought anything forward. So this is kind of a good time to be able to get the training and get up to speed. At the same time, because of their schedules, we're giving them a time frame. So it's not, if they can go forward quicker than in the 90 days, there might not be any disruption. I just thought overall, it might be less disruptive to make it clear you need to be trained before you can.
Yeah, I think so. I think I was just talking because they are going to start in July and August, so they will be trained. That is no problem. I am just thinking about the new appointees. So how that you are going to do that. So they are going to be appointed and they are not going to be able to vote or participate because the time is roll over. Like, yeah, so I am not seeing it for this particular, and I think like we are putting a lot of red blocks to this commission where they are actually saying we are going to be trained, we are going to start in just right now, July, like in 2 weeks or something, July or August, to be starting with this training. So it's just, it's a lot, like, it's just putting more things that I don't think is needed, and especially for the new commissioners, how this is going to apply.
Okay. We have, we have a motion on the floor, and I'm going to allow Councilmember Brown and the city manager to make statements, and then we will vote.
Again, I would like to just reiterate the importance of these roles, and that I didn't hear any objection from the callers who are actually commissioners that were objecting the timeline. They were actually excited that we were attempting to expedite the trainings. I've never had a job where you can start working and get training later. I just don't see it. However, I believe that even with Mr. Alshire saying that folks should be trained before they're even operating in their capacity, that's one thing. But I'm also saying that, hey, we have a 30, 60-day window to get folks where Councilmember Robinson said that we should compensate. I'm agreeing with that. If you have to take off work or it interrupts your life, we can accommodate that. However, we have the more serious that we take our own commission, I think the more serious other people will take the commission as well. This is not a anything goes. This is serious business, and I'm pretty sure they know that when they applied to be on this commission. So I would like to continue to advocate for the sooner the better. Thank you.
City manager?
Through the mayor as a chair, it would be helpful for, based on the comments this evening, if the council as a whole does want to do the stipends, that they add a component to the motion so we don't have to bring it back right away, to direct the city manager to develop and implement a stipend program in an amount not to exceed, and then whatever the council wants the amount to be as a starting point. So then while you are out on recess and they're starting their training, then we could be developing a way to effectuate it. And then if it's under $10,000, I can just do it administratively. But if it happens to, for whatever reason, depending on what the motion is, if it's over 10,000, then we definitely need a motion.
Okay.
So I would like to amend my friendly amendment to include that we're directing the city manager to explore the establishment of a stipend program explicitly for the 8 hours of mandatory minimum training, not to exceed the $10,000 limit. And please base it on other stipend programs for like commissions, because I don't really know what's standard.
Okay, would you also accept implement?
Yes, and implement.
Okay, thank you.
I accept that. And I just wanted to say, when you get to city council, you don't get trained right away, but you get in this seat to be able to vote right away. So I think that is the thing that I wanted to say around, we are going to give them 90 days, and they are going to take seriously the training. They are going to start in July, but for new commissioners, I think we need to think about more.
I'm going to, it's time for a vote. I call the question.
Councilmember Brown?
Just for clarification, I know you said that myself and Mr. Ashar was going to have some final remarks. I never heard any final remarks from him.
I said city manager.
Oh, city manager. Okay, sorry about that. We're voting on 90 days?
Yes.
Okay. 90 days and they get a stipend?
Right.
What is your vote?
No, I'm trying to collect myself to bring to a vote because I'm not agreeing with, so I want the training to happen regardless if we do it if 90 days is the least we can get it to, that's fine. But if you have a 90-day window, I would not approve a stipend.
So you're voting no?
I'm voting yes on the,
It is one.
you can't, I know you can't, so you can't split the
No.
vote on what you want to, okay.
No.
I can come back to you.
Please, thank you, because they up
Okay,
here.
Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson.
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bana.
I believe they should be trained before the hearings. No.
Vice Mayor Zepeda.
Yeah, we need to train them before the hearings as well, so no.
And then Councilmember Brown.
I'm gonna vote no as well.
Okay, the motion passes with Councilmember Brown, Bana, and Vice Mayor Zepeda voting no.
Mr.
Our
Mayor,
next item.
can I ask, I know that we were not at agenda review, but there are a number of business owners here that are interested in item W4, and some of them, their businesses on the line if we don't address the tobacco ordinance. And I'm wondering if we can move that forward in the agenda so that we don't end up running out of time.
If I may, through Mayor, as a chair,
Yes.
before the council leaves this evening, we do need the council to approve our contract with Republic Services.
And,
So I don't have a preference on the order, I just respect, it has to be approved tonight because the contract expires at the end of the month.
And
What
just
about
a
the
question
public
about
hearings?
the special districts. Do they have a deadline?
Those should also be approved, the 2 public hearings. We have 3 things that we have to do, please.
the-
Okay, 4.
So I'm going to keep the order as it is.
Our next item under public hearings. So pursuant to public notice, it's time to hold 2 public hearings. First one is to adopt a resolution approving the engineer's report for the Hilltop Landscape Maintenance District for the fiscal year 25-26, providing a 3% increase in annual assessments.
For the good of the order, before Public Works starts their presentation, I'd like to remind council that we have engaged SCI to do an analysis for the general fund areas, and that analysis will come back to the city council September 23rd. So hopefully that'll help this go smoother.
Okay. So let's,
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and members of council. My name is Robert Armijo. I'm the Deputy Public Works Director and City Engineer. I have with me today Avinish Nadan from our Finance Department and Jason Lacey from our Ops, who's our Park Superintendent. And then also online, I have with us John Bliss, who's the President of the SCI Consulting Group. And having said that, with the introductions, this is the, in the last meeting, we had some discussion and basically passed the intent to approve the engineer's report and then implement a 3% increase in the assessment for the Hilltop Landscape Maintenance District. And in this meeting will be the excuse me, the final adoption of the engineer's report, which will eventually lead to us entering a 3% increase in the rolls. So having said that, if John, if you could start your presentation and we'll go, we can have a discussion afterwards. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Robert. Good evening. My name is John Bliss. I'm president of SCI Consulting. Good evening, Mayor Martinez, members of the City Council staff, and members of the public. My comments will be brief. We just have a couple of slides because there's a couple of issues that came up last meeting. As Robert says, this is the second step in a two-step annual process to continue the assessments that have gone on for many years for the Hilltop Landscaping and Lighting District. A colleague of mine from another firm will follow me and do a similar public hearing for the Marina Bay. So let's go to the next slide. So as the city manager said, we've been engaged now for almost a year on a study to really understand several elements of this assessment district, and that's come largely from questions from council and members of the staff. These assessment districts have been here for many years. There's certain laws that we have to satisfy. We want to provide the highest level of service, and we have to peel the onion and understand some of the ways they've been historically set up. And so we're doing that, and we're going to have a study session with you on September 23rd. There's a few issues that we need to bring to a head at that meeting, and I want to kind of go over those quickly with you. First of all, arguably the most important thing is the service level. Is the Hilltop assessment providing the right services at a high level, and the services that were voted on and approved when this assessment was set up about 25 years ago? And I might add that there's been some misinformation. These assessments were conditions of development, and they're very common up and down the state, and it's really a way for public agencies to stretch their dollar in terms of service levels for landscaping, lighting, parks, things like that. There's a component that the city is responsible for, but the lion's share of the maintenance is actually paid for by the property owners. I can speak for Hilltop. It's quite popular. We're not getting calls from property owners. They may be frustrated on service levels, but they're paying these assessments every year, and they're interested in them continuing. So the first one is, tell us about the service level. The second issue is the assessment methodology, fair and defensible. Frankly, that's the easiest of the three that we're looking at. It's essentially, are the rates for commercial, residential, vacant, industrial, fair and defensible? They were set up in the original documents, and I think that's probably not particularly controversial. The toughest one is the third one, and that is Proposition 218 is very, very clear in that it requires that an assessment district have a component of payment not by the property owners themselves, and it typically goes to the public agency, in this case the city of Richmond. And it's based on this abstract concept of special benefit versus general benefit. The special benefit your parcel gets is directly the improvement of beautification, a well-maintained park directly to your parcel. There are other folks that drive through and enjoy the beautification, but they're not assessed. They may live in another city and they drive through. That's general benefit, and that general benefit cannot, the cost of that general benefit cannot not be borne by the property owners, the local property owners. That makes sense. They shouldn't have to pay for someone from out of the area that enjoys it. So the city is required to have a component that they pay for, and so that's very important. And it, to a certain degree, it's spelled out in the original documents, but there's things that we need that are lacking in clarity. There's a second component that the city is responsible for, and I want folks to understand that tonight. And that is a benefit assessment or special assessment is a higher level of service over and above the base level of service. And in the case of Richmond, the work that is done by the staff that's assigned to Hilltop includes the base level plus the over and above. So the city needs to pay for that base level that goes everywhere, and they need to pay for the general benefit. So that you're going to see in a subsequent slide those components. Let's go to the next slide. So there were some questions about parks within the assessment district. And we did some research and we wanted to make that clear. And so essentially we identified, as folks had said, there are 4 parks within the assessment district. They're green space style parks. So you don't see typical amenities like basketball courts, but they are parks. One of the parks, the Hilltop Lake Park, which is number 1 on your screen, is well described in the original documents. It's always intended to be part of the assessment, and some of the maintenance is paid for by this assessment. In fact, there's a dedicated budget item, and the city has been providing maintenance based on the assessment for Hilltop Lake Park. The other 3 parks are, as I said, they're green space style parks. They have paths in them, but not a lot of extra amenities. That's Vista Del Mar Park, Community Park, and Bay Vista Park. And those are eligible to be paid for by benefit assessment allocations. And we talked to staff today, field level staff, and they confirmed that some of the assessment money is used to maintain those parks. Some of the larger well-known parks like Hilltop Park and Hilltop Green are outside of the assessment district. Unfortunately, they share the same name, so there was some confusion. Those parks that are well-known and have lots of amenities are not part of this at all. They're outside of the district, and they get no funding from the assessment district. Let's go to the next slide. So wanted to share with you, and again, this is a work in progress. We're peeling the onion and trying to understand. And the appropriateness of the city contribution is very, very important. And we use the word appropriate intentionally because we may make a finding that is the city's contribution exceeds what is required and what is fair, or we could potentially have one where it needs to be increased. So what we know right now, and thank you to staff for the research on this, is where we're currently, what the current contribution is. So I want to go over some numbers with you really quickly. So and we include Marina Bay, which is the next one, just so you get a sense of it in this. So the Hilltop Landscaping Maintenance Assessment District, that map, all the parcels, which are mostly retail and commercial, there is some residential, bring a total of 1.1, almost $1.2 million in a year. The costs of maintaining that area is a little more than $1.7 million a year. And so the city contributes. There's a direct cash contribution of $250,000, and that's generally earmarked for that general benefit requirement that is required of all Prop 218 compliant benefit assessments in the state. There's also an employee sharing ratio, which results about $320,000 worth of city contribution. In addition to that, and this is what we're still sharpening our pencil on, is there's other types of contribution. It may be some high-level staff time. It may be the time with the clerk to process the resolutions, all of that. And there's an allocation for that, but we want to get a little more detailed on that. Similarly, Marina Bay in the lower right-hand corner, the collection is about $758,000. The overall cost, remember, that's kind of an industrial area. There's lots of general benefit because lots of folks use that. The overall cost is $1.6 million. There's a cash contribution towards that general benefit requirement of $505,000, and then they have a shared employee cost of about $457,000. So let's go to the next slide. So the recommended action again today, and again, we're happy to answer any questions. This is really the final slide, but again, this is the second step in an annual process. It's very important to maintain the service level in Hilltop. This is a key part of that maintenance, and so it's an important decision for you guys to make after you conduct the public hearing, and we'll answer any questions. So we need you to hold a public hearing, and then we're recommending that you adopt a resolution approving the engineer's report for the fiscal year, providing that 3%, and directing us to put those assessments on the annual property tax bills. And again, we're going to do a study session with you where we'll drill into these issues, particularly the city contribution, where we'll talk about service levels, methodology, and city contribution. Move to the final slide. That's questions and answers, and we're happy. Myself and staff are happy to answer any questions now.
Okay, thank you. I would like to start off with public comments. Do we have any? No? Okay. Oh, yes. I'm terribly sorry. This is a hearing. Okay, so Staff.
Well,
You wanna
with John's great presentation and comments, that concludes staff presentation.
Okay.
Well, okay, then the public hearing is open.
We have one speaker. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time. The speaker is Cordell Handler. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. So good evening again, Mayor Martinez, council. For the record, I am Cordell Handler and I'm a Richmond resident. And thank you, Robert and staff, for this presentation. So the public, as I started, when I looked at this presentation, I said, I don't have no problem with the engineer's report. So I think it's pretty much laid out, straightforward, and I will let the other speakers hear the comments. That's it.
That was our only speaker.
All right, then public hearing is closed. Do we have any clarifying questions from council? If not, then I need a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, a motion from Vice Mayor.
So
I'll second.
I'll make a motion. Oh, well, I haven't made it yet. Thank you. I did get a chance to meet with staff yesterday, so thank you for updating the presentation. And then from yesterday's meeting, we talked about, and there were an agreement here. So I'll make a motion to go with the recommended action and then adding in there also to create a working group of the HLMD stakeholders to provide input and guidance on the HLMD and engineers report, working alongside with staff. And then staff were in agreement, so that way they'll help give it some further input on there. So that's my motion, and I think I have a second.
Could you separate that into two motions so that the actual action on the district is one thing, and then the request of staff to create the association is a separate item?
But it's kind of all the same.
It's okay.
Yes, but it's not, the assessment district itself has resolutions and so forth.
Yes,
Okay.
if that would be helpful, Vice Mayor, since
I'll
we
go
have
with
to
that.
transmit this to the county.
So then I'll make those two motions then. One to approve the recommendation then, and then the other one to work with staff in creating the community working group of the HLMD stakeholders to provide input and guidance on the HLMD and engineers report.
Okay, and we'll start with the first. Do we have a second? For the
Councilmember
first motion?
Brown.
Okay.
Second.
Second. It's
Councilmember
okay.
Brown? How are you voting?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
And now for your second motion.
Then my second motion, again, to work with staff on creating a community working group of HLMD stakeholders to provide input and guidance on the HLMD and engineers report.
Do we have a second?
I second it.
Okay. Motion by Vice Mayor, seconded by Councilmember Bonner.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. Our next public hearing is item V2. Is to adopt a resolution approving the engineer's report from the Marina Bay Landscape and Lighting Maintenance District for the fiscal year 2025-26, providing for a 3% increase in annual assessments.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and members of City Council. Once again, for the record, my name is Robert Armijo. I'm the Deputy Public Works Director and City Engineer. I have with me members of staff, Avinish Nadan, and also Jason Lacey, our Park Superintendent. Sorry about that. I also have with me online Tony Thrasher from Wildan, who will be presenting on our update. As with the last item, this is a two-step process where we adopt the final engineer's report so that we can add to the tax rolls an annual 3% increase. So having said that, Tony, can you run us through the presentation tonight?
Certainly. Thank you, Robert. Hello, Mayor and Council. I'm Tony Thrasher, Project Manager. So you heard from me a few weeks ago. I'm going to go through this fairly quickly.
Can't hear you.
Can't.
You got to speak
Let
up
me
a little
move a
louder.
little closer. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Yes.
Go ahead. You were a little bit louder, but if you can get closer to the mic.
How about now?
Maybe
Better?
Talking and they'll tell you.
Yeah, maybe KCRT can help with the volume.
Yeah, can you hear me now? I'll see if maybe that can help at all. No? Anything there?
Yeah, we can hear you. You're just very soft.
How about now?
Perfect.
Right. Sorry about that. So I'll try to make this brief, right? So if I can't quite see the presentation so much, oh, perfect. Okay, let's go ahead and go to the second slide and I'll just dive right in. Right, so the Marina Bay Landscaping Lighting Maintenance District was formed in 2009, right, to provide a method, funding, whole and part, the ongoing operation, maintenance, and servicing of various public landscape lighting improvements, very similar to Hilltop, right? John kind of covered a lot of this, and so let's go ahead and go to the next slide, where we'll show a boundary of the district and the two zones within it. The majority of the parcels, 98%, I believe, of those parcels are within Zone 1. Go ahead and go to the next slide. So per the 2009 engineers report, 42% of the total annual costs and expenses is city funded, and 58% is funded proportionally by the property owners. So the maximum assessment rates are adjusted annually by 3%. And so at the very bottom, you can see what the maximum assessment amount and then the calculated levy amount for each of those zones, which is less than the maximum assessment amount. Next slide, please. So for the total assessment on property owners for 25-26 will be $758,000, and then the city's contribution to the district would be $505,000 per the general and special benefit findings of the report. Next slide, please. We had the intent meeting on 6/3. The property owner mailing went out on the 10th of this month. And then we're having the public hearing tonight. So the next step is to submit charges to the county once we have the county secured roll so we can account for any parcel changes therein, their deadline being the 10th of August. And so the recommendation is to approve the resolution as it is before you in the agenda documents. And I'm here to answer any questions as well as staff. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. I was actually playing soccer at Marina Park, so my apologies. Public hearing is open.
We have one public speaker, Cordell Handler.
So I'm gonna try to keep this short. So good evening again, Mayor Martinez, Council. For the record, I am Cordell Handler, and I have spoken with the president of Marina Bay Council, and she don't have no objections to this 3% assessment. So just go ahead, approve the assessment, so they can send it to make the deadline. That's it.
Thank you. Anyone online?
No.
In that case, I'm closing the public hearing. Do we have any clarifying questions? Councilmember Brown.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation as well. I recall when we had this item before that we were going to implement an ad hoc committee. So I was wondering, should that be included in?
No, the ad hoc committee was not about districts in particular. They were about districts in general and the inequality that they
Right, and we were saying that from these two districts, the development of an ad hoc committee would form. Yes.
and others might jump in who know more about this than I do. I talked to the city manager, who I think is coming back towards the microphone, is that I thought too that we were going to do a separate ad hoc, and then what I think I was told, and people can correct me, is that SEI, which are the consultants who put together this 3% assessment presentation, they are also doing, and they put that on the slide for Hilltop. In September, they're going to come back with information about what the data about how much, whether the spending that's going on in the districts is comparable to the spending in the rest of the city, which currently doesn't exist. And so I think my understanding is that they're going to come give us a presentation in September, and then any sort of ad hoc committee we wanted to do might make more sense to wait until after we have that data. Is that where we're at? Because she's right, like we talked about doing something to be more thoughtful about the special districts in general, but I thought we were going to wait till September, is my understanding.
Also, the process is through the mayor as the chair, like he has to agendize an item if there's going to be an ad hoc. So I would, in terms of the process and the timing, I would defer to the mayor, but in terms of like the staff piece, that's accurate that we've been collaborating with SCI and that we want to be able to have information for the September 23rd meeting.
And I would say, like, I would like to be on the ad hoc committee. I'd be happy to start before September, but I don't think we're going to have anything to make a decision until then.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yeah, I just want to add to this that there are some other processes that are moving that have to do with the park equity project that are trying to establish the minimum maintenance requirements or what that might look like for the city. That might help to inform this process. So I think we need to think of it all together and not take them separately.
Yes.
Do you have a timeline for that process? Does September make sense for that as well?
Jason?
I was going to say Tawfiq and Jason might want to answer.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Tawfiq Halabi. I'm the Deputy Director of Public Works for Operations Maintenance. I'm working with Councilmember Robinson and Superintendent Lacey on the Park Standards Committee. And so we've had a few meetings. We're going to have a few more. Likely by the end of the calendar year, we'll have something that we can bring to the City Council regarding the standards for parks maintenance.
So what SCI, can I just elaborate? So what SCI is doing is basically just an analysis of like, here's the current staffing that we have in Hilltop and Marina Bay, and then here's what we have in Marina Bay, and then here's the linear square feet or something, whatever the metric is, acreage could be, that we have in the general fund area, and then this is what here's what's in Hilltop, here's what's in Marina Bay, and then look at what are the all of the staff allocations and the total costs, what is equipment, what is cost pool, and do a financial analysis. I think what Tawfiq is talking about is complementary to that, and that is a larger assessment of the parks and what needs to be happening. But so this initial analysis would be primarily financial in nature based on the current staff we have.
Thank you. I'd like to bring up a process issue. And this process issue is on how ad hocs versus individual council members approach staff. I think there's a lot of confusion. And I think we need to have a closed session. I don't know if it's closed session item on where we discuss what those boundaries might be.
We welcome the opportunity to do that, and it would also potentially be beneficial if in that conversation we reflected on the council rules.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Wilson?
So just in the interest of getting to the other items on the agenda, I'd like to move that we adopt the 3%, or adopt the item as the recommended action for this item.
I second that.
Can I make a comment really quick, just
Yes.
in response to something you said? So the Park Equity Project is a much larger project that includes a whole realm of grants and many other people on committees besides myself. And I just wanted to point that out, that that is a very complicated project with multiple committees, multiple members, not just city staff, but that are on these committees. So I just wanted to make sure that people understand that it was not just me as an individual council person going and making my meetings.
Right, okay. I did not know that, but thank you for informing me. But we have had issues of individual council members approaching staff and then, you know, the boundaries between that and ad hoc committees. So, Councilmember
That was
Bana?
basically my question. I cannot remember when that committee came to city council. When did we approve it? Why don't we know about it?
There is no committee.
No, they just mentioned there is a committee.
Well,
The committee is not a city committee. It's a committee that has grown out of a grant that the community organization has gotten and the city has gotten. The city are grantees and they are a part of this whole grant thing. And it's multiple organizations, multiple partners. The city is one of the grantees. So this is an external committee that includes city because they were one of the grantees. I don't know if
I
you want to say more.
respect that and appreciate it, but the city council should have been informed.
Yes, go
Point of clarification, Tawfiq Halabi, once again, it's a working group. I'm sorry, I used the word committee. It's a working group, and we have about 50 members in various working groups together on the Richmond Park Equity Plan. It's a citywide, potentially a multi-year effort. So I apologize. It's a working group.
And if I may, Mayor, we'll send out an email to the council with the administrative record in terms of like when the council approved the grant and what does the grant require, because that's frequently how these things come about, is if it's a component of a grant deliverable. So we'll include that information, work with Public Works to get that out this week.
okay, I called the question.
We have a motion by Councilmember Wilson, second by Mayor Martinez. Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bana?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. Our next item is item W2. It's to authorize the city manager to execute an agreement with Richmond Sanitary Services, Inc., a subsidy of Richmond Public Service, Inc., for solid waste collection services and a collection agreement side letter for use of the rate stabilization funding. Adopt a resolution to update the 2025 solid waste collection rates beginning July 1st of 2025 until the first rate increase in the new collection agreements on January 1st, 2027, and appropriate $500,000 from fiscal year 24-25 to be used in fiscal year 25-26 upon fully executed collection agreement and side letter. We have one speaker on this item.
Shasta Curl, Richmond City Manager. I'm going to hand it off to Samantha and Garth to do the presentation. And I just want to tell the City Council in advance that, speaking of ad hocs and committees, we have 3 members on the City Council. I was going to ask them to raise their hands, who are on the our JPA for post-collection. So those are the members: Councilmember Robinson, Vice Mayor Zepeda, and Councilmember Brown, that throughout this process where we've been negotiating the collection agreement, we have gone to them to ask for policy direction and for input to help us fine-tune some of the final information that is presented to you here this evening. And that's because they are the council members that are closest to all things waste, both collection and post-collection. And so it was a privilege to work with them. They've been very helpful. And also want to, again, commend Samantha and Garth and Sean and BL, who are here in the audience from our public services, for working so collaboratively with us. We're really pleased at where we've gotten, and we've made a lot of progress. So with that, I'll hand it off to Ms. Carr, Environmental Manager.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. So we're going to do our best to be quick. I know that we have a lot of items on the agenda still and have limited time, so we're going to do our best to be really quick. KCRT, could you put up the presentation? Perfect. First, definitely want to second the thank you and appreciation for everybody who's been involved in this project. Next slide. So tonight, this is the recommended action. It's to authorize the city manager to execute an agreement with Richmond Sanitary Service, a subsidiary of Republic Services, Inc., for solid waste collection services, and a collection agreement side letter for use of the rate stabilization funding. To adopt a resolution to update the 2025 solid waste collection rates beginning July 1st, 2025, until the first rate increase in the new collection agreement on January 1st, 2027. And 3, appropriate $500,000 from fiscal year 24-25 to be used in fiscal year 25-26 upon fully executed collection agreement and side letter. Next slide. So, as mentioned, there are two types of solid waste agreements. There's the collection agreement, which is the collection of solid waste materials that is managed by City of Richmond, has been in place since 1985, and that contract is with Richmond Sanitary Service for Public Services. The post-collection agreement is also with Richmond Sanitary Service for Public Services, but the managing entity is Recycle More, and has been in existence since 2013. And that agreement, it basically governs the processing of solid waste material after collection. Tonight, we will only be discussing the collection agreement. So I want to clarify that as we move forward. Next slide. So quick background, started this process July 19, 2022, when we entered into a contract with R3 Consulting. City Council directed the competitive solicitation process for the solid waste collection agreement May 2nd, 23. The RFP was released in January 5th, 2024, and that was in coordination and collaboration with the City of San Pablo. We received the responses March 15th, and then were authorized to enter into agreement negotiations with the top-ranked proposer, Richmond Sanitary Service, a subsidiary of Republic Services. And that brings us to tonight. And then moving forward, there will be, the new contract would begin July 1st. And, prior to that and during that, after that process, there would be community outreach and engagement. So again, next slide. I'm not going to read everything on here. I'm just going to go through a couple of the favorites or the highlights. So city staff, with the assistance of R3 Consulting Group, proceeded to negotiate the terms and conditions of a final collection agreement, and that is included as attachment 1 in the staff report and the agenda packet. Negotiations were productive, with final negotiation collection agreement providing key benefits to city residents. So this new agreement has a 15-year term with 2 5-year options to extend. And the agreement is up to date with performance and legal standards, as well as programs and services required for compliance with state laws, such as California Senate Bill 1383. Next slide. So there would be initial rate adjustment on July 1st of 2025, but there would be no further adjustment on the collection side until January 1st of 2027, so 18 months. Additionally, the city would utilize $500,000 in order to minimize that initial July 1st rate adjustment for residential customers. Next slide. Super exciting. We have electric garbage trucks, slide loaders being phased in over 3 years. So, reduced air pollutants, fewer carbon emissions, less noise, and safer working environment for solid waste vehicle operators. Very, very exciting. Next slide. So, two exciting things in a row. But currently there is a discount for seniors. It is $1, but that would be expanded to a monthly discount of $5, as well as include customers enrolled in discount utility programs such as CARE. The bulky item program would be expanded to multifamily dwellings, curbside collection of holiday trees in late December to early January. That would start this year. So sometimes previously there's multiple options for collecting holiday trees, but one of the options was to utilize the bulky item program that only included single family and duplex customers. I also want to note that there's the expansion of the large-scale city cleanups. So debris boxes, 40-yarders could basically be used for city fire prevention cleanups. and multifamily condo dumpster cleanup events, preferably through the Love Your Block program. Next slide. There would also be cart cleanings available to customers every 5 years, potential for customer accounts to share bin services with neighboring customer accounts, and new reporting requirements. Next slide. Public right-of-way trash can servicing support for public works, the incorporation of new state laws, continued no-cost disposal for the city at the Golden Bear Transfer Station. Next slide. So going into the adjustments, so the new collection agreement rate would start July 1st of 2025. Increase would be for residential customers between about 1.4% and 9.7%, which dollars is 46 cents to $9.83. This does include the rate stabilization. It would be about approximately an 18% increase or $26.87. For customers with, this is specifically for customers with a 2 cubic yard bin once a week. Many multifamily and business customers may potentially reduce costs by reducing waste and right-sizing their solid waste services. Next slide. Very much the same information, but do want to note that about 80% of Richmond accounts have a 32-gallon cart. And the next highest participation rate is the 20-gallon cart. And then when looking at the January 1st, 2027 maximum increase, that would include the CPI at the time, as well as the adjustment for the inclusion of the zero-emission vehicles. Same for January 1st of 2028. And then after that would be the CPI annually. Next slide. So as noted, this agreement is specifically for collection, but we also wanted to provide additional information regarding the post-collection agreement. So you'll see that there is the collection rate plus the current post-collection rate charge, and then you have the total amount. I do want to note what is currently shown was adopted by the Recyclemore Board for 2025, but on June 12th, the board hosted a public hearing regarding a mid-year rate adjustment that would start July 1st. So there would be an additional increase to what is listed in the post-collection charge column. Next slide. So again, just showing comparison as it relates to the residential rates. Richmond does compare favorably to the other neighboring communities. Next slide. This shows very much the similar item. Next slide. Showing how Richmond compares as it relates to commercial. And this is based off of a 2 cubic yard once per week. So showing that this is both inclusive of collection and then the estimated post-collection costs. But as noted, it does not include the additional adjustment and increase that was decided by the Recyclemore Board on July 12th. And with that, we circle back to the recommended action and are available for any questions.
Do we have any public comments?
We have one public speaker, Jamie Purcell. If there's anyone online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time.
The only thing I would like to ask is, because I think this looks great, is that we can do some advertising about how to make sure that residents know about the free item, large item, bulky item pickup. That is something that constantly comes up whenever we do our trash days or dumpster days, I'm sorry, with our neighborhood councils. And this is a service that has been offered and we're paying for it. So why don't people take advantage of it? They always think they have to haul it out once or twice a year. So just making sure that the community is informed about this and being able to help keep our streets clean would be great. But I really appreciate that we're coming in also below Oakland, which I know also struggles with their trash problem. And I think this looks great. Thank you.
That was our last speaker.
No one online?
No.
Okay, then public hearing is closed. Questions, comments from council? Go ahead, Councilmember Bana.
Thank you for the presentation. Your excitement makes me excited too. Looks good. I have some quick questions. Like, I know we use the same company in Pinole and other cities. Why do they have a lower rate than us?
I can help answer that, Councilmember Bana. Garth Schultz, president with R3 Consulting Group. We've been helping the city through this process, and we also work for other local agencies throughout the state of California. We don't work for Republic, we work for you representing ratepayer interests. There are natural variations between rates in communities in accordance with a variety of factors. One of them is just the level of services that are offered here in Richmond through this new agreement. You are getting an elevated profile of services in comparison to many of your neighbors. That's one major contributor. Elements of city funding for reimbursement for city staff costs and other contributors to use of government property and other things through the franchise fee are also a contributor. And then finally, every community has a different mix of commercial, residential, and industrial customers, which affects what the overall rate profile looks like. So when you add all of those together, you end up with variations between communities from Oakland all the way to Martinez. And those variations are fairly natural and also hard to tease out with any degree of additional specificity beyond what I've just shared.
Okay, so there is a franchise fee on that too. I didn't know that. I have a question about bulky items. What is it now? How does it work? How has it improved?
Excellent question, and I appreciate this question. So a bulky item pickup is 3 large items. It can include a mattress, it could include 4 tires, and basically you have to call Republic Services and schedule your bulky item pickup. It's usually on your regular service day. And then once that date is scheduled, you'll put it out on the curb the night before or the morning of before the pickup. And then they'll pick up the items. It's a maximum of 3 items, but 1 item can be swapped out for 5 hazardous waste items, so like electronic waste, items like that. I also want to note that in addition to the bulky item, there is the bag item pickup as well, which is the 15-gallon bags as well. So you can do either. You have the option of doing both. And then with this new agreement, you'll have a third option, but that is for, you'll have a third pickup, but that is for a single family to 4plexes. So that's also been increased. It used to be single-family duplexes, and then there's a secondary program for multifamily dwellings, 5 to 20 units, which is reflective of, which is very similar to the program that I described. But a bulky item is like a couch. It can be 4 tires, mattresses, things like that.
Excellent. So if we raise public awareness about this, hopefully Public Works will save a lot of time. Well, what is your plan about educating the public? I hope you're going to send us an email with highlights so we share with the communities, but beyond that.
Yes, and so there's also a transition plan that is included in attachment 1. I believe it's exhibit 4. And so the city of Richmond, in collaboration with Republic Services, we are going to work to make sure that the community is aware of these new services, these new programs. Outreach may or may not include, Facebook ads, definitely one-pagers, newsletters, items like that. But we'll definitely have a wide range of outreach and education to really support our community members as we move forward with additional and expanded services.
Thank you. One more question. So is there any provision for residences in high fire hazard severity zone for extra green bins or green pickups?
There's the provision for the city when we do the cleanups. It was on a previous slide that the waste can be collected on the city property and disposed of. Do you want to go back to that slide?
Yeah, so there's the first option is going to be we can do basically if there's interest for the city to do a fire prevention cleanup sponsored event, then the debris boxes can be provided for that event and be inclusive of green waste. Additionally, as part of the bag bulky item pickup, green waste can be one of the bags. So the bagged item pickup can include just strictly green waste as well. So that is another option for residents to be able to utilize as we all try to prepare for wildfire season.
Thank you. And bulky items include appliances or not?
My understanding, I believe so.
Yes, certain appliances can also be included. I think there's specificity regarding weight. If it's an item containing Freon, like a fridge or a freezer, right, there's going to be an additional fee because you have to remove that prior to recycling and disposal. But yes, certain types of appliances are included in that program.
Excellent. And about post-collection, do we know anything? Is there going to be a presentation or nothing has changed?
There was, in terms of post-collection services, so information was provided at the Recycle More June 12th board meeting. So that's, I think, the extent, but I'm not sure.
So there's not much difference in that. Okay. But it's exciting. You were right to be excited about collection services. I'm excited too, especially the bulky items. That's very important. That's the biggest improvement, I guess. And thank you for the extra green pickups.
Councilmember Robinson.
I just want to say quickly that just one thank you for all your work on this, Samantha. It's just, I know it's a passion, trash is passion, and it was a lot of work. And I kind of wanted to point out that many of the improvements that are included here are things that directly address our trash issues and our illegal dumping issues in Richmond. So adding multifamily dwelling bulky item pickup is one of the core driving causes to having couches and other things dumped on the street because people didn't have those pickups before. They moved out of their apartment. There's nowhere for it to go. They couldn't have it picked up. So now we're trying, many of these things are trying to address our trash problems in Richmond. And so and similarly having Republic Services dump our city street line trash cans, which is also included here. And that's a big complaint we get. The trash cans aren't getting dumped. Who's going to dump them? Well, Republic Services will dump them now. That's a part of the new contract. So I'm not going to go over every single thing, but I think that it's a huge jump forward to addressing our trash issues and the things that people really complain a lot about in Richmond. And then the post-collection agreement will come to council, correct? Because we are one of the JPA members, so
Yes.
The council has to review and approve the post-collection agreement. So even though we voted on it at Recycle More as representatives, it still needs to come to this body and will be reviewed here.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you so much for the presentation. Thank you all the city council members who provide guidance and all the work that staff did. This is good. I just wanted, I have a question around the money because I saw Berkeley, we will be paying almost double of what Berkeley pays. And I thought, one of the things that I thought we were doing when we voted to have an RFP, it was to have different auctions, but it seems that we are just with Republic. So I don't know, I was just hoping that, can we not change that? What is happening in terms of just one company and continue with that company?
I'm happy to help speak to
Thank
that,
you.
Councilmember Jimenez. So, the city council previously provided direction through to staff to conduct a competitive procurement process, this is the tail end of that process. In issuing the competitive request for proposals, over a year ago, there was broad outreach done to every major and minor solid waste collection company operating in the Bay Area and beyond. All of those were invited to attend a mandatory pre-proposal meeting, and there was some attendance at that meeting by reputable collection companies, including Republic Services. Ultimately, when all was said and done, over a multi-month period of allowing proposers to come in, the only proposal that was provided was through Republic Services, and theirs was fully compliant with the RFP requirements. It was a responsible and responsive proposal. And with respect to why other solid waste companies didn't propose, to a certain degree, that relates to the proximity to post-collection facilities. So, though ultimately at this point, there wasn't other willing collection service providers that felt they could outcompete Republic, given that level of proximity to the existing post-collection facilities, and those other collection providers' needs, if they were to serve Richmond, to find a new corporation yard, to fully invest in new physical infrastructure. Though you are getting new trucks as a part of this, that also is a consideration they'd have to make. So, ultimately, having done some debrief with the proposers that could have proposed but did not, they cited a variety of reasons as to why they opted not to provide a proposal. They felt they couldn't compete with Republic as the incumbent, and having reviewed what Republic has provided, both through city staff and a city evaluation panel that participated in the negotiation process, ultimately those folks, and then also me and folks from my firm, determined what you received here was of good value and of good benefit. It is unfortunate that there wasn't other choices on the table, but you followed the process that you set out to complete. It was open, it was transparent, and it was competitive in the sense that anyone really could have brought forward a proposal to be considered by the city, but the sole proposal was through Republic.
So basically what I am saying is for other collection companies, it doesn't pencil out because the post-collection part.
I think, had there been an opportunity for other companies to also consider post-collection, simultaneous with the collection, that might have attracted more competitive interest, but those weren't the facts at the time that it was released.
Okay. Just my last question is, when Republic goes, especially on San Pablo Avenue, I have seen that they collect, but then there is a lot of garbage after they kind of like go with the trash, the truck. Are you addressing these in how we are going to address that? Because when they pass, what I see is a lot of garbage on the floor, and nobody is going to pick it up. So,
If I may, through the chair, Republic Services is here, Councilmember Jimenez, so we would offer an opportunity. I'm sure they're inclined at this hour to want to speak to the matter, but maybe Sean or BL wants to come up.
yeah, come on.
Thank you.
Good evening, Sean Moberg, Richmond Sanitary Service. Council, Mayor, thank you. Unfortunately, if things like that do happen, we're responsible to get the material back off the ground. So there are some things in the certain contract with liquidated damages. So if we're not actually removing the material properly, or we're leaving debris, and those complaints arise, then we need to be able to meet with the city and discuss those situations. But for the most part, if that's happening, I need to get back to the crew, and let them know they need to get out, pick the material back up, put it back in the container and dump it. So that's a concern of mine. We shouldn't be doing that if that's happening.
Okay, it's happening. So hopefully you can talk to your crew because it's happening.
I appreciate the information. I'll take it back and I'll discuss it with the group tomorrow and let them know that during the council meeting it came up, and I'll make sure that we get the attention we need to get the material cleaned up off the street.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I remember at one time on our street, we had the issue of trash being left behind, and when I called in, they found out that there was something wrong with the truck itself that was letting things fall out of the bottom somehow.
Well, we like to be good and we like to be perfect, but we're not always, and nobody is. But for the most part, there are things that the trucks need to have, right? There's proper seals for the tailgate. There's also clean outdoors. So part of the job is to ensure that the trucks are inspected correctly by the drivers, let alone our maintenance staff. So to that point, we need to make sure that all of that is in proper condition before it hits the street and make sure no material is getting outside the truck. The drivers are responsible, but I will definitely take the information back to them, let them know there were some concerns that you have, and let them know that we've got to take the appropriate action to clean up the mess.
Thank you. Do we have other council members? Oh, I'm sorry. Vice Mayor Cepeda.
Thank you. You can have a seat. Or you can stay. You can answer some of the questions coming up. I might hit you with one of them there.
It's all right.
I just want to say thank you for staff for putting this together. And I'm just going to put it out there. I was the only one that voted against this RFP because we knew what our consultant just told us now, pretty much that Republic owns the assets that are here. We've gone out to RFP once before, and we stayed with Republic because they were the only ones that bid. This time they were the only ones that bid. The only way to change that in the future is if Richmond owns the transfer station, and we don't own it. We're not going to put another transfer station. The other dump place that we have is contaminated, and it's in the Marina Bay. We will never use that again. And I doubt the community is going to want to use another one. So it's great, and I don't want to be Debbie Downer, but I have to be in a way because we have to be realist. In the next 3 years, the collection side is going to have an increase of about $20 for our ratepayers a quarter because the rates are quarterly. And that's only on the collection side. Once Republic Services blue trucks, the shiny new EV trucks are going to pick up the trash, they have to take it somewhere else. And as it was mentioned, Recycle More, which I'm the chair of this year, that one's going to have a 50% increase on the post-collection rates because we also force the JPA to go out to RFP. What we should have done was try to negotiate with the sole person we have. It's supply and demand. And that is hitting us now. We have a demand, and we have only one supplier. We are forced July 1st. We had nothing else that we could do as the JPA, but we had to extend the contract. There was a lot of stuff that happened. The contract didn't go out. The RFP didn't go out on time. There's a lot of issues that happened. The board had to make a decision, and the only decision was to come up with an agreement to extend that contract to continue the negotiations for the post-collection. And that, unfortunately, is going to be an increase of about 50% of those rates. Altogether, in the next couple of years, people are going to see a very big increase. And we have some good benefits that are coming out of it, but we have to figure out, are those going to be worth it at the end of the day? EVs, we have to do no matter what. That's what the state is having all of the vehicles switch over to EVs. So we are where we are, and it's unfortunate that we don't have any other options that we can do, either for another supplier, but even options for ourselves. The options could have been try to negotiate, and if those first negotiations didn't go well, then we go out to RFQ. An RFQ would have told us nobody else is going to bid, which was logical anyways. But that would have given us that information. We could have gone out to the ratepayers and said, we went out, nobody else is bidding, we have to continue negotiating with Republic Services. And then from there, if that was still not good enough, then we do the RFP and we force it more. But for this RFP, Richmond decided to pay $300,000. We ended up splitting it with San Pablo. So it's $150,000 to do the RFP. Granted, we're charging Republic Services, so they're going to pay us back for forcing them to go out to RFP, but I'm pretty sure that somewhere in our rates is that $150,000. We're going to be paying that in the next couple of years. It's not a line item, but there's no one that gives you anything free, and that's going to be on there. Then we're going to have to pay $500,000 to not have a very big increase between now and 2027. That's $500,000 we could have used somewhere else. But we have a not good enough rate for our ratepayers, so we have to subsidize it. So we're subsidizing for $500,000 until the rates come back again. And it looks like in 2027, we're not subsidizing again. So then the ratepayers will have to pay the full amount. And that's a 10.4%, and it's incremental. So the first year is 1.4, followed by 10.4, followed by 7.3 for a 20-gallon cart. And it's all incremental. And these are for individuals that are living in our city that sometimes have a hard time making ends meet. But this is where we are today. So we're going to have to vote on this agreement. And if we want to make changes, the changes have to come with all of the cities that are part of the JPA and from the city. And then just to say, once we did vote on the RFP, even though I voted against it, I did give notes to staff to put on the RFP to say what would it do to do a pre and post collection. But the only thing that went out was to do the collection side, because that would have given us someone that took the whole business and potentially giving us more options, but we didn't do it.
Thank
So,
you.
Thank you.
Your time is up.
Mayor, if I may, for the administrative record, as a reminder to the council and to the community, we are, Vice Mayor Zepeda, I respect your comments, but for the administrative record, I think it's important for the council to recall that we are currently in a state audit. One of the primary issues that is raised in the state audit is around procurement. And so in our corrective action plan, the state has been clear that we need to be very mindful and follow procurement policies of the city, which is what we did. And in the neighboring jurisdictions, San Francisco, Oakland, East County, and San Jose, over the last couple of years, there's been extraordinary scrutiny and lots of legal issues and with individuals and entities pertaining to solid waste. So we understand that there were requests for different approaches to the process, but when we look at what happened regionally and how there have been a series of issues and investigations, we wanted to make sure that we were following the direction of the state auditor, the corrective action plan, and the city's procurement policies, and that we were also being good partners with our neighboring jurisdictions and trying to act in a regional alliance. And so also, over the last couple of years, obviously, the market conditions have really changed for everything, for anything that costs, anything that we buy, right, is now more expensive than it was 3 years ago. And so that's reflective in everything that we're bringing to the city council now. And so this was certainly a lot of work for staff. And so I think that that everyone has done the best they can. This has been something that's been really hard. This was not an easy lift. This was really hard. We've worked with Republic for years now, and these were the cards we were dealt, and we tried to make and get the best deal based on the market conditions that we currently have. Thank you.
Do we have a motion?
A motion to accept the, I'm sorry, I'm not seeing where the language is.
To authorize the city manager to execute an agreement with Richmond Sanitary Services Incorporated, a subsidiary of Republic Services Incorporated, for solid waste collection services and a collection agreement side letter for use for the rate stabilization funding. To adopt a resolution to update the 2025 solid waste collection rates beginning July 1st, 2025, until the first rate increase in the new collection agreement on January 1st, 2027, and appropriate $500,000 for fiscal year 2024-25 to be used in fiscal year 25-26 upon fully executed collection agreement and side letter. So, do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, motion by Councilmember Robinson, seconded by Councilmember Brown.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zepeda?
No.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
Motion passes with Vice Mayor Zepeda voting no. Mayor, are we moving to Item W4.
W4.
Item W4 is to receive a report from staff regarding their findings of potential legacy non-compliant tobacco retailers that meet City Council's express criteria for an exception to the current tobacco retailers moratorium, and consider whether to introduce an ordinance amending ordinance number 03-25 as amended that would allow identified long-time Richmond-based retailers who once held a city tobacco retailer license to obtain such license during the moratorium.
Good evening.
We have 4 speakers. And if there's anyone online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time. We won't get to it.
Yes, we have 15 minutes for this item because we have a hard stop at 11, so.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members. Lena Velasco, Director of Community Development. I'm joined here with Eva Mann, Code Enforcement Manager, Kevin Tisdale, Code Enforcement Officer 2, and then Kevin Hoke, our Office Specialist. If I can get KCRT to please show the presentation. Next slide, please. So we're just going to hear, report on what we found in terms of legacy buildings, businesses that would meet the express criteria that we heard at the meeting on April 1st, and then, let the council decide whether they want to introduce an amendment that would establish this pathway to compliance program. Next slide. So, as the council considered the extension of the moratorium for an additional year, there was concern raised about legacy businesses in Richmond and the hardship that is entailed by extending the moratorium. And so council directed us to identify retailers that met certain criteria, which is they held a valid city tobacco retailer's license at any point between 2018 and 2024. They've maintained a valid City of Richmond business license. They have a valid state tobacco retailer's license, and they've had same ownership as what was expressed in their original tobacco retailer license, as well as they haven't been found to have any illicit activities, which include selling cannabis, untaxed out-of-state tobacco, or other drugs. Next slide. So this is just current data. We have 83 known tobacco retailers. We do have a couple of businesses that have gone out of business. 52 are still unlicensed. And this just shows the breakdown by district, with the majority of unlicensed being mostly in District 3 as well as District 1, and then followed by District 6 and 5. And similar with licensing, is also the highest licensing is in District 1, along with District 3, and then followed by District 6. Next slide. So it's just the summary of the analysis of what we've been finding. So of the 52 unlicensed, only 22 have both the state tobacco license and the city business license. So again, we're not looking at the city tobacco retailer license. And then of those, 16 have been found to have violations related to illicit drugs, or also avoiding paying California tobacco tax by using out-of-state tobacco. In addition, we have not been able to inspect every business, and so we still have 25 businesses that have not been fully inspected. We have 15 that have maintained the same business owner name as was registered with the city tobacco retailer's license. And so this is a question point that we'll have for you all further in the presentation. We are also having challenges. We continue to have challenges about people complying with the cease and desist order that was issued by the city. And then of the unlicensed, none of them meet both the ordinance specified location requirements, which is the buffers from the youth populated areas, and other licensed retailers. Next slide. So at the April 1st meeting, the council wanted to create, in consideration of the economic impact this is having on longtime Richmond businesses, a pathway to compliance program. So based on the criteria that we just reviewed, we believe there's 9 unlicensed businesses that would meet the criteria. If the council was to disregard that the owner name matches the current business name, then it does open up an additional opportunity for 9 more legacy businesses, totaling a total of 18 versus 9. And then the distribution breakdown by council district is also shown, with the majority of the new qualifying businesses would be in District 3, as well as District 6 and 1 in District 1 and District 5. Next slide. So I think the council has 2 options this evening, in weighing the economic impact of the moratorium, but then also the public health concern that was expressed. Is option 1 is to maintain the moratorium as it was passed, not creating this pathway for the various reasons stated here on the slide, including that, it would avoid complications with legacy status-based eligibility, people concerned about which criteria was used or not. The next slide. The Pathway to Compliance program, it does help balance some of the public health goals that the council has, as well as the economic growth and the impact that it is having on longtime Richmond businesses. It will also maybe mitigate some concerns of being unfairly penalized by the moratorium. Next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, so the ordinance, here are the ordinance amendments. It's really amending 2 sections of the moratorium, which is section 2. Here's the language. So should the criteria be modified, then that would be one of the edits we would need to do. And specifically, if it would be item 2, that they would have maintained a license, but it doesn't have to have the same owner name. So it would just be striking out that language. Next slide. And here's just the edit to section 6 that's in the ordinance. No changes would be needed here, but they would be assumed to meet the continued requirements that the license did not lapse, and therefore wouldn't have to meet the new locational requirements in the current ordinance. Next slide. So that's the recommended action this evening, is to consider whether to introduce the ordinance, and if you want to make that additional change to the criteria. If the council does adopt the ordinance this evening, the second reading would be scheduled for July 1st. And then the pathway to compliance applications for the eligible businesses would be allowed to be issued after August 1st, which is 30 days after adoption. And staff is available to answer any questions.
Do we have public speakers?
Yes, the speakers are Kathleen Sullivan, Jagdeep Singh, Jamie Purcell, and Cordell Hindler. Please come forward. You'll have 2 minutes.
We won't have enough time for all the public speakers. They're going to have to cut them off halfway.
Go ahead and start, Kathleen.
I'm just going to be, I don't need 2 minutes. Can we please do this? There's some businesses that I don't even know if August 1st is going to save the business. So the whole, not until August 1st for the, you really need to move faster than this. April 1st is when this was first brought forward. There were businesses that were at risk then, and it's still now. So that's my only point, and I hope we can expedite this.
Jagdeep Singh.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm the 7-Eleven franchise owner at San Pablo Avenue 7-Eleven. I'm in the second list with the name change criteria thing. We changed our store from Valero Corner Store to 7-Eleven, rebranded it in 2018. That's why I got kicked out from the list. I would just request if you guys consider a chance, we maintain our store in compliance at all time, follow all the state and federal rules. And please, as a humble request, we are getting financially affected a lot, especially with the hours of the employees who are all locals in Richmond. So it affects our livelihood a lot. So thank you. Please consider it. Thank you.
Jamie Purcell?
I would like to remind people that we have 5 minutes.
Option 2, please.
Thank you.
Cordell Henler?
I agree with Jamin. Option 2.
Thank you. All right, so do we have any comments?
I'd like to make a motion if I can.
Oh,
I know that.
I'm sorry.
There's another speaker.
Online speakers?
No other
Okay.
speakers.
I'd like to make a motion to accept option 2 and to move the ordinance process forward. Yes.
I second.
Yes, go ahead.
Just want to ask a question. Ms. Velasco, is this for the 9 or the 18?
Option 2 would be for the 18, the expanded, where the two
name?
businesses' names don't need to
Oh,
match.
okay, yes.
And one quick question, what happens between now and August 1st?
So we will be opening up the application process, notifying the eligible businesses to come in and start preparing their application so that we can issue.
All right, do we have a motion? Oh, we
have
do?
a motion.
And
We have a second.
Okay, call the question.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
We got 4 minutes for next item.
We can just stare at each other for 4 minutes.
Yeah, do we have any,
Yeah.
yes, please.
I have a question. So for the Fatero item, the presenter was here for 6 hours, and then for the Clean Richmond item, there have been people here for, again, 6 hours, and I know our agenda is well packed. So I'm wondering, do we take any sort of precedence for the next council meeting? Or are we going to be back down where we run the risk of people staying 6 hours and not being heard?
Well, generally, they take precedence, but if there's items that require motions for city business to continue, for instance, the budgets, the Republic Services.
Right.
That takes precedence, and then after that, we can, after that, it should be the.
Okay. I just wanted to put it
the
out
ones
there
that were
that
held
folks
over.
were here
Yeah.
for like 6 hours.
Yeah. Yes, you may.
Is there a, city attorney, is there a way that for next meeting, because I already know that we're going to have over 7, 8 agenda items, is there a way that we can pause our test and say next meeting we can go past 11? Because otherwise, we're not going to be able to hear all the agenda items.
How can we do that, city attorney?
Do we have to agendize that?
We could start earlier would probably be the
You have a
easiest.
provision, and so I can look at that, but I think that if the council decides you want to waive your procedure.
One thing that we discussed previously is if the council wanted to start earlier for the last meeting.
Yeah.
I would like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be continued again, sorry.
Or maybe there's no maybe there's no more new business next meeting,
Yes.
other than the ones we already have.
It would be wonderful if people who put agenda items on the agenda would check with staff to find out how much business we have to do so that we don't end up packing the agenda tighter than time allows. I would love that if we could do that.
We could also put more things on the consent calendar.
Yeah.
That would get us much faster.
Yeah, yeah.
No, they pull is one thing, but we can start it with there. Non-controversial stuff? Now I'm gonna adjourn.
All right. This is adjourned. Boom, boom. Good night, everyone.
And